I didn't find anything. What about you guys?
Got a pistol, almost nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Probably not the best place to land. Hey, Rowan.
What? I thought we could make it to Camp Bravo.
Yeah, like I was saying, probably not, because it's too far.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. At least I marked a spot on the map instead of yabbering about jujitsu.
Wow.
Have you guys read the patch notes? Apparently there's something new about destructible buildings and terrain.
Adam, shut up. That's ridiculous.
I'm just thinking we should probably keep it in mind.
Yeah, okay, I guess we should head to literally anywhere else because there's no loot here.
Oh my god, Ben, you are literally the worst. At least I marked a
Ah! Shit, what was that?
Oh, run for cover! But where? We're in the middle of nowhere, Rowan.
Let it go, Ben.
There's a hay shack. Go, go, go.
If only I had some loot.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, it's just a scratch. Anyone have any bandages?
Nah, nothing, sorry. I couldn't find any loot. Just a bad spot to land, unfortunately.
What is your deal, bro?
My deal? Using guns in PUBG, landing places with loot.
Are we
that I
safe
can
behind
loot.
here?
Yeah, of course we're safe. We're behind a house.
What? How? I'm pretty sure that's the update I was talking about.
Adam, don't be ridiculous!
Okay, I think what we need to do here...
What a shit! Go, 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 go!
Okay. God, that was close. Does anyone have any stims?
Nah, sorry, man. I didn't get any loot at all, mostly because of where we landed, you know?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. You know, why don't you go take him out with your shitty jujitsu?
Does anyone feel like we're in a nursery rhyme?
Oh my god, Adam, shut up.
This does not feel safe.
Adam, man, we're behind a wooden building, okay? I mean, of course we're safe.
Oh God! Concrete building, go, go, go!
Okay, surely we're safe here, right?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we should be safe from that guy. The only real problem now is the loot. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, Ben. You know what? Next time, I'm just gonna let you keep on talking until the plane kicks us out into the ocean. Would that be better?
Yeah, probably.
Guys,
Oh, get him!
guys. You literally
at the
did
very
nothing. You
least.
literally did
At the
nothing.
very
He's aiming a panzer at us now.
Oh my god, Adam, we're fine. We're behind a concrete building.
Yeah, but the patch note said that
Adam, oh my god, let it go, okay? This is concrete, mate.
Great starting spot, Ron.
게임쇼에 출품한다라는 것은 게임 개발자들한테는 원래도 되게 로망이에요. 꿈이기도 하고. 그래서 또 게임쇼로 오는 거죠. 이제 다른 회사들 보면 자극받거든요. 야, 쟤네도 저렇게 잘하는데 우리도 잘해야지. 네.
인가할 수가 있다는 말씀이시죠?
이건 불편하겠네. 버그 같네. 해찬님 이거 ILI로 이거 디폴트 설정 바꿀 수 없어요?
GPG는 뭐?
아예 못해?
The creators of the Dark and Darker mobile challenged their own version of the dungeon.
연락 가능해요? 10시. 그 빌드를 그럼 만들죠. 만들자. 여러 얘기가 많아요. 게임 전시회에 나가는 게 이제 맞냐. 직접 유저를 만나서 유저와 호흡하는 것만큼 우리 게임의 상태를 잘 알 수 있는 건 없다고 생각해요.
진행하는데 문제 없어요. 제가 다 고쳐놨으니까 이제 잘할 수 있을 거고.
한 40분 이상 플레이하신 분들도 상당히 있는데 그분들이 나가시고 나면 그 계정을 초기화하기 전에 제가 후딱 달려가서 템이라든지 이런 걸 다 확인하고 아 이분은 이런 형태로 플레이를 하셨구나.
플레이어 여러분, 이 게임을 즐겨주세요. 행운을 빕니다. 이제 피지, 건전 스피지. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
That's why we do this, I suppose, is escapism. It's trying to get away from the modern life, just for a few days. So as soon as we turn up and we get dressed in this medieval costume and medieval camp, then we live the medieval life for 3 days. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it, yeah.
So I would die. I'd be so dead. Sword, like, they're heavy. They're like 10, 15 kilos. I'd be like, oh, wait a minute, sir, please.
So I think that's something we kind of tend to forget, that like people are always people and they like to look at beautiful things. They like to tell a joke. They like to have, a good meal and a nice beer at the end of the day.
What's the difference between a fighter and a barbarian? So if you're going to choose a fighter, be prepared, be careful, concise, get ready to kill. If you're going to be a barbarian, smash everything!
Fantastic. You know, I love Sanhok and I love explosions. Taego would be my #1 map, and the reason for that is because all of the buildings are like packed tight next to each other, so you could like blow a hole and then like run through them. I think that would be pretty cool.
快乐吧，快乐为主，主要是炸东西。
건물이 파괴된다는 건 좀 배틀그라운드라면서 신박한 컨텐츠인 것 같은데 만약에 파괴가 된다면 저는 개인적으로 일단 투척물이 굉장히 중요해질 것 같고 그다음에 좀 깜짝깜짝 많이 놀랄 것 같습니다.
สายบึมบ้านครับ
Who would I love to see play who isn't playing today? I think we're gonna go with Fex. Big muscles, big strong guy. He could tear apart Sanhok in a heartbeat.
Who do I think is going to be the king of destruction? I'm going to put it on Tiggleton. I think he's going to be memeing. I think he's going to be trying to explode and destroy everything he can find.
Feels good to be the first winner of the Sanhok destruction. Easy peasy.
就是还是挺有趣，然后很新颖的吧。然后我也觉得就是 PUBG 就应该有更多像这样的更新吧，这样会玩的就是种类会多一点，让玩家。
It's a face-off between these two boys.
You, buddy, take it away.
Against James, goes on forward, gets him, and James back-to-back winner goes for Gustav immediately after.
Unbelievable, James.
Gustav.
Oh, he read it wrong.
C4 in the circle center.
Where it is, and
Oh,
Belmont
no.
will get spotted by Gustav.
He gets Cloris, and he
Oh
wins
no!
it.
Look at Tiggs.
Oh, the reactions.
Any words about the second game? I mean, I gave James the win. He needs the back. What can I say? I'm stacked already, so I didn't really need the money.
B1, who will win? Batulin's had the cover. It's gone now. Him and Gavin Batulin.
I think that it was very fun to play Destruction. It creates some very interesting situations. Basically, you change the houses because you destruct them. So I think I enjoyed that. I think you should try this more just because it's fun to break all the buildings, to find some C4, sticky bombs. It's really fun.
Go, you can take the chicken throwing once again. Took it back. All right. That's oh.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I will take it. These guys on the bridge, they've got bigger things to worry about than the guys swimming. As 4 AM will get eliminated there by 17. It's all going to go down to Shawu.
Only one molly to work with, and I think Sonics is aware that they're running out of util down below. Rex though able to peek over, finds the first, finds the second as well. Adam gets down in return. Barbo finds one more. Now it's just a 1v2.
Oh, this is a brilliant read by H-Wing. Goes for the top side. He's going to spot out Barbo. Can he win this 1v1? Barbo playing around the tree. There you go. Rex will come alive at the perfect time. And it looks like they'll get here in time. And Happy will find Corexi with the grenade.
Nice timing with the util around the side as Happy. Oh, corner finds the second. That's Gustav now down as well. He's find Happy. No, not quite to be.
Look at Happy, man. The aggression on this kid is absolutely bananas. He's going to find another one. Actually, it's going to be Spaceman.
Bello has run out on foot to make a play on this fight as well. He was all the way over towards the rest of his teammates, but now he's out towards the east face. Who gets the knock on the first fight? The second as John goes out and gets stuck. That's going to be Cerberus. Pretty much split you have to go through on the fly here. One goes down to a teammate. Sparking able to find the double as a result of it too. Now Purdy staying behind, Sparking there with him. As Godfrey finds the first, but it's instantly taken down.
Huge trade right there to get things even as Luke 12 will be flushed out. But HSM going to go down now as Alo is going bananas. Purdy Curdy will come in there, but TSM. Oh, these sneaky Cerberus players hiding in the bushes. Haisaki will find H-Win. They'll immediately turn around. They're going to find Tig as well. Trimsy's going to go down as well. Of all the places. Oh, BB, this can't be. The beautiful grenade. He finds 3. BB from Virtus Pro.
HP. Look at the HP. Second one that was there. Look at the damage come through. Here now, and then hopefully once other teams come and approach. Oh, that's a good night, Spaceman.
Down as FaZe getting right into the middle of Tiamba. They're going to lose Gustav. They're going to lose James.
What a spray down from 7. 7 able to get the double on approach too. Baltim has to go back to reload though, and it's going to give him enough time. CC falls. Can they get the flush as well again? Crucial points to be found here as Pow Pow comes peeking out over, spots him on the backside and will.
If anything, this is going to benefit the Explosives, who can now make a cross. Roth's going to pick that one up pretty easy. Actually stretching over this direction as well, so maybe they need a bit more damage.
Hire 3 different teams that had a better angle in that circle. All right, that's going to be Ibiza going down. Snaker stepping in, getting some kills, but Rex right there to trade.
Rex has got a read, goes for the spray in, but no, it's going to be Rod that picks him up. What? Oh
my God.
Evan, I love it. M249 early, going for spray downs. Give me more of it.
Oh my, the Freaks have been really aggressive.
Okay, so BB, you can see down to the south, going to be rolling right next to Adder's down body. Not a lot of options to work from Tiamba, trying to find some pathing over here in this situation, but it's going to be VP on one side, it's going to be Sonics up to the north. Falcons also get some vision into it. Tiamba just trying to fight, see if maybe they can make a few meters inside of it, but VP is unrelenting, stepping in after it. They're going to deny the entirety of that approach. They've got vehicles. They're going to go for a vehicle fortification of their own, but Batulins is going to go down. They're moving up into the high ground, and they can get vision any moment.
Yeah, they have the vision, and they're hitting the shot. Here comes some grenades now. They're coming up short. Perfectix might go down. He is bleeding out rather quick. There's the grenade from ZP on. Example and company trying to get away from any more throwables. If I come, they can't. Suju strikes.
Doors getting shot to pieces, so Tosi's just gonna hide around the corner. Good spray coming out, quick exchange between the two, but it's gonna be Barpo holding the line for his squad. Goes for the spray. Sonics get picked apart. Barpo comes up big. All of the expendables realizing the opportunity that's gonna be in front of him. Barpo, though, won't relent. Finally goes down. Knows that he's got an opportunity, but he has got to at least get the starting knock. It's going to be Purdy Curdy that actually managed to take out and takes down Suju as well. It's going to be TSM in control of this firefight for the time being. Purdy does go down after his position is revealed. Little Ghost now going to start trying to find some more, but it's going to be Xiao Wu. Came back. He's got a Panzerfaust late in this firefight. Could be big and does take down Sparky.
Yeah, great stuff from Xiao Wu. Expects the peek from Luke, and he's going to take him down. A nice two-piece here for Xiao Wu, down to 6 HP. Alo can't take down Lil Ghost. 17 holds the line. Double headshot onto Summer. He was about to make the push up towards Sonics as well, so that's going to slow them down, but no, it won't.
Chewy! Any head pop over the top. Chewy will hold it. He's going to find Diffix. Does he have another one in him, though?
They have all of them down here. They spot all of them now as well. Fair is still able to get one now. It's a 2v2. Couldn't commit to the rest fast enough. Ming able to get the first. They have him locked down on the rocks. It's just Sosa left alive, and Hagatori don't make him able to get one, and now it's a 1v1. Summer committed to the rest. Fit finds the kill, and that's going to be Petrichor Road on the Eternal 5 Falcons fight that's happening now. This might be a great play. Snakers peeks on out, able to find one. Rod gets one as well. Snakers finds the double, almost goes for his teammate there as they completely annihilate Eternal 5.
South side to try to take care of Eternal Fire.
A lot of knocks coming through, but no flushes just yet. As we say that, though, Evan, and make it look better. Lucarux catches two on the backside. No knocks coming through just yet. Lucarux, though, will find one. Lucarux will find the second with the nade.
Lucarux taking advantage, but unfortunately his two teammates are down in that. And now it's down to just Rello. As Rello has managed to make his way out, he'll take the shots over towards Delwyn as the Expendables down to just one, but KDF, they've got Delwyn pinned up against the blue, and they will get the victory. Getting at least the knocks. We'll see if they get the flushes as well, as the Mad is just dancing around, trying to play medic here.
That's the cross the map as well, or what remains of it.
Oh!
But on the other side, and he gets... Throw a smoke at a position down in front of you and get out of the compound itself. One more found. Great job by HS.
HS. God's work right now, but Hagatori doing even more is Navi. That shield. That's a lot of grenades coming in, and that is going to do it for Navi. Well done by TSM, but do they have time to reset here and put the 4? Oh no, Bobo, beautiful grenade. Godby with the spray on the sparking. It's just 2 left alive as they try to survive the rain of terror from 4 a.m.
Get him.
Come here, boy. Help. We're going.
A new update hit PUBG on December 4th. Sanhok's buildings and terrain are fully destructible. A C4 can blow up a building. We challenge you to use explosives creatively in hot drops against some of the best fraggers in the world. Will you accept this challenge?
Yeah, I'm super ready. I mean, it's an exciting mechanic. Panzerfaust, C4, frags, mortar, anything to blow something up. I played a lot of Battlefield, should be fun. If you don't mind me asking, who are my opponents? So do you guys understand the rules? Yeah? Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. All right. Let's fight.
Show me your mark.
This, example. Only south side. You know?
Yeah, I mean building.
Yeah, no north, no north. Oh, I jumped late. Did you, man?
I late too. Whoa. Oh, nice parachute, bro. I have new gems too. Ulak, ulak. Oh, no gun, no gun, no gun.
Oh.
Ooh, ah!
Let's test the destructible wall.
No.
Just blow open. Oh my god. What? You got dog. Wait, that's OP. That's insane. Oh! Rat, absolute rat, this guy.
How did you kill him?
I blew up the wall with the grenade.
Ah! I didn't expect that.
I didn't know it would work. I threw one grenade, everything. The 2 walls, everything.
Oh! What? What?
Sticky bomb. What? I was leaving. I was leaving. Yeah.
How about solo? Huh? Solo. 1v1? Yeah. Okay. Look on, dude. I will crush you. So easy clap.
Sorry.
Ooh. Hey yo! That's illegal. Oh! Easy. Hush puppies.
Nice sticky bomb. Come, baby.
Okay, bro.
I have a surprise for you.
No, you do not.
No,
You have a
I don't.
Panther?
No.
Oh.
What the Hello. Sorry. Hello.
Sorry.
Go push, Emma. No. I don't push Vector.
Oh. Ooh.
Go get him, Kimus.
Oh, he's cheating. How does he know I'm there? This guy's got wall hacks, man.
Come on, baby.
Oh, I'm quick, boy. I'm fast. Hey!
Shakalakaboo.
Boom, shakalaka.
What? What? What is this like?
Ah, what'd you
I'm coming.
I need grenades.
I'm coming.
No.
Sorry.
The best kill. I think Himas.
This guy.
Yeah, he cooked me in the 1v1. I mean, the odds were stacked against him, you know. He had his back 180 degrees turned to me and he just flicked on me so fast.
开马斯啊，感觉在追着我揍，兄弟，感觉都在追着我打。
Tiggle's a noob.
Yeah, because he didn't kill Himas in those situations.
True.
That was fun.
Yeah, the whole thing was a lot of fun, blowing up walls. I think that's going to be a creative mechanic, you know. I hate campers, and that's a camper's worst nightmare.
感觉挺真實的吧，玩進去就很有代入感，還挺好玩的。
Em thấy khá là hay ạ, vì núp trong nhà cũng chết rồi nên là em thấy hay hơn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that like you could just mortar a house across the map twice. The first shell will blow it open, the second shell will blow it up from the inside, so it's definitely going to change a lot.
I agree. 就这些玩法肯定就是会去更多的开发嘛，我还是觉得这个破坏题型挺有意思的，好吧
？Em nghĩ là có ạ, vì thì mình cái tính năng đó là giúp mình công nhà dễ hơn nên là em sẽ.
I thought he would say that I can't screen peek in the competition.
那是最左边的黑锅盾啊。 就动不动就往我的屏幕上撇，我都不知道怎么玩，兄弟。
Yeah, I definitely did.
I was just spectating. Spectate mode.
I mean, it was really important that I got mine today. You know, I had to put up a couple kills here because as far as PGCs go, I think these three are like the goats.
我说实话，这已经有一个2022年的冠军了，所以说我们先把它排除，应该答案在我们这3个人里面选。
Em nghĩ là Tụ Mai chứ không phải em đâu.
Okay. He agrees. I mean, I hold you all in really high regard. You're all insane players, so it's a pleasure to be here. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right, let's get to it. It is the final circuit for these teams to have an opportunity to get themselves to the PGC Grand Final. The Riders of Rohan are going to be marching across the fields to try and gather themselves as many points as possible here. My name is Kuala. Joining me is Vanguard himself. How are you doing? Are you excited for our final circuit?
I'm extremely excited. Of course, honestly, here in this Circuit 3 here, that's going to be probably the wildest one, if not the craziest one in terms of what we're going to be seeing the next couple of days here. There's going to be some teams that's going to be going out and they're going to be having to watch the grand finals from the stands rather than in their seats.
We have a theory or two about some things that will be coming up, but what is not a theory is, of course, our very cemented partners. A huge thank you to OP.GG for joining us here as their main esports PUBG partner. As you can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG. You can check out all the numbers from what's going down right behind us over there as well. We also have the Tropicana Gardens Mall that we are currently residing within. We are wholly within the mall, and also some fantastic shops are down there as well. And of course, the tournament behind us will be going on throughout all the way till the 22nd of December right here, and you can even join us for that final as well, so make sure to check that out. We also have our official gaming furniture partner in TT Racing, not only providing all of the chairs that are behind us, getting all these players comfortable, but also all the desks set up as well, which are cool because they've got the little uppy-downy thing. I like those kinds of desks, they're cool.
Yeah, that's good.
Very nice.
Works good.
And finally, we've got Akupa joining us here as well to warm our hands and our hearts, Martin, here, to make sure that all these players are ready and warm to go into the game.
And there's a backup charge as well. Like it's 5,000 milliamps in each of this.
5 million? No.
No, it's good. I'm cold in here. Like it's always air conditioned here in the Southeast Asia region, right? It's 30 degrees outside Celsius, right? So we have to keep it air conditioned, and usually have like cold hands. So it's nice to have and just sit here and chill with that. So I like that we're giving that, and the players are getting it too, so they can stay fit.
Quite the dynamic. It's warm outside, so we need to make it cold so that we can warm ourselves up again.
Perfect.
Perfect. You guys over at home as well can join in with the Pick'em Challenge that is going on. Do bear in mind that this cut-off is just before the grand final. So
do it by Thursday.
Yeah, get your votes in. Make sure you're, well, currently I think it's still 65% for Twisted Minds, which is not too much of a surprise, admittedly. But there are other contenders that could quite easily take the World Championship here. So, and actually, you can have more than one Pick'em Challenge token, right, coupon. So technically, you could vote for a few teams.
Yeah, you can, for sure. Easily, you can go in and put in your chances on a few of them. And
yes,
definitely what happens in these next 3 days is probably going to make your choice a little bit easy.
Yeah, and the Near icon lights as well. You can check that out. Go and check out the QR code, and you can potentially pick yourself up one of those to have on your desk at home. Now, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of things here. One of the theories that we were alluding to earlier and we're kind of concerned about are the fact that there are big dogs in this lobby that are a little bit vulnerable. As we take a look at the schedule and everything that's gone, you can look through these whilst we really talk bigger picture, because this is the last circuit, the last chance for people to then qualify to that circuit finals and then get points on the board. Two teams we may be a little bit concerned about might be a Sonics, a Cerberus, two teams that are arguably contenders to win it all, but they've had a rough time of it so far.
Yeah, previous PGS winners is obviously something you can't deny them going into those circuit finals here, because obviously that's what you want to deny. We have the next 2 days, there are teams that are trying to get to the top 12.
Yes.
And if they can be denied by some of these teams that are looking at them as a big contender, that could mean obviously that you could take away a potential favorite in the grand final, and that could be huge. And it's really scary for them to put themselves into that position, because they're playing for a lot of money.
Yeah, I think that, well, of course, the 1.5 million as well as crowdfunding that is currently on the line here for PGC. Of course, these big game players want to be in that grand final. I think obviously Sonics has got themselves a bit of points when it comes to the two circuit finals that they've been into, but for Cerberus, it has looked even more, a little bit more dire, right? Technically, they're only 5 points behind them, but they didn't qualify for that second circuit final. And when it comes to what could happen here over these next few days is, I think a lot of people are not really anticipating hot drops. I mean, they could occur in a blue moon, but you're more likely, well, what are you more likely to do? How could you potentially punish these teams?
Well, there's obviously the kind of few options that we have is that you can hot drop him. I don't see it as very likely. I talked to a few of the guys, especially Tickleton and Gustav said, I think we're going to see like some extreme third partying, right? You're going to be following the kill feed quite a lot, and you're going to be seeing, okay, what teams can we actually third party? As you see here, our day number one teams. It's quite big names we have in here. We have a few that haven't been able to qualify for a circuit final just yet.
Yes.
And I feel like they're going to be going under the radar a little bit, because the focus is really to get these teams out. And as you see here, the total leaderboard for the circuit stage, that the points that you can get in the circuit finals. And I would say right now the top 10 is completely safe. 59 points, completely safe. 17 Gaming and BB Team 45 is kind of safe as well. It's more is the focus on those teams that are off the cutoff point right now, or in these kind of more dicey situations. Because if you can guarantee them not going into the circuit finals, you know already now that they're not going to be going on.
Well, anybody 10 and above, as you say, guaranteed, like they could have huge impact in these next couple of days when they come in to try and potentially deny teams from getting some points on the board. Here's where the meat and potatoes really is, right? Our 13th all the way down to 24th. Now, for teams that have not qualified for a single circuit final just yet, they have an opportunity here in this third circuit. However, starting at 0 points, they're going to have a pop-off circuit final if they can even get there.
Yeah, you have to have some insane games. And as you see, the teams that have played in what days that have played. A few teams, of course, Expendables and Falcons, been able to play all 6 first days and then actually having a fantastic performance getting first and second in our last circuit finals.
The correlation between playing every day or just kind of being warm is clearly evident, right, from some of these teams at the very top. So good job by them so far. There are some teams, of course, that have played a lot of days but not been able to get that same momentum on the board. I mean, is it too much of a surprise that a team like Weibo has not been able to? Because we haven't really got to see them as much recently on international soil, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's been a bit harder for them on this stage to just like come out of the gates flying, I would say.
It's a little bit harder. It's also the meta and how the game is played and how everything changes actually from day to day. Every single circuit day have been so different because we have seen so many teams play according to what was coming towards them on that day, right?
Yes.
And how they've been looking so far.
Well, of course, there's some backstage footage as all of these players are getting ready and good to go into our final circuit. And in fact, we can actually hear from good old Batulins from Twisted Minds, see what he thinks coming into today.
Yeah, yesterday, instead of break, we were practicing for the whole day. We analyzed the games that we played before as a whole team. So it was just preparation for the next week. I think that Malaysia feels pretty good. It's not hot this time, so the weather is very nice. The food is sometimes good, sometimes not, but I think overall we really like it.
And those are the thoughts from Batulins, arguably the GOAT, and staring down the barrel of getting himself into, well, I mean, they're already into the grand final, but going up against Sonics here in the head-to-head, it's not too much surprise that we compare these two teams, right? Avenger, these are the two teams that, for the most part, have won the most money throughout 2024 between them.
Yeah, it's been a pretty successful year so far for them, for 2024, of course, and for me, like in a situation where we have Sonics in this potentially, they made it to both circuit finals. Well, they were directly invited to the first one, and being kind of coming cold into that only garnered them 7 points in 6 games, right? That's really the scary one. And then only to get slightly below average or somewhat below average in their second circuit final, 25 points, which would have been fine if they had, 20 points or 30 points in the first circuit final, but it was just so low, which pushed them now in outside that top 16 in the overall.
Here's the important thing. I think that you'd be naive as Sonics to not know that there's a target on your back. They do know that there's a target on their back, right, coming into these next days. So they know they're going to have to be unbelievably wary about some of these teams looking to go for that more aggressive third party. On the flip side, though, Twisted Minds looking strong and good to go into that grand finals. I don't think there's much to talk about currently where they're at, other than the fact that they could potentially be kingmaker for some of these teams that, if they so decided, they could be the aggressive team to go and third party some of these fights, because they have all the room in the world to start messing around with teams.
Yeah, they do. I think the big thing for me is also like, we have these teams that currently have some 0 points. They can go out and completely bash and, run into some of all these teams. That could be extremely scary for most of these teams that are in that danger zones, because they have nothing to lose. They have everything to play for.
Our co-streamers are going to be joining us along the way here for PGC as well. Now, I do actually want to ask you, though, Martin, because obviously we've talked a lot about Sonics there. Let's talk about Cerberus for a second, because this team, obviously a PGS winner throughout this year, fantastic stuff. Him and the boys, oftentimes we see them being able to pop. Obviously, we've brought up the lack of Tycon many times, but that's past, that's by the by. Do you think that they can rally back, whilst we take a look at the Fantasy League stuff, do you think they can rally back here in Circuit 3 after having a pretty abysmal 2 circuits?
If anything, right, this is the day to do it. Even we've had, even on Fantasy Team, we've had him as been in there. It's like one of the most expensive players, and he's just not been able to perform to the level that we know he's capable of. What he's been able to do this year. So really, what does it come down to in terms of how Is it making it hard for them? What is the difference? And I feel like the difficulty of how the circuits are playing out and how it's changing so much from every day, they can't really find their kind of that foundation under their feet to really stand fast and then start pushing. But today could be a huge day for them, but we'll see.
Well, still high up in the picks here is him, so still a lot of faith for people outside there. Of course, though, Salute and Example have been taken quite heavily from all of this. I think, though, as time has gone on in the fantasy, we've seen more of a spread slowly as time has gone on. And again, when it comes to these numbers specifically, there are some players that have just played a lot more days, right?
Yeah.
So
you really have to
take what you want from this.
You have to consider how many days are played here. And there are some that are obviously impressive. Salute played a lot, Tanvu played a lot, but some players that haven't played as many games that are in there too. Beamy, obviously one of them. And we have some situations where like these guys are, it's impressive that they're up on those numbers. And as you said earlier here, Pick 'em Challenge, make sure you pick your team to win the whole thing by Thursday. Our deadline is, I think, the 20th. But make sure you log in by Thursday once you've seen this last circuit final on Wednesday. Then we can actually go in and we'll see if that changes. And I really feel like that's going to really depend on what we've seen so far for the Twisted Minds guys. And it's not been as dominant as we've seen Petrichor Road, really. Petrichor Road is far ahead in the circuit final points, but they have a little bit of a slumber day compared to their first day.
And also we have our map order as always. Do bear in mind for that fantasy as well, if you've got Salute on your team right now, might want to change that, you know? Yeah. He's currently not playing today, so you might actually have a chance to, you know, jog things around a little bit and see how things are going to fare. But your expectations for today, do you think that there's going to be bounce back? I think there is the potential for utter chaos across this circuit because of the foundations that we've laid in Circuit 1 and in Circuit 2.
Yeah, so quickly, I think it's going to see a lot of teams playing on the edge to try to avoid some of these fights. I think there's going to be a lot of open space in the middle. The teams that are able to capitalize on that, they're going to have a huge day.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. It's time to get Circuit 3 started here. It's the final chance to get yourself points for PGC Grand Finals.
You know, bad games happen, bad days happen, so just sticking to our strategy. We've won 3 internationals now, so we know we have a winning formula, we know we have winning players, and just got to keep powering through it. It's something that you just have to have inside you. Like, I think all of us want to have a great legacy, and that's kind of what we're doing in PUBG, you know? We're trying to win tournaments, whether it's in A or internationally, so every time we compete, if we have 5 points or 10 points or 100 points, we always want to have more, and kind of been pounded into us, so.
일단 서킷 2 때 아쉬웠던 점을 더 보완할 거고 이제 서로 피드백도 해가면서 PGS6 때 그 좋은 기억을 떠올려서 이제 그걸 더 연습을 할 것 같습니다. 저희는 그냥 하던 대로 할 거고 딱히 준비한 것도 없고 그냥 이전에 한 그대로 PGS6 때랑 똑같은 그런 느낌을 잡고 이제 그걸로만 계속 밀고 갈 것 같습니다.
Not on this circuit specifically, because it's happened in every circuit so far. Like I said, we scraped through everyone. We've lost players early, like multiple games. Like I think over half our games end up just being like games where we try to salvage points. So we need to make it into the late game with 4 people alive.
I think me joining brought DSM a lot of like energy, you know, like a different perspective to look at the things. I'm an aggressive player, and to be honest, the main thing, I think it's like we are all starving. You know, we played a lot of international tournaments and we didn't win. So I think we all really starving for that win, and we're working a lot, like as much as we can, so we can get that trophy.
稍微就是状态不好或者没把握住，然后就要一直连着打，其实也挺累的。我们什么大场面、小场面都见过，并不会有什么压力。我对我的团队很有信心。
Obviously, to play good, day 2 of Circuit 3, and to make the finals of the last circuit, like Circuit 3. I mean, we're just going to give it our all. So far, I think everyone's pretty confident. Then we're going to keep a little bit like, you know, close eyes to who's potentially a threat can overtake us. But as always with the game, I think the focus should mainly be on ourselves.
Em cảm thấy sau bao sự cố gắng của em và đồng đội, em đặt chân được tới đây ấy, thì em thấy rất là vui. Và em muốn bắn thật tốt, kiểu xử lý, thay đổi tình huống, thay đổi về phần xử lý cá nhân của mình tốt hơn và đạt được thành tích tốt nhất có thể.
And so begins our final circuit for PGC. We are entering Circuit 3 right now. Day number 1, Matchroom and Paperton going to be taking you through the action.
Absolutely. It is a really intense day here today. For a lot of these teams, this is your last chance to at least try to get into that last circuit finals, to try to get those points, to get you into the grand finals. So a lot is on the line for teams like SGD, for teams that haven't been able to make a circuit finals, or even teams that have made a circuit finals and not done well, like the Sonics, like Cerberus, that have really struggled. Heavy hitters that we haven't seen find their stride here at PGC.
Yeah, and there's a lot to look into. We also have a lot of squads that we have extremely high expectation for across the board, most notably Twisted Minds. They're going to be playing on the first day as the grand final, well, I guess the final for Circuit 2 didn't go the way that they wanted it to, but they are at least going to be able to play more games to stay warm.
Absolutely. I mean, that's something that a lot of teams are going to favor. I mean, you kind of talk to the teams behind the scenes, and there's a mixed opinion about whether or not they wanted days off or not, how they would feel about that. So it's kind of up to you. I mean, everybody still kind of tried in the circuit finals, of course, like they wanted as many points as possible. But some teams are going to be super heartbroken that they're playing here today, especially if they're more or less guaranteed to already go into the grand finals. So now you get to practice some stuff. Now you can kind of say, let's really warm up. Let's use this as the best practice, because I've always said, and I think a lot of people agree, is the best practice you can get is in-game experience.
Yeah, I mean, scrims can only take you so far. At a certain point, you have to deal with like the mental that's going on, the pressure as it mounts. All that's going to come into play. And we've got a ton of fun situations that we're going to be looking at as we move forward into today. And I really am excited to see, as it feels like the teams are getting a lot more of a grasp on how to play around the circuit series, because it's the first time we've kind of seen this play style come out. And understanding early momentum games, picking up an early victory buys you so much more like space to kind of play comfortably, really start testing those boundaries, get that experience that you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can work on some stuff. You could be like, oh, hey, our third partying isn't very good. Our edge play style hasn't been really working out for us. Because no matter what in PUBG, you're going to have to play different styles. You aren't always going to really be able to play edge unless you're one of the teams who's dropping like, way on the outside of the map. Then sure, most of the time you're going to be playing edge, but sometimes you're going to get the center circle. Sometimes you're going to have pry on one of these hard shifted circles that we've been seeing a lot here at PGC. So you got to be able to adapt and kind of understand different mindsets, different play styles that are required to be a high level PUBG team.
And this is a very strong lobby. I mean, whenever we look across the board, we're going to have a lot of opportunities. We heard from FaZe kind of leading in. This is a squad that always has expectations for, specifically at the final qualification stage, right? This is usually where FaZe starts coming alive. Yeah, it's not Sunday, but it's the mountain, the build in. They have to make sure that they're playing at their peak right now.
And, you think with FaZe, you're just like, oh, well, surely they're going to scrape by the next 2 days, and then in the Circuit 3 finals, they're going to just pop off and have a good day and qualify in the last game, and we're all going to be going nuts. That's just like expected results for FaZe at this point.
I mean, but at certain point, the pressure of that, I feel almost, it becomes its own double-edged sword. It's in the back of your head like, okay, we can still do it. We know that we can still do it, but why does it always have to get to that stage? Meanwhile, we've got squads like BB and Luna Galaxy very much needing to come out, collect as many points as possible, come out the gate swinging per se. Also, T1, who has been a very fun team to watch.
Yeah, T1 is okay right now. Like, they've probably done enough. Well, I shouldn't say probably. They've done enough to get to the grand finals. But, now they've got some more opportunities to practice some of the stuff that Sonics wanted to work on, coming in as the new coach for them for this event. They've looked like a completely rejuvenated team because of it. So for T1 here, you've got the opportunity to maybe, do what they were doing and mess with some teams that are going to want to take their drop spots into the grand finals. You want to keep those teams out of the grand finals potentially if you can. We've seen that's going to be part of the equation here today, is when you're maybe presented with a 50-50, you're going to say, I have team A on my right, team B on my left. Who am I going to go for? And it could depend on stuff like, well, they might take our drop spot.
So reminder to everybody of how this system works is you have to play through Circuit Day 1 and Day 2 to make it to Circuit Day 3 final. The amount of points that you manage to get across all 3 circuits in the finals is how you qualify for the grand final. So our bottom 4 teams, if they do not play well today, they will be eliminated, not have the ability to gain any more points on the side of the circuit. We have a lot of squads, though, that are playing today that have 0 overall points and need to make something big today and just perpetually carry that through the next 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at Tianba New Happy, for example.
Yeah.
It's probably 2 of those teams that you're going to fixate on initially because they both have 0 circuit final points, meaning they have to get to this circuit finals for stage 3 here. Can they do it? I don't know. I haven't been super impressed with either squad, especially
Well,
New Happy has been concerning.
Well, let's not forget good old Cerberus, who has just been... we know that this is a squad that can play well. It's got firepower. Himas is the most expensive fantasy member that you could potentially get, but that has been not a good pick in fantasy as, I mean, Himas just hasn't had his moment yet.
No, it's been pretty shocking. You would think that Cerberus would at least have those moments, those games where they pop off, where they're, you know, firing on all cylinders, just kind of taking all these great fights, but they just, you know, I don't know exactly what it could be. It could just be lack of confidence or something like that. Hopefully here today, we're going to see a very different Cerberus, as they absolutely need to qualify for this Circuit 3 finals, or else they are not going to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, they've got to just make sure that they pop off today, tomorrow, and day 3. Otherwise, they are in a ton of trouble. We also have a couple of squads that we're going to be looking at maneuvering forward that are kind of known contenders. Most notably, we kind of talking about Twisted Minds, going to be playing today, as we kind of talked about them for just a second to start this off, but they were kind of the uncrowned prince, per se, coming into this. Everybody had an expectation that this was just going to be their event, hands down, and everybody else was just going to be chasing after it. We haven't seen the dominance come out. We have had moments of it, but we haven't seen just absolutely putting their foot down on the lobby yet.
Yeah, and they're a team that nobody wants to see in this lobby today. Not just because they're the best team in the world right now, that's undisputable, but because they're playing with free money, basically. They have pretty much qualified for the Grand Finals. They basically have. So they can kind of mess with some teams today too, or, you know, they can do some hot drops or something, like, if they felt like it. There's a lot of opportunities here for Twisted Minds to kind of manipulate the lobby to their will.
And we've got good old Schwagadui that's going to be coming in and making some plays as well. I guess a unknown commodity, per se, as they're another one of the squads that just needs anything that they can get, but also has been drawing a lot of attention just off of the fun that can sometimes surround them, as they're the new kids on the block.
Well, yeah, SGD in some iteration or another has been around for a couple years. With this version of it, you know, you got a couple former Tiamba players on there, plus the old guard with Payne and Jervis. Again, Payne used to be Sophia, for those of you who used to watch PCS Asia. So there is some level of understanding of what that team kind of is about, but we haven't really seen much from them. They've been struggling to adapt to the lobby. They haven't made it to a circuit finals. You know, maybe today's the day where they can represent Malaysia well, their home country.
All right, and it's also time to address the elephant in the room, per se. Yes, there was a punishment that came down on 2 of our squads for what ended up with a drop spot swap in between Tiamba and 17. So they are going to be coming into the lobby with minus points.
Yep.
Going to have to be making sure that they figure out some way to right around that. Really, for 17, it's not the worst, but for Tiamba, yes, it is 2 points. I know that there's people out there that wish there could be more, everything else along those lines. But for Tiamba, they haven't been able to find anything right now. 2 points is just about all it's going to take to. They have to make sure that they're just coming out with a massive game. And this is going to be after getting a punishment where the rest of the lobby is, I won't say going to be hunting them, but not going to be mad if they end up bumping into either one of those teams.
For sure, for sure. And especially with Tiamba, they haven't been playing good no matter how you slice it. It has been a really tough event. I haven't seen some of those kind of like quintessential Tiamba games where they're making it rain with grenades and, you know, pow-pows popping off or something like that, or Lin shoes popping off. It has been just very, very quiet from them. They haven't really found any stability, no matter the situation. The same with New Happy, a team that has world champions on it from 2021. You would expect a PGC champion to at least get to 1 circuit final, so maybe this is the day. Yeah, maybe this is the day for New Happy. I actually was flirting with putting a New Happy player on my fantasy team today because I thought, look, if they're going to do it, it's going to be today. Like, it has to start today.
That's unrequited love with that flirting right now is the way it feels. I mean, I've been kind of tempted as well, but this is a squad that, I mean, we know there's so many squads that we know have. I know we talk about the potential of these teams a lot, but it all comes down to consistency, and the consistency just hasn't been there for so many of these very powerful teams.
Yeah, it has been kind of interesting because, I mean, you could maybe chalk some of it up to the format, potentially, the adapting round to round, because
Circuit 1, I could give you that.
Yeah.
Circuit 2, you should have an idea on what's going on.
I tend to agree, but that, like I said, I mean, I wouldn't really fully put a lot of weight, maybe like 10%, 20%. On the fact that we're playing a slightly different format here at PGC this year. I think most of it's just form and consistency. And, you know, some of the teams that came into this event just looking really hot, really strong, have continued their runs throughout, you know, but again, you have to get it done here now. This is, of the circuits, the most impactful. This is the one where you really got to make sure today you're top 12. You know, just get that one good game and you're probably good to go. Again, you need to average probably about 4 points a game-ish. Has been about where the cutoffs have been falling in these circuit days to make sure you're top 12. So that's really what you're looking for. And teams have found creative ways to do that. Take VP, for example, who has been, you know, realizing in certain late game, you know, late stage scenarios where they just need a player to survive really long. So feed him a bunch of first aids and he chews through the blue and gets, you know, enough placement points that they secure a spot. I mean, they were in an okay position going into that game, but they made a really heady, smart decision at the beginning of that game to make sure that Beamy was going to survive as long as possible.
Well, we had some equipment issues, and it looks like they're starting to get a bit of that settled out right now, and hopefully we will be getting into the game in just one moment. So, I mean, if you're going to start off, at least taking a second, making sure everybody is set, ready to go, moving into the first day of the circuit is absolutely vital. So, I know it has been a bit of a podcast, sorry guys, but at least you are now firmly aware and know everything that you need to know going into the day.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a really exciting day today. This is going to be the best of the best for the circuit finals. This is where everybody has to bring their A game, and it has to start here on Erangel.
Seeing the fist bumps come out, and here we go. Looks like everything is getting situated, and yeah, it is time to make our way up. Get the plane up and in the air, and Erangel is on the table. Okay, plane path, pretty easy for everybody to start off everything, but I'm going to see if we're going to see any contests in drop, as we have been having some spicy drops come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think today is a day where you have the ability to maybe set up some rotation traps. You don't necessarily have to hot drop even. You can try to find ways to mess with some of the other teams that maybe you don't want to see qualify for whatever reason. And that's, you know, your decision to make. Once you're in the game, once you're in the lobby, you have the ability to kind of flex your muscle, especially if you're a team like T1, Twisted Minds, that are already pretty much good to go for the grand finals. But a lot of other teams in this lobby here today have a lot of work to do. Navi as well, another team that's basically in the grand finals, so you can play a little bit more relaxed today. You can play a little bit more aggressive. You can have some fun with it if you're those other teams. But if you're teams like we've been talking about, the Sonics, Cerberus, that need to have a good day today to make sure they get through this gauntlet of a circuit.
From the future is going to be pretty close to Tiamba, with Happy being a bit further over to the east from the rest of them. Tiamba's just going to go ahead and load up in a vehicle. They're probably just going to cut a path over into the west, find some space to work from with this. Do note the fact that we do have a bit of a rotation drop coming into play, and Navi is going to be going down to Novo, and get an idea of, hey, our normal drop spot is going to be pretty much dead in the circle, so I wouldn't be surprised if they don't stay in Novo for too long.
Yeah, I mean, this gives them some opportunity to potentially use some boats or make an early rotation towards the bridge. I mean, you know there's going to be a team at Milton and FaZe, so that's something you have to be concerned about, is you might have to drive past them. So this might be an opportunity to say, hey, if we're really fast here, we get some cars, we get on the boat, we can get over to like Milton Power or something like that before anybody can really do anything about it potentially. Shen has really started to heat up as this event went on, a player that I think a lot of us were really happy to see here at PGC. He has tremendous individual potential.
Yeah.
And we finally started to see it come through towards the second half of this event.
Okay, so when we look at this, Weibo in general pretty much has all of Shelter all the way down, a bit further down into the compounds that we know they're going to be crossing just north of Milta, so should be pretty good with this one. Navi already making the rotation over to Novo, picking up some vehicles, no surprise on that one. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a car rotate. I doubt we'll see a bridge come down, but we've got ourselves a Navi highlight package that we're going to take a quick look at.
It's helping out as well, but here comes Sossadin. He gets two. Hakatori aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hakatori.
It's going to not quite pay off, you'd have to imagine. He's out in no man's land, and Navi.
Those Hakatori Deagle shots. I'm never going to... I will watch that for forever. It is so good.
That's one of those all-time great moments in PUBG Esports where you just think there's no chance for a player in that situation, and he just proves you completely wrong. Absolutely wonderful. The way that Navi's been playing this year has been really impressive. I think our youngest team here at PGC, if not among the youngest. So with this squad, being led by Alrain, of course, who's been their coach for a long time for Na'Vi when they won PGC in 2022, he's done a great job whipping these boys into shape and really showing that they could be contenders coming into that grand finals weekend.
So Luna Galaxy there for a second, who just narrowly missed making it into the Final Four Circuit 2 off of the Bloomy healing. I know we've been talking about this one quite a bit, but he managed to out-survive them and buy just enough points to deny out their positioning. So to see if they're going to come in, maybe make a bit of a modification here or there. But what was working for them was at least getting them middling points. 17 Gaming going to be making their encroachment in. They're going to be coming in right back behind Cerberus, who's running a 2-2 split. It's going to be Duckmai up in front of him, but a lot of teams now starting to draw attention to Death Road and Farm.
Well, this, who knows, maybe one of those games where Cerberus is able to start making their move, starting to find comfort with a circle that's somewhat near their drop spot. Maybe they can get something rolling off of this. Just kind of keeping my eyes on 17 and how they're kind of approaching this this road. And you do have Cerberus up ahead. I think that vehicle might have been close enough for Little Ghost to hear it, if not just barely outside of audio range. But Duckmai is going to plant his feet up there. Cerberus seems to be kind of camping that road a little bit, maybe expecting a rotation through there and trying to see if they can get their kind of bearings early, try to get that hot start, get your hands warm, get that blood flowing underneath you and find those kills to start really riding some momentum.
And yeah, the Circuit Series has been pretty aggressive in the earlier stages, but there's no surprise today. This is the last chance for a lot of these squads, so everything in the pacing is going to be a lot more dramatic, a lot slower at the start. Nobody's wanting to take too many risks, right until you have to just be forced into a situation and try to make something happen. And that P90 is not going to get a lot of love over there, but
maybe Luna picks it up. I don't know, but probably not.
Maybe it looks like they're
it's
just
so
cars,
dangerous.
So
it's so dangerous out in the middle of that channel.
Well, it's got vision, specifically that one too.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you've got the bridge that people can take shots from. You also have like the Milta Peninsula coming down. That could be a bit of a problem. So see how this is going to lay out. Is Duckmai going to be very aware of what's going to be going on? Thex going to go ahead and get the knock on the ZYY, but it looks like some reinforcements might be coming in. Actually, looks like FaZe is going to be outmaneuvering this one, and Weibo is going to have to let it go.
Yeah, they just don't have the reinforcements there. They're even going to lose Mamu on the exit. This is devastating for Weibo, a team that needs to have a good day today to get through to another finals, to see if they can get their way to the grand finals. Stretched out a little too far, and FaZe off to a good start.
Oh, that's going to hurt for Weibo. They had such a good position in the center of the circle. They were feeling the math was going to be in their favor. Now down 2 members. This is going to be highly problematic, especially in a circle like this where you're going to have to make sure that you're going to need a lot of utility for smokes and rotates if you have to get out of the points that they're playing from.
How are you feeling about not putting Gustav on your team today?
Dude, I put Gustav on my team all the time. He's one of the best budget picks you can find, and today I didn't. That's okay. That's okay.
Okay. All right.
With it.
No, I agree with you.
I got Hakatori. I'm okay.
The thing is FaZe is full of great players. It just seems like this year, for whatever reason, sometimes they just don't have it, whether it be Jeems getting caught out early and then they just kind of can't play very well as 3.
You take that back.
What?
Best Sanhok team in all the world right
okay.
now.
Yeah. That's true. They are the best Sanhok team in the world. That's a fair point. The best TPP Sanhok team.
In solos. A lot of stipulations on that one, right? That's it. They blew all their chicken dinners at the start. Nah, it's going to be FaZe in a great position up here on top of Lumberyard. You can see the 17 going to be stretching over there to mess with New Happy a bit. New Happy's pretty regrouped. Not a lot going on to the west of this position just quite yet. Sonics as well as Daytrade making a rotation, so that might be a bit of a skirmish.
Oh, Gustav.
That's a beautiful shot.
That is so nasty, dude. That is so good. Some just great work with those 5.56 guns from Fex and Gustav. Really clean, accurate fire, and that's what they're going to need today. You'd love to not have to kind of just get into those later half of the day, because when you start getting past like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th game, things get pretty wild in these circuit lobbies, because a lot of the teams, probably about 10, 11 teams, have basically already moved on to the next day. So they can kind of mess with things. They can kind of play a little bit looser, a little bit different than maybe they normally would, and that adds a lot of chaos to the lobby. So that's something that you really have to consider. Is coming out to a strong start is so relieving on these circuit days, because then you don't have to think about, okay, well, normally, you do all this prep, right? You come in and you're like, okay, normally team X does this, they rotate this way at this time. But if they're already one of those teams that's way up there and you're flirting around that 12th place spot, then you're potentially in trouble, because what they normally do might not happen, and therefore all of your, all that hard work you put in, watching map feeds, watching the team's rotations and timings, are just go out the window.
We can see that it's going to be SGD that did a stop off to get some scouting maneuvering into the circle, but it's going to be Tiamba coming up back behind them, taking a couple of shots. Not too much else going on over here, but Tiamba, with this chase, could put themselves pretty close to Twisted Minds, who's running a pretty separated angle, and yep, already getting some vision. Twisted Minds taking some shots at Tiamba, going to force them to play a bit more into the north, it looks like.
Yeah, they need to just back off a little bit. It got a little overextended on that hillside. It's a downward slope that opened them up towards the Twisted Minds, like you mentioned. So SGD there, able to get away without any real damage, and maybe a few tires that were lost along the way. I saw that, some of the Tiamba players were trying to pop those tires on the way through, which is absolutely what you should be doing there. So you can get those vehicles to spin out and then get that easier kill. But instead, Tiamba's just going to have to group up on the edge, kind of wait out this next circle, it looks like.
Yeah, that's about where we're at. 30 seconds, nobody making any big moves. A couple of shots going on between a few teams. Most notably, it's going to be like FaZe taking shots at New Happy. I think that we saw Navi and Luna kind of taking a couple shots between each other. No knocks really coming out other than what we saw just at the start with Weibo. So everybody is just going to be comfortably sitting and waiting for the next circle for the time being. Even if you see a knock, it would be very hard to chase it down at this point, as I think pretty much everybody's inside of a compound or a dip or got some type of support from a teammate nearby.
Yeah, things look like they're going to settle in just a little bit. And this next circle tell us a lot more about how this is going to, what in the world?
17.
What? Okay, circle. We're just madness, That is the name of the circle.
Hey, look, we're getting close to getting a bridge game, which is like one of my favorites. So we'll see.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I love it.
Yeah. So Farm, Death Road's going to lose a section of it, but meanwhile, we're also going to keep a bit of the Lumberyard in. Northern team's going to be the ones that are going to be having to collapse. So most notably, we can see it's going to be Tiamba, SGD, Twisted Minds already bumping into T1, who's under duress at this time frame, so they're going to have to make a move of their own. We also do have BB that's going to be doing a longer wrap. Teams down the south have a much easier rotate. We also do see that's going to be Weibo, the Spaceman, as well as Shin, trying to separate out, see if they can find some type of safety position to play.
I like what the Sonics are working with right now, but they need to be aware that there could be teams coming from their west. I mean,
I dig this. We can see where the fact that the teams are putting markers at and where they think that they want to go. That's nice.
Oh yeah. So I like the Sonic spot, assuming that they can hold the line, because what we can see on the map is that SGD and Tiamba are going to be maneuvering in their direction. This is not good for EF. This is not a part of the map that you really want to be stuck out in the open. You can see 17's going to have sightlines into this car fort, and they're going to make it really, really difficult for their, durability on those vehicles at the very least. It's probably going to be worse than that.
And smoke's already down. That means you're going to have to bring utility that you're probably going to need at the later stages. We'll have to see how some of the more, maneuverable teams want to handle this. Is we still have outlier teams with Tiamba still needing to make it inside the circle. T1 that was playing up to the north that we saw just 1 second ago. EF decides, okay, that's not good enough. Let's see if we can find something else. They're just going to cut a path, and they are going to find themselves a new home for it. But they do have a sneaky little Shin hiding out inside of it.
Yeah, so this is sort of a bailout position here for EF. A nice find by them to get out of that tricky spot. Really good awareness, knowing that there's no way they could hold on in that position. So immediately make a move. Looks like that Coop's not doing so good. Already starting to smoke, so can't be in great shape. And that's going to be a huge problem for EF if they have to leave this compound. If the circle does shift hard north or hard northwest, hard northeast, something like that, the vehicles are going to become a problem pretty quick for them. So that's something to consider. Also, they had to use some extra smokes early. That's not great. Now, you might be able to pick up some smokes in this compound depending on how heavily it was looted. So there are some good things for EF to look at as they try to get this vehicle into a safer spot.
Good guy, Kuala, going to be coming over here, picking up his teammate, making sure that he makes an easier rotation. Luna Galaxy also did send Haven pretty close to that position, and let's not forget Shin. So while, yes, EF did find themselves a compound, it is definitely not comfortable with what you're talking about with all the damage on the vehicles. It's going to be, I guess, a focal point for a lot of the attention that we're seeing how teams are going to be maneuvering. BB going to go ahead and do a stop off right at the peninsula and going to be looking out over the beach just south of Milta, see if they can spot out anything. Rotation's going to be pretty clean for him, and there you go. Shin's going to find a code Marco, get the down and the flush, so at least picking up 1 point. But now the drop is the fact that you've got EF eyeing up the top of this hillside and trying to make a play for it.
Now this is, going to be interesting now for EF. Like, what do you do? And there's also Luna Galaxy's Haven looming just towards the edge of this compound. He could have a role to play in this fight potentially. Now they're looking for another player. They're like, okay, well, We know that there's 2 left for Weibo. Where's the other player? Turns out not anywhere near this, but okay, we're already removing the water. So we're heading up north. That's something. But a lot of that space in the center of this circle is relatively unforgiving. We saw it earlier in the event. You know, the Freaks won from that compound near where FaZe is. So you can see that there wasn't a lot to play with in those later circles. However, EF did end up winning that game. They played that late game very, very nicely. Let's see if they can hold on here and do that again.
Here comes Collapse in. Spaceman in a problematic situation right now. I would say even more nervous in his position than what we just saw coming out from Shin. Tiamba already going to have one of their members get knocked in this rotation. It's going to be Belmoth that spots him out. CC's going to go down. They're just going to make a play over into a Wizard Tower, but do find some safety in that for the time being. Meanwhile, just to the west of this, we've got Sonics as well as FTF and SGD that could also path in a similar fashion.
Yeah, this is not great for Tiamba. You're losing a lot of durability on those vehicles. Tires already gone. That's a nice play from Shremzy up on the roof. Going to take down Happy. Good awareness here from the Sonics, but they're outside of this new circle. They're going to have to make their way through eventually, but good job watching their backs. As we can see on the map, there's still 3 players of FTF in the blue who are trying to figure out now how they're going to make their approach forward. That was the scout player they've been taking down. Now you might need to think about plan B.
We also have the potential for a skirmish over there just to the south of Prison, where we do have T1 as well as BB playing in position next to each other. This is an interesting point, as we do have FaZe that's still holding a 2-2, so they have a good chance of having the circles go their direction, but also means the fact that with still having 60 people alive, there's a decent chance that somebody just might come after one of those compounds.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially if you're going to gamble that this circle is going to go somewhere in the middle. There's only a couple compounds in there, and they're extremely valuable. They will get you into the late game if the circle's anywhere near them. So that's something to really consider. T1 is going to contest the lumber yard. I can see that up on the map. Here comes FTF, who decided to just try to do a little beach driving, see if they could find a way through that way. And for now, they actually are going to be okay. The real question for them is going to be if they keep going towards the bridge. There is Luna Galaxy kind of fanned out in that direction.
Okay, here's the lineup that we were talking about just a moment ago between BB and T1. No big pop-off happening between them just yet. Both teams still just kind of eyeing the positioning. We did see that it is going to be a bit more entrenched in point right now, as it's T1 that's kind of wandering around, making sure that they don't have any contenders coming up back behind them. They have a pretty decent amount of information, T1 does, as they were playing up around Prison and kind of maneuvering down slowly and steadily from the south. So they know that they're at least free over to the west just due to how the train's going to play. So I like the slowdown, understanding where their weaker points in their rotate could be coming at and realizing the threat of BB and where they could be hiding.
Yeah, no. It's really good stuff from both teams, honestly. Like, they're being really aware of the situation that's in front of them. So you gotta tip your cap there. BB, a team that did really well in Circuit 1, got a lot of points. And yeah, we're just hard shifting up towards that compound. So as we saw earlier, there isn't a great amount of stuff to play with, especially as you go further down that hill from the lumberyard. It becomes less dense with trees and becomes more wide open in terms of terrain. So already FaZe making the collapse towards that central compound. Absolutely the right play. T1, though, kind of maybe on a slightly better edge than BB. We'll have to see. Xiaozi, Nan getting ready for a crash here from Na'Vi. Grenades are out. A lot of damage done, and already the first knock comes through.
Just instantly on that push. Already a quick exchange between them. Mingling's going to go down. AZ also already down, and good repositionings coming out. Na'Vi reads how this is going to be going, but look at the shift back out. It was almost catastrophe, but Sosed clutches it up when he needs it.
Yeah, Sosed there coming through big. Although, yeah, you are losing a little bit there. Luna could crash. I mean, Na'Vi's extremely weak. They should be rolling in right now.
Just not going to give them a chance to make anything happen. Kraken going to be the guy that's going to be leading the way, spotting out down members, and just picking up point after point for absolutely free.
This is great timing here, and this is the Luna that I've been looking to see again since the first circuit, where they're really opportunistic. They're waiting for their moments to strike and get those points, get those easier points. I'm not going to say they're free. They certainly are not, but for Na'Vi, Sosed stuck on the stairs, last member alive, trying to buy whatever time he can. Not the end of the world for Na'Vi, though. Still got a squad wipe, still got your 4 points. So from here on out, it's A-okay. Now the Sonics are rolling up right next to SGD.
I mean, there's nowhere to go, and It's going to be Tickleton doing an exchange off. That one, good seat swap coming out. Ming's going to be now trying to reinforce the back line as it's going to be everybody from Sanhok just rolling up into an absolute death trap up here. Are going to start picking up more, but it's also going to be Twisted Minds at range, spots out what's going to be going on. Sanhok is going to go down, but it's going to be SGD also in trouble. We could have a couple other potential firefights brewing, as it is also going to be Daytrade and 17, as well as Tiamba, all having to make a move still. Not inside the safe zone just yet.
That's a brutal start for the Sonics. Really needed to get it going today. Oh, what a hold here from Zosid. Gonna get taken out by Posta, though. Tried to do what he could. Still, at the end of the day, really nice stuff from Luna. That's just textbook third party.
Yeah, I mean, realizing, hey, we just heard the firefight, multiple members down, paying attention to the kill feed, gonna go ahead and pounce off of it. Daytrade, not given the opportunity. They wanted to try to mirror it.
That car's in the way.
Yeah. Squeeze it in there.
Haven can't see because of the smoke. He's trying to find an angle.
I'm just enthralled. Hey, look, has he bumped it enough yet? Look, just back up and then come in a different angle, man. Everybody should know that at this stage. We got a lot of older players. If it's not going in the way you want it to, you just got to reposition and come in a new angle.
There you go. All right, SGD's on the move. Tianba as well, trying to cut through 17 territory. There's Spaceman from Weibo, but already one member of Tianba gunned down by Xiao Wu. They are in a really difficult position. I mean, there's a crossfire here. The only question I have is Spaceman. Like, is he going to pop out at some point and maybe ruin 17's round?
I don't know. I mean, I think he just took a shot. So, meanwhile, Tiamba trying to make a push in through the 17 line. Not going to find too much. 17 going to defend up pretty strong. They do have a little ghost that's going to be down. Also, Suju took a face full of bullets. Daytrade also hear this. Look like they're creeping up right back behind 17. And this positioning could be absolute catastrophe for them if they're not paying close enough attention.
Yeah, this might give Tianba enough space to get out. It just kind of depends on how hard Daytrade wants to commit to this. Nope. Suju going to be clean with that Mark 12. Now anticipates pressure. You can already see he's preparing for it. There is going to be some players going down. Zenith got the knock on to Patulin, has him out in the open. Lu trying to do a little something. Keep Type at bay, but Perfectic steps up. That's going to be Lewin getting Type as well. So a nice combined fire there from the Mines players.
Very far outside the circle, though, as it is going to be T1 that's getting the gatekeeping position. It's going to be EN that's shifting a bit more into the west, lining in up against Example for the time being. If he wants to try to contain this, he's going to have to make some big shots, and he does. The nade going down is going to connect with Example. So now Twisted Minds in a very desperate situation. Even the res coming out as Type is now back up on his feet. Spray's going to come out. And now Lu, the last one up, is just going to have to send it over into the west under duress the entire way.
Yeah, this was a really nice angle that T1 took into this fight. You know, Twisted Minds a little bit distracted at times on the other side of the circle, but with that high ground advantage, you know, T1 can fall back to the top of the hill to keep themselves safe, to get their meds up, whereas Twisted Minds has to just keep pressing, has to keep trying to fight. Meanwhile, Cerberus has gotten involved with 17 as well. Daytrade, danger close to Suju on the other side of this. He's trying to hold the line. They are going to lose a player, though, for their kind of actions on this southern edge, and Daytrade just trying to see if they can keep Suju at bay, but Suju must be doing a phenomenal job over there. They really haven't been able to find an angle.
Well, Daytrade just can't step forward. They've got Luna Galaxy as well as BB that are going to be back behind them, just absolutely peppering in shots. So every single time Daytrade wants to step forward, yeah, it's going to be FaZe now also getting added in. There's just no sight line for Daytrade to work from, so they're just being forced into this. They have no options. They're going to be cresting right into Suju in just one moment, but Cerberus, on the opposing front of this, is just absolutely keeping everybody from 17 down on the ground, and they can't reinforce.
This is good stuff from Cerberus. There's no reason to overextend in this circle. You are just going to open yourself up to one team or another who's got some kind of cover on the other side of the road. So might as well just try to wait this out, see if the other teams tear each other apart so you can get some good placement points at the very least. Suju continuing to try to hold the line all by himself. Done a nice job. Daytrade, though. Oops, some mortars starting to rain in from somewhere, maybe Cerberus.
He's going to drop him right in front of Nurins as Duckmai does manage to get a bit better of a position around this one with that knock. Are we going to see them shift into a new position? Maybe go for a bigger play out of it. Blue Zone Nate's going to be landing right on top of everybody from 17. That's when Suju's going to come alive. Take a couple of shots of his own. Takes down Thanadol. Lou is finally going to go down, so Twisted Minds is now removed from the lobby. Cerberus slowly, instead of climbing up the leaderboard, not getting a ton of kills just quite yet, but has the opportunity for a couple right up in front of him. Panzerfaust being switched over. 17 just nowhere to really go, but fortunately they don't have to go anywhere with the circle.
And Cerberus does not need to overcommit. That is a ambitious Panzer there. Actually scrapes, I think, a little bit of damage onto Himas. Xiaobei trying to keep Hemas uncomfortable. That's going to force the rest of Cerberus to start barreling down with those Dragonovs.
I think it also forced the car away. The Panzerfaust explosion followed him with a couple of shots. Going to force that car, deny out some cover. So not quite as comfortable as it was just a moment ago for Cerberus. Luna Galaxy coming alive down to the south. Going to be flanking back behind. It is going to be Nurens, but Nurens is going to go ahead and get the drop on Posa first. So good defense coming up for Day Trade, but these guys have just been fighting tooth and nail the entirety of the time down here in the south.
Yeah, they've been trying to third-party fights, but they've been prevented from doing so by teams on the eastern edge. But Thanadol going to get a big knock there, trying to keep themselves alive. Luna, all of a sudden, looking for those opportunistic points, is just shut down here by Day Trade. Starting to throw out the stuns to try buy a little bit of extra space, but those points going to be stolen by a doozy from BB. And here comes T1.
Oh, man. They tried to roll right up into FaZe's neighborhood and gets instantly shut down. 2 members down and make it a third. FaZe cleans that up fast, clean, already at 8 kills.
Yeah, just nowhere else for T1 to go in this circle. Had to make a move, had to make a crash, and FaZe completely thwarts it. Easy peasy for them. Kraken, well,
yeah, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, you just die. That's what you do.
They tried to make a shift over and back behind Day Trade. That was shut down. Picked up a couple of points, though, off the kills, so not the worst game coming up from them. BB on one side of this. It's going to be over into the southeast. Meanwhile, FaZe up to the northeast. Over in the northwest, it's going to be Cerberus, and then good old 17 kind of hunkering down inside their shack. They do technically have the southwest, but not really. It's still Cerberus. They own it all.
Yeah, really, they are going to need help from another team in the circle to probably get out of there. I mean, you can't imagine unless they hit some of the nastiest DMR shots of their life.
Nobody can really. I mean, unless the circle goes over here, the hillside is set up. So this is just a trap 17 game. They can't.
Yep.
They can't look out. They're just stuck here.
Yeah, there's. What else do you do? There's nothing. I mean, so Cerberus has every right to just stand there and keep them pinned down. That's going to open up just a little bit of space for BB to make their move. I think there seems to be enough of the hill in the way that FaZe doesn't have great vision onto that position. Kind of getting a bird's eye view of it isn't going to give us a real great idea of the terrain. And there we go. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, you can see that hill gives a doozy enough cover, and then he's going to use that foldable cover on the other side to keep the teams on the west from maybe doing some damage to him from range. FaZe, I think just barely this next circle's in for them, so they can stay in this compound for one more circle.
Yeah, Cerberus loses a lot of the territory that they had on lock. 17 Gaming is just continuing just to... I mean, that shack down there is just a prison for them and not too many options that they can work from. FaZe with the utmost control inside the circle. I like this Cerberus deciding that they're going to go ahead, capitalize off this, roll right down into it. Nade's going to land right next to Hemas. Already going to step away from it, though, so should be perfectly fine. Hemas is going to pick up one. Haisaki's going to pick up the other one, but the nades coming up from Zhao Wu are going to counter it back.
I actually don't know if I like that too much. I think Cerberus can just wait that out. Just wait for 17 to either have to move. I mean, I know you want the points, but that's a hefty price to pay for that maneuver, especially for a team who so desperately needs to get into a finals and get points. Meanwhile, Doozy continues to just destroy people with his Mark 12. Grenades now starting to ring out. Gustav does return the favor. A good grenade, a grenade in a Doozy's hand actually is going to take him down. Here comes some more frags. Bill first taken out.
I mean, right as soon as the vision cleared, you just saw FaZe get so many good sight lines into this. Jeems just creeping his way forward. Solzy does get vision onto Jeems, so that's going to slow down any form of defense. But it is going to be Jeems' nades that continue to rain down. BB team is eliminated. Cerberus on one side of this right now, and it's going to be FaZe on the other. But Jeems down and flushed.
Yeah, nice job here by Solalzi. Found a great angle to put some pressure onto FaZe. They were able to clean out BB. So now it's a 3-on-3. In terms of numbers, it's a fair fight. I think Cerberus has enough of this hill that they don't have to commit to anything just yet. Really, where does that Phase 8 circle go? How do the teams want to maneuver? I think there's enough room where they can kind of separate and chill for a moment. You got to be real careful, because the closer you get to that road, the more exposed you're going to be, the harder it's going to be for you to stay alive, to be frank.
Yeah, this is cover control kind of favors FaZe. They've got that hill that they can play for cover for the time being. Smoke wall is going to be down. Cerberus is going to be moving forward, but remember the one member that they did lose in that push is going to be Hemas, so it's going to make it a bit more complicated for the squad that we know has a lot of fragging power. Now they're just going to have to line up against this hill. It is going to be about the only thing that they can safely play. FaZe already kind of moving around that, wants Gustav to kind of be their anchor to provide a crossfire, but he's not going to have good vision on this one. It's all just going to come down to being in Phase 7 and waiting for where phase 8 is going to go.
Yeah, so immediately my eyes go to the smoke grenades, which FaZe does have a slight advantage in. However, Cerberus has the advantage in stuns and frags. So even though FaZe might be able to create better angles, better positioning, Cerberus can counter that with their utility potentially to kind of shut FaZe out of this next zone. It is just going to center up on the road, so it's going to come down to making sure you get those good shots. It's going to be hard to find trades initially until the circles start closing, and then it's going to come down to who can get some of those grenades to land, who can use those smokes to their advantage. Look at Gustav.
Yeah, Cerberus has a lot of interesting cover pieces, so I like this coming up from FaZe. Deny those out, try to cross the road already. Try to prep up for it so that way you can kind of relent some of the firefighting that's going to be going over towards Corexi and Fex. Now with Gustav playing over here, he can sneak up the moment we see Cerberus be a bit more aggressive because FaZe lost most of their cover due to how the circle lays. Making the commitment in right now and letting those other two be a distraction to let him sneak in is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Gustav has to play his life. He is now the point man. Corexi trying to move in behind that. Fex trying to pin in from an off angle. The rest of Cerberus, they have to figure out how they're going to make a move here. Again, grenades, stuns, those kind of things going to be in Cerberus's favor, but they've got to make good use of them. They've got to make them connect, and you got to make sure that Fex isn't going to be comfortable up on this high ground.
And look at how he's playing around. He just keeps going for peaks, keep taking a couple of shots. Like, look at me, I'm over here. Don't worry about the fact that there were two people over here a second ago. Just keep your eyes focused on me. I'm the prize that you want. Meanwhile, nades already getting prepped up, being thrown out. I don't know if that's going to be the right angle, though. That's going to reveal position. And now the rest of Cerberus is going for a counter move.
This is really nice that they're able push a little bit further forward here for FaZe. Hisaki did get into the next circle, so he's got some kind of control, but this is a big duel. Corexi takes the worst of it.
Nades prepped up on one side of this. Cerberus now starting to line them in. Oh, drops right on top of Corexi. He's going to go down. Gustav has to just run for safety right now. Fex has to find some type of angle to provide some cover, but there's just no vision to be had. Smoke wall is down. Cerberus starting to take control over the circle more and more. Stepping in. Gustav continuing to hit and run. Tries to step away. He's going to go down. Does get some damage on Hisaki, but now it's all on to Fex.
And you can see that utility advantage that Cerberus had with the stuns and the frags, but Fex can't do anything. It is going to be Cerberus coming through to win the first game of the day.
Finally finding some points on the board. Cerberus should feel pretty good about that one, but you can see it was desperate. Several sections of this didn't feel the way that they wanted it to. Talk about the push down to the shack for 17 where they lost Hamas. They got a lot of damage, but it just didn't feel good to get that one.
Yeah, it felt like Cerberus was at times a little timid, but they had to be. There was no other choice in that circle. You could see at the end of that game, a lot of the teams just knew that they couldn't really push out from their positions because of that wide open terrain, because there's a few compounds left, like the one FaZe had, that offers so much control of that space.
Just look at the faces on this, on the players. You can see that the pressure mounting off of this as we're moving forward. So let's go ahead and shift off, get ready for game number 2.
Well, the fight back is on for Cerberus after having a disappointing Circuit 2. They come into Circuit 3 and get the chicken dinner straight away here. From one side, having Cerberus be the highlight of this game. On the other side of the road, of course, FaZe with a huge game here as well, Martin.
Yeah, fantastic start for them, and this is really gonna make it kind of scary for them, right? Because, or for everyone else against them, because this is an amount of points right now that one more decent game for any of these teams, and they're actually safe and sound, right? So it's going to be hard to focus them for the rest of the day if you want them out, or if you want to try to relegate them and make sure they don't go into the next day of the circuits.
Such a commonly treaded area as well for an ending circle like this, right? These compounds, how they work out, eventually you're having to kind of get out of those compounds, go towards the road, which does create one of those stalemate situations. We even have the usual interesting percentage popping up at the top saying it was 50-50. Either Cerberus wins or FaZe wins. I was like, oh, okay.
And this is why, I like that it kind of goes center, right? Because if any of the teams had it on their side of the road, they're just the one, and that would have been kind of unfair. But yeah, it's good to see. A little bit unfortunate that I felt like FaZe Clan could have waited maybe a little bit longer with those utilities because they had a lot of space in the back. So if they waited maybe 20 or 30 more seconds, that could potentially have forced Cerberus up to a spot where they would be kind of forced to be in one of those, either behind that big rock or on the tree with the car cover. So yeah, we'll discuss that later. And
sure. I mean, actually, I mean, what you're saying though, I know which nades you're talking about. The double nade that came through from FaZe, right? It felt like they didn't exactly have full grasp on exactly where their opponents were.
It was more of a chance, Hail Mary, right?
Yeah, so if they'd have just waited and held onto it, maybe they could have gone for it. But anyway, it's by the by here, as Cerberus will be able to take the victory from all of this. And I see Sonics there for a moment. Not too much for them, as they were kind of caught along that snake road and didn't quite be able to get in too far forward. Xiao Gadui took out Sonics, I believe, in this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a scary circle, right? With
yeah.
how everything went and how late they were, right? And we talked about it in the beginning of the day, and we were like, okay, it's probably going to be very edge heavy, right? And especially in this circle here, there are so many priority compounds it's going to be taking on extremely early. Some greedy 2-2 splits in the first 2 or 3 circles, and then, yeah, it really comes down to the kind of scouting and spotting the other teams that are like, okay, there's a 2-2 split going, we can now take that and backfill that compound, right? And we saw that on the southern side with Na'Vi, and of course the backfill from Luna. It was kind of scary a little bit for them. They got wiped quite hard, but they were down to 1 guy with 3 guys knocked, so it's hard to really defend anything from that.
No, definitely. And you know that eventually it's going to keep happening in these compounds, right? So if you have a breach coming your way, you have to clean it up very cleanly.
You do.
Because otherwise, people are just going to be able to take that opportunity to be able to push on it. Again, especially today, where it feels like if you do see a team that is potentially vulnerable in some of these third parties, bam, you're going to be hitting it very, very, very quickly. Admittedly, in a circle like this, you're going to be hitting it anyway very quickly on these compounds, because there isn't really that great terrain cover. You kind of want the compounds per se.
Yeah, those, like the copy pasta compound on each side of the road, some of the other kind of flat top garage buildings, they're such a high priority. Again, as I said, like they're going to be taken so early on, and that's why we saw so many teams kind of third-partying that. And to kind of go through how the game is, it's just about like how early do you get in and what priority do you get into that next circle here. But Cerberus ended up getting 8 with FaZe Clan getting 12. Super impressive for these 2 teams with the amount of points they're able to get from the start.
Maybe laying in weight as well. They get themselves 6 kills down toward the bottom. I feel like the circle was kind of their nemesis to a degree, right? Eventually they get, FaZe realizes, okay, let's just move out, use a lot of your utility against the BB position. Because it was just kind of cordoning them off, not really able to do too much with that. 17 crashed on by Cerberus, kind of taken out. There was one scary nade towards the end of that fight where I thought, oh dear, can Cerberus actually recover from that? But because of the lay of the land, because all the other teams are on that east side of that circle, they do have enough time. Nobody's going to be pushing Hail Mary across the road to try and exploit.
Nah, no chance. It was a good pull-up from Cerberus. Unfortunate, him has got knocked and flossed in that situation. And actually, in him, only 0 kills, but 390 damage for him, so good for fantasy. But still, if they had him as there, they would probably feel a little bit more kind of safe to take up against that fight with FaZe. But it was a 3 versus 3, kind of fair with how it worked out. And I really liked how FaZe Clan actually managed to get 2 guys across and have an anchor and Vex behind that rock, and that could have worked out well if they waited maybe a little bit more. It could have been their game, but it wasn't. It was Cerberus, and that means that the man of the match for this one is going to be Haisaki with 4 kills and 719 damage. That's super impressive.
Yeah, good for Cerberus, considering obviously so many people's eyes navigate straight to a Himas. Okay, what's he going to be able to do in the late game? But all these guys were able to hold their own while this was going on, being able to eventually kind of deal with what's a threat over on that west side and then carve out some room for themselves. Very important game for them here, as 18 points will go their way. That being said, though, FaZe Clan, 18 points as well. For those 2 teams, as you say, just a few more points here and there, you're through to tomorrow.
Yeah, we're talking about that kind of 25, 27 hypothetical minimum cutoff for that bottom 4 there, right? So this is going to be easy. 5 games to get that, just that. That's not a problem for them at all. So yeah, again, we were talking about that in the beginning of the day here, like Cerberus, they should be. We kind of looked out after. There should be some teams kind of focusing a little bit, and nobody really third-partied them. Nobody really took care of them in a focus point like that. So yeah, it could come down to tomorrow. If you want to deny a team that has been historically throughout this year, performance-wise, at a really high level here, not really seen it come to fruition just yet here at PGC 24.
Well, that's the thing. Game 1 on a day like this where you may be under threat, it's the perfect time to say, okay, we've got so many points. there's not much point pushing us right now. So that will give them a lot of comfort in these next coming games. Going into our next Erangel, who are you looking out for?
And also no hot drops so far, really, like
true.
on, and this is what we talked about. It's not worth it to hot drop just yet. It's more like a last 2 games of the day that we're really potentially going to see something like that, and that's really what caught my eye so far. And then I don't think we're going to see the next game either, but I'm expecting more kind of focused as we like really come throughout the day. We're going to see more focused third partying and really, you know, pushing somewhere. It's like they're not playing for the win, they're playing for the third party to close that specific team down.
All right, well, let's get to it then. The grassy pastures one more time for day number 1 of Circuit 3 here. Once again, the last circuit before we get to that PGC Grand Finals. Without further ado, let's head over to the commentators to bring you all of the action.
Thanks, guys, and I agree. It's going to be not so much hot drops off the start to today, but we do have Cerberus with a point lead. We were talking about it roughly the same time that they were, that this now is the opportunity for Cerberus to maybe finally warm up.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great game to start your day. I mean, really navigated their space very well. Obviously, like the desk was talking about, would have liked to have had Hemas in there, but you lose him on that push, so be it. You still get the win. You still come through with a much-needed confidence boost. But this plane, very easternly shifted, so this could be another tough kind of eastern circle, potentially. You never know, but it's going to be interesting to see how some of our western teams are going to want to get to their drop spots, potentially. You know, you do have to look at New Happy, who does go over to Ferry Pier. You know, maybe there's a world where Cerberus is able to kind of mess with one of them while they're trying to get in vehicles and get over there. So I'm going to have to wait and see exactly how it all plays out. I'm also looking at Sonics, who are way over on the eastern side of the map, more towards that Kameshki area, towards the trash loot to the south of it. You know, you do have EF up in that vicinity as well. Yeah. So there's some opportunity here for some early kills.
I mean, we've got, what, H-Win, the Mad, and Type all mixed up around each other. Circle's going to pop, and well then. Western lean in the circle on a very eastern plane path and also very north. So BB going to be feeling pretty good about that, but that's about it.
Well, you got to look at teams like Tianba here. Like, how early do you want to push? You could go to your normal drop spot at South George. You could think about just getting in cars and just going. I mean, and then getting into the circle, going into the containers, and getting your loot that way. It's going to be pretty unlikely that anyone's going to beat you there if you choose to do that, which is what I would certainly expect them to do. But then teams like Luna, teams like FTF.
New Happy? Are they? What are they? I feel like they're having a discussion about where they want to drop. You saw them kind of swerving all over the place. There's nobody taking shots at them. Nobody was around them. I guess they were just trying to figure out where they wanted to go to get some loot.
Yeah, they got to be kind of concerned because I think they might expect that somebody's going to come over that bridge quick, so they don't want to be at their normal ferry pier spot because you might just get caught up when someone's driving over there and you're driving there too. So it might be a Gatka push for them. Just have to wait and see exactly where they end up. Obviously, BB is going to be feeling pretty comfortable. SGD going to have the control of that Razak area, but let's take a little bit of an interview here with Weibo.
也没什么计划吧，就是场上的时候多注意细节，多注意位置，然后抓住一些机会，尽可能拿分的机会吧。第一周自己给自己挖了坑嘛，所以现在到第3周，必须得进第3周的第3天才能进决赛。
I mean, you heard it from himself, put themselves in a hole, and there was a lot of inside of that. So, I mean, you can see that the pressure is definitely mounting.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Weibo really did not get off on the right foot in that first game, lost a couple players early.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, you got a couple kill points in there, but that's not really what you need today. Again, you can't be in one of those bottom 4 positions, and as the day goes on, it gets more and more difficult to get out of those positions because everybody else is playing with that monopoly money, playing with the free money. You know, they've already got Boardwalk, they've already got Park Place, and you're struggling, you know, trying to get some of those territories that are on the western side of the monopoly board. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this next game because they're one of the teams very much on the outside looking in with a lot of teams behind them as well, which makes things even that much more precarious.
Early rotator squads, we've got FTF that's taking emergency pickup. They should be on a pretty good path for the circle in and of itself. Twisted Minds, SGD, and Day Trade already making plays for the circle. 17 also going to be regrouping down to the south, right around that Everest area. Everybody else kind of looting up. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a couple of emergency pickups will come out after this, but no big push coming out from a lot of these squads to feel like they just desperately need to get here.
for sure. And I like this from FTF. I mean, I was kind of looking towards Luna to see if maybe they'd grab one as well. Definitely if you're one of those teams on Sanhok Island and you weren't Tianba, who did end up going to South George, whereas New Happy is kind of doing the Southeast Gakka split, in case you're keeping track of that earlier thread that we wove into the fabric of this match. That is going to be the only other team that I'm really looking at is Luna for the emergency pickups, unless maybe FaZe found one or something, or Cerberus, but everybody else seems to be comfortable just kind of doing their thing. Sonics are going to be coming in from the east. You can see some of the pings here. Yeah.
I like the fact that we got to see the camera on the players while they're essentially in the emergency pickup. Hands off, you saw a couple touching their face. A bit of nervousness coming in because you have no idea what you're about to drop into, and they have roughly, I mean, they've got a couple of options, but if they put themselves all the way back up against the wall to the north, play along the coast, that's where BB is already going to be at. Twisted's already in a strong position around the shooting range area, so I'll be curious to see how quickly they manage to modify their drop here.
If I'm them and I'm thinking safe, I'm thinking northwest.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more towards Zarki, wait for this helicopter to go all the way as far as it can, and then try to make something happen from there. See if there's some vehicles over on that western road. You know it's going to be really unlikely that anybody's gotten over there yet, so you still have the ability to maybe get yourself some options for the next phases of the game. And they actually did just drop center, though, so they're going to be going, oh my god.
Oh, they're going to be landing right in the thick of Day Trade and Twisted Minds. This is not the way you want to do it. It's going to be Twisted doing a good job on defense, just shoos them over into the east, but there is the hill, there is a couple places to play, there's the shack, you know, sure it is a breakable shack, but there's also the bunker, so there's salvage to be found here. Doesn't feel good, but salvage.
You got to go into that bunker, basically, because everybody from South Severny is going to have eyes on you from here. Not to mention the hillside from the west of Severny that BB has. So I don't know where else you really go. Maybe into that bunker and just try to lock this down, and that's what they're going to do. That's really the only option that FTF has at this point. So try to get a little bit aggressive. Try to go for center circle. They don't lose a player, but this is, unless the circle is super favorable to you, this is a tough spot to get out of because there's 3 teams that know you're in here at a minimum right now.
And just waiting for the potential kill points to come out. On top of that, you have no information that you can gather down there, so you're just, they went from knowing no idea what was going on in the game to now being in a position where that's going to be the next circle or two, potentially, depending on how this all rolls out. Long wraps coming up from Na'Vi. Looks like they're going to cut a path into Severny, and if they do lean into the north, they might contend up against EF. I think that EF is cutting a path along this line, but I don't know if their eyes are set on Severny itself. It looks like they might be shifting a bit more to the south. So this should be pretty open and pretty uncontested. Really, it's just going to be Nurans that might take some shots at them at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, I like that we're getting to see sort of Navi's game plan there. You know, first stop is one of those compounds on the northern road, and then maybe, you know, you get some info on the way on the hill on the way there, go to that compound, and then if you can, you go further into Severny if you're able to identify that there's open space in there. So really smart stuff from Na'Vi, well thought out. You do have EF kind of making a similar rotation, but they're not going as north, so it looks like that's not going to come to anything just yet. And here's Tanadol from pretty long range there. Yeah, it's painful.
I mean, he's at least smiling about it. You know, like whenever you get hit with a shot like that, you just got to be like, okay, that was just good. So respect where respect's due on that. We also, speaking of Na'Vi, Sonics are doing a rotate pretty far to the northeast, going up next to Kameshki, so we might see them also bumping heads in this EF Na'Vi situation. Tianba did go over to George Pole, like you were talking about a moment ago. They just finished their looting. They're cutting across the bridge, just maneuvered their area just past North George itself. So a lot of things still on the table to work with, but we do have Cerberus kind of being the tail end of that. Where are you moving at right? Oh, he stopped off for just a second. I'm going to go ahead and pick that up.
Yeah, maybe going to get in a glider, do a little bit of scouting for the Sonics, see if they can find some kind of purchase into this next circle and make their way from there. They've had to play a lot of edge in parts of this event just because of the congestion of their normal drop spot. They aren't able to really get where they want to go. Even their backup drop spot of Gatco is being contested by the Expendables, so it's been a bit of a tricky event for the Sonics, to say the least. Let's see if Kick can find them some good opportunity, some good real estate. T1 just kind of southeast of Severny there, just across the Razak River. They've got Weibo underneath them. You can see Mamu a little bit close to the end, but he's going to reveal his position, and that's going to mean that T1 now is aware that they do have a team relatively close to them. But T1 extremely spread out. They're going to have a tough time if somebody is, picked off here early.
I mean, it's a good control point to play from if you were trying to set up like a gauntlet of people coming from Yasnaya. Maybe they felt that that was going to happen, but not too much coming up. They've already called for an emergency pickup as well, as I believe Zenith is the one that picked that up. Luna Galaxy continuing a forever rotate as they were so far away from the circle, man. They're just going to be going for a minute to be able to get over here. So I don't know if we'll actually see this used at this point because, I mean, the helicopter's already almost there. Maybe Zenith might be the only one to take it. Well, I say that. We do see Type and Raining.
Yeah, it could just be an info mission.
They're all regrouping in vehicles. They might get there, but I feel like that's going to be very close if they decide to do it, and Circle is going to pop roughly the same time they regroup. I don't think that they'll take it because that doesn't give them anything.
Yeah, they're already
Oh, but FaZe!
Yep.
FaZe is going to rotate right on top of them while they're going to be trying to regroup. That's going to be bad.
Yep, that's why they peeled off. I think they might have seen these cars coming, not only because of the circle itself, and they're going to try to just change directions and drive central circle, see if they can get into one of those compounds that's available in there or find a priority dip or something like that. And they are beelining it along with FaZe in that direction. SGD already has a 2-2 split set up, a central circle themselves, so they're going to be able to lock that down. You would think T1 did find a stopping point, didn't go nearly as far. FaZe is going to gamble, try to get as center as they can, and it looks like they've got pretty good open space in front of them until you get to 17, who's got New Happy nipping at their heels.
Boy, I'll take a gamble like that. Their odds are pretty good. They've managed to navigate this pretty cleanly. They are getting pretty close to 17. That might be a bit of an issue for them to deal with, but that's going to be about it. Another emergency pickup looks like it was kind of dropped over next to the Sonics. Sonics are going to be pathing in just one moment, and they're going to be bumping into potentially day trade as, yep, here we go. FaZe do get vision on what's going on with 17, and uh-oh, little Ghost. He's just driving right into Jeems, but should be able to use that rocket cover, get the stop off, and now just a couple of shots exchanged between them. Is SGD also going to hear this?
I'm curious how much FaZe is going to want to commit to this fight. It seems like they're going to at least use some grenades to back 17 off. And they do find one. Vex able to connect onto Lil Ghost, gets a huge knock there. And 17 was in the state of trying to get away from this fight. They leave Lil Ghost out there to maybe try to hold the line, try to find a kind of pivot point that they can use to maybe leapfrog themselves into another position in the later stage of the game. Instead, they just lose that player. That's devastating for 17.
I do like this from FaZe, not making the committal down, because that shack has great vision up that hillside that FaZe was going to be approaching from, and they can just kind of look through the little bitty crack that's going to be at the top of it and get some good damage in. So instead go, okay, we got what we wanted out of it. You're weakened. You're not going to make the push for us, so we're content for now. Sonics, where are you going to continue to go? Kickstart going to be continuing to try to scout out for everybody over around the north. This is going to be a wrap pretty close to BB. BB is going to spot, take some shots on it. But if they do wrap, I would say about another kilometer or so around BB, they should find themselves in an open area kind of close to that western hill along shooting range that maybe could be safe.
They can cut ahead of BB.
If they've marked that right there, that actually is open and should be good for them.
Yep, so they can then use that to cut ahead of BB, get up to the hill, get to the crashed plane, and keep that team gate kept pretty well. It's going to be hard for a team to come up your backside there as well because there's a lot of open space. Not impossible, but a little bit easier to control, I would say, for the Sonics from that position. So love what I'm seeing from them. Really good decision-making from the Sonics, and of course their IGL H-Win doing a really nice job navigating this circle. But everybody else has found some kind of home somewhere. Other than a few teams who've got a few players outside.
There might be a new home that's trying to be stolen away from as Day Trade is making the push right up into FTF's positioning. As Nurens has a great way to knock on the door, and FTF is not going to like it.
Man's got the bunker buster here, looking to try to get through there, but EF just rolled up into T1, and they're slaughtering them. Rating gone. That's T1 down to one player here. Not exactly sure what transpired there. Didn't catch it on the map. Zenith just on his own, and now Navi's looking to backfill that position.
Oh, that's going to be bad for Zenith. Too many targets going to be coming up after him. Luna Galaxy finally has some type of pathing option in front of them, and yeah, they could try to go that route, but could be a bit hazardous for them. They might opt into going right at this moment because there could be an opportunity with the edge fighting that's about to break off. You can see the Navi are going to be creeping in pretty close to EF, where we just saw most of the rest of T1 go down, but let's not forget about it's going to be Day Trade up in the north. Twisted Mind still going to be holding down shooting range, as well as BB, Sonics all having to approach. Sonics did shift a bit further down in south, but oh! Zenith is finding something out of this, and it's going to be Navi that finally does manage to take him down. Sosid yet again. But to the west, we also still have Tiamba, Sonics, and New Happy all intersecting.
Yeah, still had that Panzer able to get that. Ooh, nice shots there from Sosid. Going to get some good damage into the Mad, make him back off. That's going to force Sosa to pop a smoke there. Doesn't have a good escape valve out of that position, so going to need a little bit of help. And with Kickstart up there in that glider, that's providing such valuable info. But Sonics are driving at BB. Are they just going to try to take a fight right at the edge of that hill, right by the crashed plane? Oh, Nurens, he got one before he was taken down. Now they're stepping out.
If anything, this is a benefit for Chamoy managing to step forward and get some retaliation knock on the start of this one. Trick's still in some trouble, but I mean, that was pretty much a done deal.
I'm a little bit shocked here. I mean, Daytrade didn't commit a lot of resources to that. Danadol and Belmoth are way away from where Flash and Nurens were.
Uh-oh, pal. You don't want to peek right now. That will not go well for you. Sunker down. Oh, they already know. They're stepping into it. Yeah, they're going to pick him up easy. Tiamba cannot find a way into the circle, as it is going to be 2 members up into the west and just locked out. I mean, Cerberus one side, and then they've got New Happy on another.
I mean, a lot of these 1-3 splits that teams are trying, sending out a scout ahead, are often running into, you know, full committal forces. You know, you've got 4-man, 3-man forces already ahead of you, and they're just getting picked apart throughout this event. So that play style doesn't seem to be really that effective, or at least the players who are trying to navigate it haven't found the ability to do so. Yeah, things are going really bad for Tiamba. Cerberus cut them down as they try to drive by. Just Lin Shu.
He's all that's up, and he's continuing on a pathing pretty close to FaZe, who have just been violent today. Yep, that's not going to work. So Tiamba eliminated, still sitting at near on a nothing. Actually, nothing for the day, so it has been harsh for them to deal with. Sonics did move into that gatekeeping position you're talking about against BB. That looks like the next potential fight, as EF is going to collapse onto Kraken, but the rest of Luna nowhere near him.
I love this from the Sonics. They have really played this game extremely well. The concern is going to be AZ from New Happy, who was flanked way out to look to third party that fight potentially. Kraken has Eternal Fire very, very, very close and already knows it, so he's with a grenade, gets good shots as well. The grenade hits Code Marco after he was dinged up by the shots from Kraken. And now he's looking to do some more damage. The rest of Luna now starting to drive in, and you do have an anchor position from Vinny, who's able to provide some covering fire.
Yeah, they've got to finish this pretty quickly, though, as there's not a lot else that could be fought along this angle. So Weibo's not going to get too involved just quite yet. EF is going to be able to at least get the res back on Code Marco. The rest of Luna now coming into reinforcement range. Nades prepped up. They're just going to be dropped right up on top of them. Going to connect yet again. Kraken going to find Code Marco, and that's his second down already. Kwepa is just trying to cling to life right in that corner. Molotov going to be right on top of him, and I don't know what you do. Oh, but the Mad! He's flanking in back behind the rest of Luna and could absolutely rip them to pieces.
Oh my goodness, yeah, but the rest of his team is falling apart so quick. How much damage can he really do? It's long-range Mark 12 shots that are doing decent damage. Now they're going to get a knock from Code Marco, who got rezzed, and all of a sudden, Luna's in tatters.
They managed to right this. It looked like it was just all going to come apart for EF, but they just managed to weather the storm. But the problem is, a new threat approaches back behind EF. It's going to be Cerberus. Himas leading the way as Luna Galaxy loses another.
This is dire down here at this bunker. I think EF might have been able to stabilize. Weibo as well, driving in to try to see if they could third party this. Thinking about getting some grenades in there. They're going to bounce a bit far. It's a pretty favorable angle here for Code Marco and company. A stun there to keep Weibo at base. Set up for another frag. Good kind of staggered use of utility here from EF.
I mean, eternally under fire right now is the way it feels. The Mad's going to go down. Himas going to pick that one up. Easy peasy. Weibo, though, also collapsing on this other side. EF, luckily, Cerberus does see Weibo and now starts to take shots at them and forces them away. So now EF gets some type of reprieve for a moment.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the expectations of today, was there's going to be a lot of fighting on the edges, a lot of teams looking for those points, looking for those third-party opportunities. And it is definitely living up to expectations right now is EF. 6 kills, though, a very solid game, no matter how you slice it. Still trying to cling to life. Meanwhile, the Sonics are doing a great job taking a couple different fights, but they're in trouble as they do go down. They got sandwiched between New Happy and BB. I like the positioning, but New Happy just really opportunistic to try to cut them apart.
There was just no clean way to get out of that once New Happy moved in, so Sonics going to go ahead and be removed from the lobby, and now shots coming out from Cerberus are actually going to force New Happy into a line a bit closer into BB, but it does feel like New Happy wants this one. Already sitting at 7 kills, they are just feasting along this edge, man. They are just jumping into every single firefight and getting more and more.
Yeah, BB, a team that put up a lot of points in the first circuit finals, didn't make it to the second one, so just need to get to that next circuit finals, get some points, and they will find themselves in a grand finals. And so far today, having a really solid start. 12 points on the board already, in a strong position to keep New Happy off of their southern flank. And in fact, they're really starting to put some pressure down onto them too. You can kind of sandwich them now between the long-range shots of Cerberus and 17 potentially as well. Circle going to shift over to the northeast. Day trade SGD going to be sitting in some compounds phase, holding that plateau that's just to the south of SGD, and they're going to be gatekeeping some teams potentially.
New Happy, you made a lot of friends, and I think a couple too many, as you are now just getting slowly picked apart, and it's going to be Zhao Wu that does a ton of damage one side. But let's not forget BB is going to be coming up right back behind him. They know exactly where the squad's going to be, so it's going to be a new issue. We also do have Trick still alive, sneaking in back behind the entirety of this. Cerberus doing a great job of hurting everything along this line exactly where they want it to be. Finally coming along, using those points that they gathered off the earlier game, coming in with a lot more confidence.
They're playing this so well in this game. Not overcommitting to that fight with EF, and now they're able to gatekeep some of these teams out there. But I can see FaZe starting to linger in this direction. A good grenade from Haisaki is going to get Suju all down to Xiaobei for 17, and he's gone.
FaZe sweeping the hillside. They're going to spot out Duckmai in just a little while. Cerberus needs to regroup pretty quickly, but they still have New Happy on one side of this one. Best of luck, also going to be able to finish out Trick, take out FTF. So that opens up more opportunities to maneuver, but it's going to be Twisted Minds, the new threat, and trading out a solo for Twisted Minds is never going to feel good.
No way. No way. You definitely don't want to give any opportunities over to Twisted Minds. They are, you know, once there's any blood in the water, they are sharks, man. They will come and they will tear you apart. Code Marco.
Just leave him alone for a second, guys. Just let this man is just constantly hearing the ringing from explosions.
Well, the good news for him is Cerberus is messing with FaZe, who's kind of looking towards them, but now FaZe has to turn their attention to this 4 full-man squad. In fact, James is going to get the opening knock.
All right, so with this, FaZe now getting control over this area almost entirely. Code Marco is going to go down as well. So FaZe just, I mean, it's a stranglehold, man. They've just forced so much action around them. SGD is also stepping out of the compound at the top of this hillside, and looks like they're kind of maneuvering this way, realizing that there's a couple of points that can be had for themselves. BB do spot out what's going to be going on, but it's going to be also Example that spots out. Example playing around smokes, going for a peek. He wants to finish this one out as quick as possible, but that was a very good play, stepping back in the smoke, trying to get the meds up. Issue is, makes it highly nadeable. I think that went a bit too far, so BB should be good for now. Lou is providing some support angles, but you can see Example just can't find the angle that he wants to finish this out. Finally with the tree, he does have something to work around, but there's a lot of threats. Spyro, Bill first, 2 open angles to work around. This is going to be hard even for Example, but he does take down Spyro. Now goes for the peak. This man is unstoppable.
He is just absolutely insane. Such tremendous movement there from Example to get to that tree, put himself in a much more favorable angle against BB, forced them to put a player out the blue to try to deal with him because they couldn't get a flank on the other side. You had Lou holding an angle to cover Example as well, so really smart stuff from the Twisted Minds players. Fex hunting for that last New Happy player, seeing if they can take Ming Ming out of the equation. You don't want to leave a player of Ming Ming's caliber alive if you can help it, but I think there's just enough of a hill there that Ming Ming can hang on for now. The real question is how much does FaZe want to commit to this one player? Na'Vi, in the meantime, doing a good job of trying to clear out the rest of Twisted Minds.
FaZe wants it all, and they're going to be chasing after it. I mean, New Happy's still going to feel pretty good. They got a ton of kills inside that game, so much needed points for them. And if anything, confidence. It's a squad that felt like they weren't necessarily getting the kills that they thought that they should get inside of the firefights. This game is at least going to balance it back out and go, okay, this is working. We just got to make sure that we're playing it a bit cleaner.
Yeah, and Gustav has done a good job with that Lynx that he picked up as well, hitting some big shots with that, putting that level 3 utility to good use. But they are on the outside of the next circle. This plateau might have enough room. They might have to contest with Weibo, but they can sneak underneath SGD's noses on the south side of this hill, and I think settle up under there and be A-okay. Na'Vi still continuing to hunt for the rest of Twisted. Lou is actually inside of the circle, so he's just kind of trying to lock that down, and Na'Vi starting to drive around, starting to make sure that that northern flank is as clear as they can. In Day Trade, they have 2 players in their compound. SGD able to just chill throughout this game. They haven't had to move too much since the early part of it, and they are still 4-man strong, still looking to find some big points and maybe find themselves onto that Day 2 at the very least.
So the firefighting along the edge of the circle has been a symptom of the circle in of itself in the train, right? We've got everything that's kind of leading up to the pinnacle point where the compound that SGD has been playing from, and we still also have the Day Trade positioning that's going to be over to the east. So a lot of eyes got drawn into just shifting and flanking along that counterpoint.
Oh, Shen.
Oh, quit. gonna find an easy pickup with that one. Is he gonna find another one? Oh my God, Quepa, you're so disgusting right now. That is dirty.
That's so brutal, dude. He was out in the blue. He was off the map where I could see him. Okay, he's just taken out right away by Grexy, but he was out in the blue for quite a while there, able to come through. As we take a look at some of Ming Ming with the FAMAS. Just that 2x spray, absolutely destructive. Tore Cerberus out of this lobby. Nicely done by him, getting some big points for New Happy. They're in 5th place right now with 12. Gustav here with a little bit of a loot pile, kind of gather up some extra resources. Only one more shot in that Lynx, though. Does have fresh level 3 gear. However, that's going to be really, really nice. Could, oh, that door just shut in time. Had it been left open, he might have been able to find a clean headshot onto an SGD player. They have a bolt in there, but they should be A-okay. It's really tough to crash those compounds necessarily. FaZe looking for the opportunity, but you wouldn't think that it's going to be given over by SGD, but they're really tunneled on the north.
I mean, FaZe has a very good hillside to play. Whenever you look at those compounds, that hillside just to the south gives you so much. And, Na'Vi, are you even expecting it? Oh, he's going to go ahead. Starry takes some damage, throws out the nade. Doesn't connect the way that he really needed it to, so Hackatori is going to pick that one up. New circle pops, and it's going to be favoring the day trade side of this housing complex.
Yeah, absolutely. Now FaZe, no reason to really do much other than harass SGD on your way to that next circle. Can definitely wrap into that southern side. I like that shout from the observers with that arrow. That is what I am definitely thinking as well. Day trade, however, kind of just able to vibe in that compound. It's tough to get kills from that position. We saw it with some other teams. I think it was KDF that was in there a little bit earlier, and you're just kind of waiting to see what happens on the rest of this, and you're hoping that a lot of teams kind of tear each other apart and you're just able to come through with a win.
And what's great for day trade on this is the weakest point of it is the north, right? Is that hillside that people can kind of rush down. The way that the circle's set up, that's already mostly been removed. So as long as you make sure that nobody pushes at the very last second, you've got complete authority on the entirety of the circle. SGD realizes that there's maybe an opportunity to move early, so they're just going to sit down, but James is already waiting. Can he defend up for FaZe? Crossfire's now coming out. A lot of SGD going down. James is also going to go down, but it is a massive cost. Everybody from FaZe has different firing lines into it, and they just absolutely picked them to pieces.
Yeah, combined fire there between Day Trade and FaZe. It's going to wipe SGD out. They felt the pressure. That's going to open up some space for Na'Vi to try to make a push in towards FaZe's backline. It's a fair 3v3. They want to take this fight because they know that it is really unfavorable. They do have one knock. Sosa, though, going to get knocked by Vex. Diffix with a drive-by grenade just gets shut down.
Gustav just holding a beautiful angle into this, denying anything that Na'Vi was going to try to produce. So that's going to go ahead and get picked up. FaZe now maneuvering down. Day Trade, though, already separated out, moving out of the compound. They're going to go try to chase this. They want to deny any shift into the circle. Belmoth going to be leading the way right along that western area. Fex going to be lined up against him. Flash going to also be kind of counterpoint moving along with Belmoth. Meanwhile, Gustav still playing that hillside just down in the south. Fex spots him out, opens up, easy spray to pick up two. FaZe picks up a big play there.
What a play from Fex. Day Trade thought they could get to this rock for free. Fex had other ideas. Oh, that could be just a heartbreaker for Day Trade. I mean, still a decent amount of points today, but that could have been a big play here. And they got in there, but Fex was just ready.
It's all the movement and control that came out from FaZe. They knew how to play around this, and Day Trade, they had the right idea, but it's just they didn't have enough information to work with. Day Trade then the last one up, back up against the wall. He does have still the cover that's being provided right now, but Gustav already knows exactly where he is, and that is going to be two different angles that FaZe can play from while having control of all the rest of the circle.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Day Trade. I mean, I get what they're doing. They want to try to flex out, you know, try to take control of the center of the circle, try to get to that ridge line. Just didn't quite find the right timing for it, and they pay the price. So now it's on Tanadol. Might have just a little bit of an edge of that fence line in this next circle, but that's about it. So he isn't going to be able to last long. Has to find a pick here onto the likes of Fex or Gustav, but they're not going to make it easy for him. They have that hard cover out in the open. It's going to be tough for him to get those shots to land. I mean, with a Mark 12 as well, it's going to take a couple bullets. Just not much that he can really do.
I mean, Belmoth slowly crawling over, trying to provide some type of insight, but on the counterpoint to that, every single time Thanadol looks away, Fex finally finishing him off, being like, okay, we're done with that. Gustav moves closer and closer, and the containment onto Thanadol is just massive now. I mean, look at this. This angle from this rock provides so much cover. You're looking down into a lower ground position. Gustav can just move carefree, knows exactly where Thanadol is going to be with every step and every movement.
Yeah, this is extremely tricky. Yeah, there you go. Fex finds the double headshot, takes him down, and FaZe, a big kill win, having a dominant start here to the first day of Circuit 3.
I mean, why you always gotta wait till the end phase to start with all these massive games? You get in the qualification stages, these guys are just absolutely gonna rip it up. We started talking about it at the beginning of the day, and they just absolutely provide every single time.
The way they navigated that edge, used that plateau that was south of SGD's compound to take a lot of control over that space, never overcommitted to anything. They did a good job setting up some of those traps, really shut down SGD when they had to leave that compound. So you can see a little bit of frustration there on Navi's face. They had an opportunity to do some damage in that game.
I mean, they were in control of that northern area for so long. They had the bead in. They knew exactly where the game was going to be ending at. They had a lot of opportunities, but just got a couple of things that pulled them in different directions, and the game did not go the way they wanted as FaZe picked it up all in the end.
Well, FaZe is feeling it here for our second Erangel game. They get themselves a boatload of points on the board once again here. The grassy pastures.
You know what it is?
What is it?
It's the jet lag. It's not FaZe Sunday, it's FaZe Monday because of the jet lag.
The jet lag. It only took how many weeks?
No, it was great. Good to see them being able to kind of shut this down here. And also, it was a little bit aggressive from Daytrade, I gotta say that. Two guys up front, they were hoping to capitalize on that, but they were 3 versus 2 effectively versus them, but Fexy pulled up strong there. Big double kill for him to take this down, and FaZe are able to completely close any chances of them not going to day 2 of Circuit 3.
That's the thing. I mean, for these guys, right, we know that they are capable, and then oftentimes we had a lot of previous days where it just really didn't go their way. But once that confidence switch just flicks, all of a sudden, you get double sprays like that from Fex, right? Okay, where everything lines up and it's perfect. Prior to that, they were just able to roll from fight to fight and take a lot of kills along the way against the likes of Na'Vi. So, yeah, I'm suspecting that FaZe will continue this kind of pace throughout the day, because that's the kind of team that they are.
Exactly, and for FaZe, and even for Cerberus's end here, this kind of confidence you're able to get, and you can play kind of carefree, right? I would say those two teams at this point is going to be safe for the rest of the day here. Which means you can just go out and frag out. You can just go out and put so much pressure on everyone else, right? Because you just have the confidence, and you have no worries and no pressure to go through things, right? And you can definitely see Hemas has been activated so far.
Yeah, similar to a Kwangdong Freaks day 1, right?
Yeah, that's just as insane. Completely crazy to see here. Also, Ming able to step up a little bit for New Happy, a team that, you know, a former PGC winner in Ming, but we have not been able to really see what he's been capable of so far, right? We saw some Fama shots here and there. We know he's a mechanical god, but still, it hasn't really come to fruition for New Happy. And it's a team that many, of course, still hope that they have a chance to maybe go into the grand finals if they have a fantastic day and make it all the way to, of course, the Circuit 3 final, and also get enough points that they're going to be in that top 16 Circuit points.
Just saw a great salvage there by Quetper as well with the double onto Weibo Gaming.
That's good.
And obviously they're sitting pretty when it comes to points overall as a whole, but
this was scary FaZe, right? You have a Shrakadui that takes 2 cars, drives out of the compound, and tries to make a play or something like that. And I feel like the better play would have been to go into the compound, because it was actually in all the way into phase 8, and it would have the cover to actually have that fight for them, right? In the open, you don't know where the FaZe players and what trees they're on. And there's so many different angles, so you open yourself to both FaZe and to the day trade players in the compound. Rather, if you, of course, there's the Na'Vi guys as well on that side, but still, you went for a more direct route on a crash side, you could have potentially isolated one team fight, and then that would evolve to, they kind of had an idea where Na'Vi was. That would have evolved into Na'Vi and FaZe fighting instead of every single other team trying to focus and trying to sweep up some of those Shrakadui points.
Definitely so, and you can see it as everybody, but once again, Sonics, you can see them here. The scary thing becomes now, again, for a team like Sonics, what, 3 points on the board after these 2 games?
Shush.
I think there's a world where teams see that, maybe see weakness, maybe see the opportunity by which to continue punishing that, it does get dicey for them, because we posed the question at the beginning of the day for Cerberus and Sonics. Cerberus has done well, Sonics has not.
And there's blood in the water. The question is, who's the Shark? So far today, the Sharks has been FaZe Clan, and it's been looking good as well for some of the other teams. Double-digit kills here on both FaZe Clan and New Happy stepping up. Also good to see Na'Vi being able to take some of that northern control there. They didn't really get much out of it, only 583 damage, but Day Trade also looking good. That felt like a Day Trade win in my book once we looked how the circle was playing out and how many players got taken down from FaZe. There were 3 versus 2. 2 players, they run towards them. It was a Belmoth, of course, super aggressive, really trying to get some of that center control, but FaZe was just able to clutch, and 2,226 damage for them. That's just an insane game, and they're completely closing out the day. There's absolutely no chance of not making it through, and that is a scary, scary team to go against.
Yeah, they're looking hot, and they're off the chance of going messing with some people here, but it will be Fex at number 1. Almost 1,000 damage coming out from Fex in this game. Again, that double spray at the very end. Just pristine stuff.
He almost turned into the Welsh Dragon, but not 1,000 damage, so he doesn't get it just yet.
Oh, I suppose not. Gustav, Kirexi, and James being able to contribute heavily as well in this game.
That's good.
Yeah, as they are truly on the warpath for all of this. So good to see. FaZe having a bit of a better time, because in some of the previous days, it's not been anywhere near that, but it will be good old Fexy boy here with a lot of numbers, good numbers.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. This is obviously off a big clutch. Getting a double kill of 2 players. They're completely unaware of his position there. And yeah, it just makes it so hard to do anything about it. And then you're down to 2 versus 1, or 1 versus 2 in Thanadol's situation, right? And he actually had Fex pinned a little bit, but Gustav just had so much free terrain to just move around, use the smoke. Then he had utility as well to put even more pressure on it, and yeah.
Well, I mean, if Day Trade's not sacking 2 players earlier in that game, right, all of a sudden that dynamic comes a little bit more different, right, with Thanadol potentially having someone to cover him. I mean, yeah, you're kind of cordoned off in that corner, but it gets a little bit weird. But anyway, 24 points will go the way of FaZe. We have 12 coming in from Day Trade. New Happy with the 11, thanks to 10 kills. Ming was doing some work here. I mean, he's saying that despite, obviously he hasn't had moments where he's been able to pop off. Obviously in Circuit 2 it was a bit of a disaster, but now they're at least moving up these boards.
Wow. 5 teams in that last game also had double digits. It's been really top heavy here, but still 42 for FaZe, 24 of course for Cerberus, and I would say those 2 teams, they're completely safe at this point. There's no point that Cerberus don't get more points, and right now it feels a little bit sad if you don't have a FaZe Clan player in your fantasy, because that's kind of insane numbers. 42 points in 2 games. That's a win and 11 kills average.
You expect a lot of people to have a FaZe player though, right?
No, I'm not too worried.
I think it's you're not too worried. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, 42 points is fantastic as a start for them. And again, if my old mantra of carefree PUBG comes along, as we saw with the Kwangdong Freaks in day 1 of Circuit, there is a world where FaZe could just say, okay, well, we're comfortable. We're just going to shoot at everything and be fine.
I hope they go into the other one with like, okay, let's break the record. Let's try to do this. We had 95 points from Freaks.
That's so hard.
And it was only 3 wins, but it is hard, yeah. They had to, of course, frag out, but 42 in 2 games. I mean, you're going there so far, so I hope that's the mantra. I hope that's what they're going for, but we'll see what happens the rest of the day.
The crazy thing about the 95 was, yes, they had 3 wins, but I felt like they could have had a 4th in that day. But anyway, that's by the by. We are going to go to a short break here when we return. It's the wild card maps for Circuit 3, day number 1 here at PGC.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the win streak showdown. All this and more as we dive into the update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
James and the boys remain unfazed from Circle 1 and 2 and committed to having a great game inside of that one. A much more alive and active phase, as it felt like they were just taking a huge chunk of the circle and just really cementing and positioning for about the last 3 circles.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job today. Really understanding their situations very nicely, playing, really well in terms of reacting to what's going on around them, even reaching out and making sure that Code Marco was dealt with, the EF player that was kind of on their southern flank that maybe could have backstabbed them or something like that when they were taking fights more to their north, dealt with, handled. So that's really, really good stuff for FaZe. That means their heads are really screwed on straight today, and they are fully locked in. They're already good to go into tomorrow. There's no doubt about that at this point. Cerberus as well, playing very solid here today. It's cautious, but it's measured, and it's effective for Cerberus. So definitely they should be feeling pretty good about getting into tomorrow. They're basically good to go. I mean, they'd just have to zero out the rest of the day, which you can't imagine that Cerberus team would do. Some of the other teams, though, that were starting...
Say that.
Yeah, I doubt it. I really, really don't think that they're even capable of doing that. I mean, they're just too good. There's too much talent on that team. But there's some teams, towards the bottom that we're starting to have some concerns about, and the Sonics is one of them. I liked the way they played the early part of that game, to be fair, but the fight against BB didn't really kick off very well, and then New Happy just came in and swooped behind him and smashed him between them and BB.
I mean, we haven't seen Sonics really lean into a lot of the glider strategies as far as like using it for scouting. Yes, it's something that they have done, but it's not like one of the things that they're, I would say, primarily.
No, they're not. No, they're not a team that you.
So, if anything, it was a modification to try to make the game work a bit more. But that cluster just over in the west was so problematic. But now it is time to go to Taego.
But I will say, for what it's worth for Sonics, they use that glider pretty effectively. Even though it's not a tool that they usually do, it still, to me, was them making the right decisions along the way. It's just the fights didn't really pan out the way they need to. So macro looks okay, but the micro, you know, those team fights aren't going the way that they need, and that's where you really have to kind of make your bread and butter in PUBG. I mean, you really have to take good fights. You have to get those early knocks. You have to put the pressure on your opponents, not give other teams the opportunities to third-party you, because New Happy is a team that desperately needs to get out of today, get into a day 2, try to get into a day 3, and try to get into a grand finals. But still a ton of work to do as we are moving over towards Taego. A little bit southern shifted on the plane path in terms of trying to get to that northernmost island. It looks like New Happy might not be trying to contest Yongchon with T1. We have seen T1 best phase in a fight in that city in this event. So maybe New Happy just saying, okay, well, we're having a solid day. Let's not mess it up with a hot drop.
Well, especially with this plane path in the circle, right? You have to assume that it's not going to go to that northwestern island. I say that with the way that the circles have been going. Not
where is Zenith? But look at this. Just real quick. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I see it. He's
out in Narnia.
He's got to take that car from Tiamba just for the rationale of it, I guess, as we are going to get a, I guess what, airport shipyard circle? Not what I was expecting, but hey, could be kind of interesting.
I'm down. We haven't seen one up here this far yet, so I'm definitely keen to see a circle ending up in that area. I think they're pretty fun personally, but there is some kind of flat exposed terrain as well. Not just the fields themselves, but some of those hillsides and things like that are pretty.
Okay, you took the car, Zenith, but where are you going now?
I don't. This is what I'm confused about.
Is this just to tease them? Ha ha ha! I took your car. Now I'm gonna. No.
I am extremely confused.
I guess maybe he was thinking that
he does. I don't think he has any guns.
No, because all he took was the car.
I don't know.
You guys don't see this, but we're just kind of like staring at each other in a. This is a new strategy that I don't know about. Maybe he's just waiting to run them all over. I don't know.
Is it the only thing that I can think of? Well, you know what? Let's listen to Hisaki a little bit while we try to figure this out.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Cerberus Esports' Hisaki GG. Cerberus is back. Hisaki, congratulations on your first chicken dinner on Erangel. I wanted to ask you, against your last fight with FaZe, you had enough utility to cover yourselves, but why did you decide to wait and let FaZe come to you?
Chúc mừng Hisaki với màn ăn gà đầu tiên trên bản đồ thi đấu Erangel. Thì mình muốn hỏi bạn là trong cái màn giao tranh cuối cùng với FaZe thì lúc đó bạn đã có đủ đồ để cover cho bản thân. Thế nhưng mà tại sao lúc đó bạn lại quyết định là đợi FaZe chủ động tiến đến mình?
Tại vì mình từ đầu bọn mình đã biết là chính xác vị trí của FaZe, nhưng mà chưa thể nào mà đoán được là bao nhiêu người, nên là mình quyết định là đợi. Khi mà FaZe nổ tiếng súng trước thì mình mới quyết định sử dụng đồ.
Okay, it's because we knew exactly his position, but we were not sure how many people there were, so that's why I decided to wait for FaZe to come to us, and yeah, that's it.
And it worked. All right, congratulations, Hisaki, and we're gonna go back to Taego.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right, well, Zenith takes our first kill of this game, and I guess the spy amongst Tiamba now finally revealed as it. I guess this is just a committed hunt and studied. Hey, we know that somebody drops here. It's a weakened position. Wait to see if you can pick him up. I mean, this all now comes together, right? Drop for the car, make a shift over here, catch them as they're crossing the road. Now you have an easy rotate back. If they choose to chase after you, you've already kind of weakened them. The rest of the squad should have had a chance to loot. This is full-on coaching, right? This is all that this is. We're seeing this come out as there is a bit of contention and drop spot as this event continues between Tiamba and T1.
Could be. I mean, I thought at first when we were listening to Hisaki's interview there that this might just be like a recon operation to kind of get a timing on when Tiamba might be leaving the palace, and then T1 could set up for a play, but instead he's able to sneak into that little extra compound that's just to the south of the road, get a gun, wait for one of their players to try to come down there to get some extra loot, and then just pounced and struck. And now they're setting up a trap as well as FaZe is, you know, trying to get into this circle. They do have EF players. Here you go. CC drives right into the trap, but is able to get out relatively unscathed. So T1, you know, you get one player, that's probably all you really need to do. I mean, you are really making Tiamba's life a nightmare.
This is just very cleanly played. I mean, this is a lot of research and just very cleanly executed, as we also going to see Twisted bumping into Luna Galaxy. Then he's going to try to get out of there as fast as possible. He wants nothing to do with this. This is pretty much center of the circle. So no surprise that we see a couple of teams jockeying for it right now. We also do have Sonics with some oversight on what's going to be happening here, but just a couple of shots. It looks like Vinny is getting away for the time being, opposed to trying to cover him up. Well, I say that. It's going to be Kickstart that actually spotted him out. Yeah,
this is a really favorable position for the Sonics. They're going to have some high ground. They're going to be able to watch a lot of what's south of them and harass it. They're extremely long sight lines from these positions, so you can already see that they're able to find one and punish it. They're looking for the flush. It's going to be tough. Vinny's crawled into a bush. Kick just spraying into it, hoping that he eventually connects with Vinny's body. You would expect that this should be Vinny dead. It's just, I don't see really an easy option for Luna to get here without losing a vehicle, using a bunch of smokes, things like that. It's risky to even just get to this spot. So it seems like indeed Vinny's just going to end up bleeding out one way or another.
I mean, you can see that Sonics wants this point. They're desperate for it. Presently in 13th place. They know that they're on the cusp. They want some more out of this. They want to get some distance away. Their positioning, like you're talking about, should be good for the circle, so provided they can keep control over it for the time being. Twisted running a bit of a split as it's going to be 2-1-1. New Happy going to be one of the encroachers on one side of it. We already saw them shoo away Luna a moment ago. Do we see Sonics secure this? Yeah, it's going to be Shrimzy that finally picks it up.
And I'm seeing that there is a crate drop as well to the north of the Sonics, so they're going to be able to pick that up, get some extra utility. H1 is driving up there, so definitely looking like a good start for the Sonics. Let's see if they can continue and have a strong Tego. SGD on the move. This is just to the east of Palace across the river. Tiamba has been able to disengage from the T1 blockade, found another route through, and in fact, starting to connect with some shots.
Here's our quick update on the Tiamba T1 situation. Tiamba actually had to go down to the south, and now is going to be chasing after SGD, as you see. Meanwhile, it is going to be T1 that regrouped along Yongxian, so they've got pretty much control over that area for the time being, but I believe it is, yes, Na'Vi that's going to be encroaching in on them in a little while.
T1, yeah, once again, really spread out in the early part of the game, trying to control as much of that small sliver of land that's to the west of the river that's in this first circle as possible, but you know, with Na'Vi driving in that direction, you never know. They might lose a player. They might be able to catch some Na'Vi players. You know, they've got control of the shipyard bridge. See if they can do anything with that. Himas took a bunch of damage as Daytrade has Cerberus pretty well controlled, pretty well corralled.
Ooh, the arc on that's good for the vehicle at least. Yep. So it's going to force Himas away. Nothing else over here though right now. This is pretty much contained in and of itself. Belmont though going to put down Himas, and I don't know if anybody else from Daytrade. Oh yeah,
it's Danadol. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think anybody else from Daytrade is going to make any more commitment out of this for the time being. They're pretty content with what they just got, and they're probably going to rotate away just in time for Tiamba to move into the same quarter.
This is FTF drove right into the Sonics. Sonics now gonna have to scramble a little bit. They were probably not anticipating that someone would drive right into them like this, so now they're trying to reposition, get themselves into a favorable fighting spot. They have to control this ridgeline. You don't want to cede that over to FTF. They're able to trade one quickly. Samoy goes down. H1 finds Trick. Things starting to fall apart here from the future.
Yeah, already having to retreat back into the north. A couple of shots just to kind of shoo them away for the time being. Also, third-party shots going to start becoming a bit more active as Luna Galaxy has some vision into this. Is going to kind of slow down the pacing. They need to get Kickstart back up. And FTF now kind of throwing a couple of glances back down there to see if maybe they can find something to exploit, but nothing showing itself just yet. Nice smoke wall coming up from the Sonics.
H1 has to be very careful here.
Ooh, Shrimzy.
Their Sonics are really trying to take some wide-angle fights. Posa, in fact, got a knock on a Tiggleton. Kickstart is going to be burned down by Ocarine. So things starting to what looked like maybe it was going to be another good game for the Sonics. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail through this one to, at the very least, finish off FTF.
Shrimzy leading up the way. He's going to spot on Happy in just a second. Picks him up, and now Alcorn's just going to have to run away There's nobody to the north except for Na'Vi, as they're getting shot by T1 right now, so there's some places for him to play, but they need to get Tig back up and prepare for whatever's about to happen next. The emergency pickup's got a lot of arrows that are kind of crossing over him for the time being.
Things have gotten a little bit tricky for T1 because Na'Vi was able to get by them. They've got control of the bridge now. They can kind of decide, are we going to let T1 cross or not? Seems like for now, they're just sort of harassing them as T1 decides, oh, you know what? Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. After all, there's still another bridge at Yongchun that we have control of. Zenith's got eyes on that. Let's peace out. And a drop here by Daytrade. Nuren's already a Suju down. Xiaobei able to best Tanadol.
So now 17 trying to play a bit more in the defensive lines, has to deal with some pretty big problems. Duran's already spots him up. Quick peek on that one, makes it look easy. Now Zhao Wu on the opposing front for this one, and oh, a little ghost even gonna roll in. Doesn't take a ton of damage, but enough to make it scary. Nade's now gonna start raining down from up above. Daytrade reading a good job on what's gonna be going on. Bellamoth gonna do a quick little juke around, goes for the drop shot, and takes down 17.
Oh, what a play from Bellamoth. Keeps Daytrade alive in this game. Now over to Luna, who's trying to remove the Mad from this server. Found the head, can't quite get the shots to connect. It's a Kraken. Gonna keep seeing that juicy target. Posa's gonna be able to finish the job. Code Marco just rolls in between two players, able to get one before he's taken down. But EF really having a tough time in this game. They run right into Luna. Luna's able to fan out, collapse on them, and I see on the map that Eternal Fire no longer really interested in this fight.
Ooh, EF has to be careful. Sonics are also going to be rotating right along this. They saw what was going over here, or at least paid attention in the kill feed, so they're going to be rolling right into Ruin. Not a lot that he can do about this, just numbers advantage, quick movements. The timing on him getting back, he just got spotted, so he's going to go down. Sonics buy themselves new positioning right in front of Weibo. Meanwhile, we still have Unkarin still alive. He's about the only guy that's not inside the circle up in the north. SGD still needs to collapse in, as well as Tiamba, but Tiamba is creeping closer and closer to Cerberus by the second.
Yeah, that might be a fight that kicks off in the next circle. SGD controlling the river. T1 did get across the Yongchon Bridge. Twisted Minds. I love the way Twisted Minds plays. If I have enough time to talk about this, which I think we do, they love to play these what I like to call pivot positions, where you're kind of hedging your bets, especially in bad circles where it's sort of like 50-50 on a river or on a city. Like we saw this in an Erangel game in Yasnaya, where they fanned out right down the middle of Yasnaya, so that way if the circle went north, they could have an escape route that way. If it goes south, they have an escape route that way. Of course, the circle ended up going east, so they had to fight their way through it, and it wasn't optimal, but they play percentages really, really well, and that's part of what makes Twisted Minds such a good team. Like, if you're looking at the map right now, they've got control over two sides of the river. They've got a 2-2 split. There's not really anything anybody can do about it, not only because of the positioning that they take, but also just their tremendous firepower. Like, if you get anywhere near them, their DMRs are absolutely devastating. And that's what has made Twisted Mind such a good team throughout this year.
Circle closing in, 30 seconds. Emergency pickup has been called by Luna Galaxy. Everybody else kind of chilling. I mean, Twisted, like you were talking about, just the beneficiary of circle positioning right now, feeling pretty good about it. FaZe, they've got control of the area just to the south as BB is getting closer and closer. And encroaching slowly and steadily is a doozy, but not making any firm committal of play just yet. I mean, everybody's just kind of waiting to see where this next circle is going to pop, realize how priority their targets are, as we are going to now see it does shift into the south. Most of the teams are already feeling pretty good about it, but our edge teams, and specifically ones up to the north, going to have to collapse in.
Yeah, I can see an emergency pickup being popped by Na'Vi now off the back of this new circle shift. Let's see if they're going to take it or how many players are. I mean, Hakatori's nowhere near it. He can't, I don't know if he can get there in time. Ferris is driving by. Kind of curious to see where that all goes. Luna had an emergency pickup, opted not to use it, so they're going to try to barricade the eastern side from the likes of Sonics, maybe Weibo as well. Sonics might find themselves in another pinched position. Have to see exactly what Weibo ends up doing, although it looks like they're driving pretty far south. Weibo's trying to get points. They know they need more. They're in one of those dangerous spots, 14th right now with only 2 points on the day. Absolutely need to pick it up. You know, they're a team that has the potential to do some damage, just haven't really always found the success. Tiantan?
Nade's too far to the right, so I don't think the bounce is going to be too favorable. If anything, it's just going to let T1 know that there's a threat up that hillside, as we are going to get Na'Vi make the commitment into the crash on the new Happy positioning, and this is only a section new Happy. The rest of them going to be hopping in vehicles, now sending it over. Na'Vi has the opportunity to get at least something off to start this one, but new Happy doing a good job shifting around. That's going to be Hakatori that goes down from Nan, and this is just a good solid defense. M249 coming around the corner, opens up a big spray, and Na'Vi with nowhere to go. They're going to get absolutely demolished.
Yeah, they tried to, I think, drop a player from the air while they were making the crash. Tried like a coordinated hit. Just new Happy not having any of it. Huge points for them. Looking like they might be on their way to a day 2 in a circuit. Seeing if they can, again, find that first finals. T1 trying to get up the hill, trying to get through SGD. A lot of damage being taken. That's actually Twisted Minds who has an angle onto that. So to make matters worse, you can't really find that extra flank angle that you were hoping to. There was the knock on the Mings. So EN now trying to make his way across the road. Grenades almost confirming that kill. Jervis has an important role here on the edge for SGD, but EN is coming up right behind him, and he's not really looking in that direction.
This is so hard to push up if you're T1, but just drops a beautiful nade right on top of Jervis. Now spots out the res, can't quite get the shot, but at least forces him to step away from the res itself. Zenith is going to find that angle. So now SGD in a ton of trouble. Yes, there is Cerberus up on top of the hill, but Haisaki's doing some looting right now. He's not too concerned in this. Like, he's fine for letting this go. So Tiantan, the last one up, as everybody else just slowly getting picked up point by point.
Yeah, Haisaki's like, you guys fight this out, bro. I'm just here in case somebody, in case there's like two knocks on each side, and then I can come in and maybe steal some points. But T1 pretty clean in this fight, doing a great job dissecting it. That grenade from E-End was immaculate, right on point. And now Haiseki should be able to get back to the rest of Cerberus. We're going to shift, and it is a phase day, seemingly day trade as well. Once again, in a favorable position here in our phase 4 circle. So Sonic, some work to do. Weibo in front of them.
Well, can they manage to take this? They're going to step through the smokes, spot him out. Trimsy's going to pick that one up pretty easy. Posa actually spots Tiggleton, though. Gets the knock onto him. He was the guy that was playing at range to try to support this one. So Luna Galaxy, with some oversight in this one, is going to make it a bit more complicated for Sonics. But keep in mind, they still need to continue into the circle in and of itself. Luna Galaxy looks like they're going to use this opportunity with the knocks. Posa's already inside the vehicle. He's just going to be sending it along this path. And he's trying to roll down here as quick as possible. They want to pick up these points. Well, actually, he's going to shift away, go for the drive-by. Shrimsy's going to take a couple of bullets towards him, but at least forces him away. You also note that we have Weibo that's got vision inside of this. There's nowhere for the Sonics to go. They're going to go down, and this is looking scarier and scarier by the second for the Sonics.
It seemed like Luna just really not happy about losing that player early to the Sonics. They were harassing them from range the rest of the way through this game. Now Weibo has some work to do. Here we go. Oh, it's a glider, of course, from Na'Vi. They flew through, didn't even use the emergency pickup, but Nan, just a tremendous position with that M249, finds a timing, cuts him apart. Meanwhile, Zenith trying to push through. Tian, he is so weak. One more bullet, that's good, that'll do it. Type, I don't think that's resible at this point. Might as well take some of his stuff and move on with life.
Okay, so T1 a bit weakened, but they're trying to accomplish the goals of dealing with Tianba early. Are going to now be bumping into Cerberus. Remember Haisaki and his shopping spree a second ago? Well, now he gets to put all that shopping to good use, as it is going to go against T1. One member already dead. Other one going to go ahead and follow it up, and Haisaki already sitting at 3 kills. New Happy making the rotation. They're going to get spotted out by Twisted Minds, a couple of shots, but now they're going to continue on this path and could put them pretty close to Cerberus if they're not careful.
Yeah, Twisted Minds is just going to have to watch New Happy drive by. You can hear the tires scraping as they have been popped, so just metal on concrete there for New Happy, but doing a good job driving anyway. Tricky to drive those without tires, and players very experienced in those scenarios since tires are always getting popped nonstop. So nice driving there. New Happy not losing any players, able to set up shop on the northern side. Now Twisted Mind starting to barrel down towards Luna a bit. Let's see if they're gonna be able to take a favorable fight, or if Luna can kind of hang on and get some much needed points. They're in a tricky position on the leaderboard, 11th place with 10. Currently, they're gonna see Twisted Minds drive into the middle of the creek. Are they going to be able to capitalize? Luke Batulis is dead. He's dead.
Posa spotted the rotation perfectly. Lou didn't have an angle in. Lou was trying to put some damage into the other 2 members for Luna Galaxy. The rest of Twisted Minds look like they're going to be regrouping. It's going to be Zampa and Perfectix, but hey, guess what? Kraken finds Perfectix as well. Twisted thought that they had a pretty easy path into this one, and instead it's going to be Posa that really finds a way to turn this one back around. Now Example going to go down as well. Luna Galaxy just in control over here. Lou with nowhere to go.
Just beautiful stuff from Luna. Twisted, none the wiser to that early position. Loses Batulins pretty easily. And then they're in perfect grenade range. And Luna is not missing on those. Now you only have Lou left for them. Trying to keep him pinned is Haven. And he does take some damage. Oh, took a headshot of his own. So Haven gonna have to back off and regroup, wait for the rest of these flanking positions. Although Belmoth has arrived on the scene, looking to try to steal a point.
And it looked like Kraken was going to go pick up Posa, but instead it might be just trying to find a new angle onto Lou. Daytrade trying to defend up position from New Happy. Cerberus does have some oversight on it as well. So Daytrade trying to defend in, and it's going to be FaZe that takes a couple of pot shots from about 250 meters away to at least force away any form of solid defense, but it is enough. Let's not forget that Quetpa is over here as well, just right in the foothills, right next to New Happy, and could backstab at any moment. As the Kraken should have come up back behind Lou. Yeah, he's going to find that one, and that's going to be all she wrote for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I'm curious if anybody's going to try to make a wrap towards the east. Maybe BB, because Weibo is pretty weak, and there are at least some hills over there for safety on the eastern side of the circle. New Happy making this four-man push towards Daytrade. A lot of frags, though, here for Belmoth. Has 3 and a molly. If he kind of gets wind of this push, could do some damage. Plus, you do have Quetpa, once again, kind of ratting on that edge, looking for the opportunity to strike and steal some extra points for Eternal Fire. Cerberus on the move. He's going to drive by this compound of Daytrade. Going to have to find something out in the open just underneath this, but there isn't a lot. It's just a sloping downward hill. A little bit of an angle here to cut them off from FaZe.
If anything, it provides a new angle of approach for New Happy, as now Cerberus has drawn the attention for FaZe for the time being. New Happy still poking, prodding, seeing if they can find some way to break this offensive line these two members of Daytrade have managed to set up. And the longer it goes on, guess what? Luna's going to be wrapping it back behind this. New Happy not even aware just yet that they could have a massive problem looming behind them in Luna Galaxy, who's been extremely aggressive so far today. And uh-oh. That's going to be headed in a Cerberus direction, I'm willing to bet. But it could also go over into this New Happy angle. We'll have to see Nurens playing along the outside, waiting to pounce. The moment that these angles reveal themselves, and it is going to go more into that Daytrade line, but a bit off.
Just a bit short. Oh, if he had a better angle, he could have got the knock.
Narrowly misses it. New Happy playing a bit more aggressive now. Belmoth is going to go down to his own Molotov, having to step through New Happy with complete and utter control over the firefight, but it's going to be Luna Galaxy now back behind this, hoping to backstep Cerberus. Duckmai also getting in shooting range of the entirety of this. Everything is popping off on this position. New Happy, though, is navigating it. Still 4 members up. Everybody's starting to get back and have better health positions. Got to be careful with those peaks, though, but it is going to be a pickup. Daytrade going down as Luna Galaxy also just walks right into the thing.
Clean fight there from New Happy. Great job with those blue zones to break open some space, but now it's a Kraken starting to knock players down. Ming going to step in and thwart that attempt. They do lose a player. Looks like they might be able to get the res on Non. Quetpa not opting to get involved in this fight. Cerberus trying to go for a res, but really this is such a well-coordinated push by New Happy. Again, those blue zones to clear out that front house, open up some space. They can come from a bunch of different angles, make it really tricky for Belmoth to kind of figure out what's going on around him, and he ended up running into his own fire in the confusion.
Oh, so with this, New Happy has to continue on their path, and they're going to potentially bump into Soul Z. Tiamba is trying to find themselves somewhere inside the circle. 7-7 already down. Crept a bit too close to the firing lines for FaZe and everybody else in the world. BB also has got some vision in this one, are going to regroup, but that does not feel very good, especially with New Happy looming back behind the entirety of this for the time being. Even if you dodge out FaZe's angles, you're going to find a new angle that you are going to be vulnerable from.
Now with BB trying to find some kind of angle into this next circle. Are they going to take a fight against FaZe? FaZe seems ready for it. New Happy now looking down from above on top of Cerberus. Smokes are out there from Cerberus to cover a different angle, and Non with a good clean spray. Salalzi answers in kind. It's actually, I think, Fex from FaZe who's doing some damage here to New Happy. Yep, they're having a tough time getting down that hill because of that FaZe compound, but they might have an opportunity momentarily if they just wait a little bit. BB might just strike into FaZe. Oh. No, they're just going to drive for it. Oh, Salalzi. This takes Ming Ming right out the car. Oh. Rolls on top of him. Oh, he doesn't die. Oh, okay. Wow,
that was absolutely insane. You could see that New Happy tried to set up a flash to then follow it up immediately with the car. It was a bit off in the timing, but it all kind of works out. I guess if you roll the car over, in the end, everything is fine. Here comes Tiamba trying to find a nade. That's not going to connect the way that they want it to, but the bullets are going to finally finish the job out. New Happy is eliminated. Tiamba now has control over the area into the west for the time being. BB still being the threat, looming back behind FaZe as Weibo has got control over the east.
Yeah, now BB is going to try to take this moment, but things kind of ended really quickly on that western edge. So BB, the timing, the window closed too short for them to really find a clean opportunity. So one player already down. They're going to have to go for the res. You got two players, Spyro and a Doozy, trying to make a beachhead here. But they have to worry about Tiamba, who's got an angle from some of those rocks around this western fence line. And instead, they're going to have to try to just brute force their way through. It looks like they realize that going that direction isn't going to work. A grenade splashes some damage into Spyro as FaZe now commits 3 members to this defense. Rez did come through here for BB. Gustav just got to be careful from this window. Don't want to get knocked. You might be able to just keep BB from really pushing much further forward.
Tiamba and Weibo both absolutely loving BB right now, distracting FaZe, allowing them to maneuver a bit more into the circle the way they want to, but the circle still favors this position. BB, they don't have a clean angle to push into this yet, though, because they know if they step around either one of those sides, Tiamba's going to hit them from the west, and even we can see Weibo is going to get some vision in from the north. So that's why we see everybody from BB just clustered up against this wall. There's no easy pathing, no good ways to make a play into this one, so they're a bit nervous. Quet put back behind Weibo could be a bit of a problem the longer this goes on, though.
Well, for now, BB has been able to get into one of the buildings, set up shop, at least momentarily. A Doozy trying to get up on the roof as well. So FaZe had to cede a little bit of a territory to their opponents, and they're just going to be kind of on the back foot. See if they can catch BB stepping out of bounds a little bit, but nobody from BB really needs to. Circle doesn't force them to make a move just yet, so step 1 completed, a few more steps to go, and yeah, there's some gas on the ground there. FaZe just trying to set the groundwork for a trap. Love that shout from our observers. Phil first, on the edge. Might have taken some damage from that grenade, but not enough that it really matters. Gustav trying to keep Tiamba from getting territory for free. Pow Pow's gonna spin out. Tires already gone there, so he has to just settle in and throw some smokes and try to hide behind this tree.
Shin shifted into position back behind Fex as well, so now Fex is on an island. He's been trying to defend and like stall out the other teams on their approach, but it's just too many different angles. He just can't control it all. Quetpa creeping in back behind. 7-7 is going to spot out one of the members of Weibo. It's going to be ZYY, and he's going to go down. Shin's now all by his lonesome, and I believe he has been spotted by Phil first as well, as Quetpa still the stealthy ninja back behind it all. Tiamba needs to make it into the circle, but there's just too many shots. Spyro is going to get the knock on to 7-7, and it is just Pow Pow, the only one from Tiamba inside the circle.
Yeah, Tiamba just not a ton to work with in this circle. You saw that tree that Pow Pow had, and then if they can get to the divot, they might be able to prone in there, keep themselves safe, except for the fact that there's players up on the roofs. Gustav, a Doozy, combining to take down CC. Now Pow Pow, just that beat up car in a tree. That's about all he has to work with. FaZe looking strong, just looking at these solos. If anybody can strike to stop them, or BB as well, of course, but
look at Chims though. He's creeping so close. He's using all these opportunities where everybody's taking shots at Tiamba and at what's going on with Weibo to really get right next to BB. And I think he's kind of a bit more in their mix than they thought that he is.
You might be right. It's just
he's got shotgun right down below this.
Yeah, I don't think BB is going to be ready for that. I mean, FaZe is doing a good job of keeping information limited from the side of BB, you know, laying those traps with the gas. Now that's going to be in the back of your mind. You're like, okay, are there more gas cans on the ground? Like, where can we expect these FaZe players? Going to have to be really diligent. Even with stuns, can be tricky. The player has a shotgun. And when you come through, they can kind of just spray and pray at this door. So these stuns, he's only got 2 for Phil first, have to be extremely effective.
I mean, all eyes are on this one building right now. We've got 11 alive, and everybody is just monitoring what's going on. Vex is still holding down the other compound. The other solos not wanting to do anything. It's just BB and FaZe who've been asserting authority on everybody that's trying to get close to this, even kind of uniting on a front to say, okay, we'll finish this out in just a minute ourselves. Pow, he's just going to go ahead and pow himself. He's powing himself out. He doesn't want to deal with it anymore. Shin, I mean, he's kind of now maneuvering a bit more into the north. Quetpa is still getting closer and closer to the circle, so he might find something. James did shift out.
A doozy. Go to the other roof. Filfirst trying to hold the line. This has gotten really messy all of a sudden. Stuns now coming out. Filfirst doesn't have any more. He didn't check his back.
Oh, and that's going to be a problem. BB now with one down. Gustav going to go down on the opposing front for it. A doozy finding more whenever it matters. Vex can't get involved. This is already an outnumbered fight. He's instead just going to start playing around the north, seeing if he can spot out any solos. Jeems got himself some tools. Here's the footsteps on the hunt, chasing the door, slammed inside of his face. Now he's just going to step back, go for some flushes, and wait to see what else happens next.
Yeah, they're starting to flush out some of these kills. FaZe only has Gustav on the ground. Vex spots out Shen out in the open. Great awareness here, understanding the kill feed very nicely, understanding how many players are left. But Klepa is going to get Vex for that reach out, but he's so weak, and a good spray is going to take him down.
Can we talk about the fact that Vex stepped out of that firefight to go hunting after solos? That's how well FaZe had this coordinated. They were like, no, we know we've got this. You do you worry about what happens next. And he managed to pop off big for him.
Back-to-back wins for FaZe, and you can see that they are really dialed in today. I mean, they are reading every situation in front of them so well. There are no mistakes coming out from this FaZe clan squad.
And that was just such an interesting circle as everything kind of came down into the sight lines of BB and FaZe. Everybody else maneuvering down that hillside, just it was a set of hurdles just to even get into the circle whenever you have to deal with both FaZe and BB entrenched and those walls in between them. I mean, it was just solos and then really where the firefight was, as we're going to get everything set to make our way over to Tego. Rondo.
Well, very reminiscent of day one PGC, as now FaZe is just on a bit of a rampage. They are playing some carefree PUBG, but also some of these circles are going their way, but they're making the most of it, Avenger, with these games.
If you only get a short period of games or short period of time to get a little bit of love from the circle, a little bit of direction,
little love.
Then it's not the time to do it here, because they have to do everything again tomorrow and the day after, and in the finals too.
Is that your announcement?
That's what it is. We're doing the highlights. We're not going to go deep here, you know?
No, I guess. I mean, also, I'd say the games are coming to them a little bit, but I mean, they are really capitalizing on this opportunity, right? And now they're able to just kind of get a lot more kind of pace under their belt here. So this will sit them in good stead going into the next days.
That is 3 games and an insane amount of points. We're talking about a 2024 PGC record of 95 points in one day. They could very well be doing it. If you're also able to gather points here on the wildcard maps, that's just disgusting, because nobody wants to run into them at this point, right?
Yeah.
They are so certain that if you run into FaZe, they're just gonna commit everything to you. They're gonna be smart about it, and you're probably just gonna get eliminated in a rough situation, right? So you really wanna, especially if you're on one of those teams on the cusp, and just because they have gotten so many points so far, our middle pack and kind of the bottom, even the bottom 10 are so close. One half good game and you're jumping 5 places, right? So it's extremely difficult for this. But yeah, this circle definitely did favor that compound that they were able to catch up on. So that's good for them. But yeah, Fix, he was able to really swing out and do a lot of damage. I think it's going to be more than 800-900 damage for him again this game here. It's just insane.
I mean, even into these late fights, right, where BB team kind of comes in, they don't have any kills, they're probably a little bit colder than where FaZe is there and there. I thought, it's BB team. They should be able to put up a decent fight against them, but it was just anything but. FaZe is just ripping people apart at the moment. So very impressive indeed.
Yeah, it's been good to see for them. Yeah, it's just the Mindson screen, a little bit of a rough game for them in terms of kind of where they were located at and how they had to get into the circle too. But yeah, again, they are safe. Like, they just need to get as many points as possible, of course, for this one, and kind of treat it as the best practice possible going into the grand final, right?
I know we keep harking on it there, but just briefly, we did see Sonics, not Harkonnen. We're not talking about Doom, or as I would say, June. and everyone gets mad at me. No, Sonics, obviously. We keep talking about them, but it does bear repeating. The fact that Sonics, at present in this game, they got themselves a few kills here and there, yes, but it still now only accumulates to an 8 points after 3 games. They are very much in the danger zone for a team that is world-class, should be in the grand final, but it's looking scary.
Yeah, trying to break that PGC curse of only once have been in that grand final of PGC, right? A team that so far have won, if not all of the biggest prize pool tournaments outside PGC, then at least the vast majority of them.
Tough stuff. And he really needs to get some momentum going in the next couple of games. Of course, we've got Rondo as well as some Miramars coming up. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from this one. Once again, it's the repeat offenders as we have FaZe up towards the top with 10 kills. New Happy gets 12 on the board, which is big for them as well, considering that they did miss the previous circuit final and now are really doing something with it.
Yeah, and again, this is what we talked about a bit in the start of the day, right? These teams that are currently on very low points or 0 points on our circuit final standings, they're a team that can easily slide under the radar because they're not really on any of the other teams' kind of focus, right? Because they're a team that you don't really need to worry about until tomorrow, or even in the circuit where you could also potentially kind of close them out a little bit, because the cutoff is going to be kind of hard to kind of catch up to, because some teams have played these 12 games already, and they're potentially going to be playing another 6.
Without having spoken to them directly, of course, as we take a look at the numbers coming in from FaZe Clan, it does strike me as a team like New Happy, right? If you miss 2 circuit finals, they are going to have to have gone back to the drawing board in the days they were playing, really workshop things, really think about how they were going to change up coming into the next days, or the next circuit, I want to say. So it seems to be working out so far, and really working out for FaZe, of course. It's Vex again, #1, thanks to that 855 damage, as he takes another man of the match.
Yeah, that's insane. 2 kills, but he got plenty of knocks and had that huge impact position that you have to be to somewhat of an anchor position right in that other side of the compound. Same compound, but still different building.
Yeah.
And overall, like, if you're able to close that out and you're able to set yourself in a situation where you're not getting knocked, you're not really putting any danger to yourself, and still having an impact on getting information and making sure that there's not really any snakes coming into your compound or anyone kind of backstepping or getting a knock on someone making your team weaker. That's just huge. So it's really good to see Vex being able to contribute to that, and that's going to be another 20 points with them. Plus the 42 they had, that's 62 points, James, in just 3 games. That's crazy. And again, 3 more games to do it. They don't even, if they just can somewhat continue this average here, they're going to break that 95 points we saw from Freaks, and that would be insane. 2 wins so far in a 2nd place. 26 placement points in 3 games. That's just unheard of. Looking good for Cerberus too. New Happy Esports also up there, and I would say even with day trade, super close to that cutoff. And look just how close that bottom side is, right? Even if you have 8 points right now, we're talking only 10 points up to 5th place. 1 decent game, and you're seeing yourself up from 14th place all the way up to 5th. Again, because so many teams in the very top have been sponging so many points. Yeah, it's just super, super close here in our middle pack. I would say, I mean, even at this point here from the future, 1 decent game and you're going to be seeing yourself outside of that bottom, of course, because it's so tight already. And we're halfway through the day now.
Yes, we are. And I was just comparing the numbers to the Kwangdong Freaks first three games from the day 1 of Circuit 1. And of course, there was a first place with 15 kills, 13 kills, and 11 kills, right? So you're talking about still... It's
not quite there.
It's hard to catch up to that, but, I mean... There is a potential if you get another win on the board, because of course Kwangdong Freaks in the later games didn't get wins. They did get far in those games afterwards, but there is a world where FaZe could break that. That's crazy, actually. I did not expect that coming into today, for sure. Never mind any of the other crazy scenarios that we were expecting from today.
Yeah, the FaZe Sunday jet lagged into Monday, and it's just popping off for them. And then, yeah, 1 more wildcard map, and these maps are really the ones that are so hard to get these points on, right? It's way harder to play, you know, 25% circles or 25% of the games. We can interpret that as the teams that are coming out of Neos Classic winning the games. We have had a lot of tendencies in general on Rondo with these high ground positions that are considered water, and with all these really big rivers that are really contributing to that 4th shift, the land ratio so-called shift is going away from. So it has been extremely predictable, and especially once you see phase 2, second circle or even the third one pop, you almost guaranteed to know kind of where the circle is going to be ending. It's very predictable to play right now. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with it in the future.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, well, let's get into it here. The condo has been demolished. It's time to roll into Rondo.
In your Bronco.
No, 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 absolutely not. Let's go to the casters as quickly as possible. Let's do it.
Oh, thankfully the condo is finally destroyed. Let's go ahead and make our way into Rondo.
I like rolling to Rondo. I'll take that one. No more condos.
Rolling into Rondo?
Yeah, like rolling in Rondo. Rumble in Rondo.
There's a ton of things.
Yeah. Reminiscing in Rondo. We're not there yet. We haven't played enough.
Holding hands and
reminiscing skipping through the fields. Yeah, it's nice.
Taking in this nice scenery.
Honestly, I love Rondo just because it's gorgeous. Like, it's so pretty.
It is by far the most scenic map that we have. Like, whenever you see these stretch shots, whenever people are like taking snipes and stuff, like, oh, dude, it's just so pretty.
And I know no one ever goes to Jadena City, but if you're in some pub games, drop in there, check it out. It is a cool
It is. I really, really like it. But I mean, it shall never get the love as it is down too far to the southeast. I say that, I mean, yeah, even with the plane path. I was hoping maybe it would prove us wrong in this one, but not too likely as Test Track Stadium continuing to get a lot of attention. Navi, Twisted, all stacked up over next to each other. Luna also going to be stretching a bit further away from it. Tiamba is going to be stretching into the stadium as a lot of our attention is now going to start being drawn down to those bottom four. As time and time again, so we're going to be going through the circuit series. We've hit that halfway point like the desk was talking about. Our bottom four need to be on the hunt for any point they can find.
There's a lot going on the map, actually. T1, New Happy, very close to each other at Jiao Tin. Circle is going to go southwest. FaZe and 17 were pretty close to each other up in the northeast corner of the map. And of course, Navi is pseudo-contesting Test Track. Again, you can kind of split that into halves and sort of have a unofficial truce to not really mess with each other if you don't feel like it. I mean, of course, you're going to look for those knocks and maybe try to make a play off of that. But we've seen this from time to time where a lot of teams aren't really super happy that Twisted Minds would get this to themselves, and they want to try to claim this very valuable real estate. Just like Avenger was pointing out really nicely on the desk there, that because of the way that the land ratio works on this map, circles are somewhat predictable. So therefore, spots like Test Track, like Jiao Tin, like Stadium, like Yulin are really, really nice because you're going to have easy access to a above average number of first couple of circles. So that's why you're seeing a lot of teams that want that space, want that territory.
You make an interesting point, specifically whenever we look down at this circle, as it's got Ringjian that's going to be down there and the river that's going to be next to it, cutting up a lot of landmass down there to the south. So a lot of assumptions on how the circle is going to be maneuvering, you can kind of make early, and Sonics look like they're in a great position for that.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sonics are starting with a pretty favorable Circle 1, but it seems like when I feel like they've made a good move, there's another team that has another idea about it. And in the previous game, it was FTF, who just kind of drove up onto that hillside, maybe expecting it to be relatively clear, or maybe there was like a spread formation there. And yeah, the Sonics essentially bested them in that fight, but that really caused enough damage to the Sonics that they were then being harassed by Luna a lot of the way, and then they ran into Weibo, and then they got pinched between Luna and Weibo. So it just seems like, you know, the Sonics have some ideas, but other teams have different ideas, and they're getting caught in the mix.
Well, it's also just the fact that Sonics just, it feels like the micro side of the fight is just not ever going in their way.
Yep.
And that's a kind of not normal for that squad, I would say the least. So we'll have to see if they can right the ship, as they are in a dangerous position down in 14th place. Tiamba finding a couple of points in that, at least managed to get away from last place, and it is going to be FTF right now on the hunt for whatever they can find. As FaZe is going to be all the way over there into the northeast. They're going to be able to make pretty much well, let's just be honest, they're going to have the longest traveled distance for anybody inside of this circle, as they got a ways to go.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There is an E pickup already in the air that I can see on the map. It came from Test Track from Twisted Minds. I don't know if they took it or just trying to use it as bait, maybe to try to lure Navi into a bit of a trap. But like another thing that Esk was really well highlighting that I was thinking about after that last game is that, you know, FaZe is on pace to maybe do better than the Freaks did on their first day in the event when they put up 95 points in one day. So see if they can keep it up. For sure, if you had any FaZe players on your fantasy team, you're probably...
Why do you kind of keep bringing that up? I tell you, you know that I pick up Gustav like all the time, and the one time I don't do it, you're just like...
Yep. Well, I feel like it's just, you know, just whatever players Matt didn't pick are the ones that are going to pop off.
Just keep stabbing me in the back and twisting it, man. Just twist it a bit.
8-2 paper.
Oh,
8-2.
you mean the fact that I've had Himas on my fantasy 2 times whenever he hasn't done anything, and then I don't put him on there today, and then look at the leaderboard? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, the good news is you're the Caesar in this situation. If I'm the one backstabbing you.
Oh, so great! I get a play written about me after I die.
Yeah, well, but I mean, you controlled like the greatest empire in the world, for a while. So you had that going for you.
That would be Batu, wouldn't it?
That is actually probably the case. Yes, he is currently the king of Rome, for sure. Lou did.
Well, we
parachute up here. Okay, so
he's in 13th place right now, so that's an unexpected position for Twisted, to say the least.
For sure. I don't expect that to last. This is very Twisted Minds. Like, putting a player up on a high ground, it's very reminiscent of the way they play Miramar. And I like what I'm seeing, but let's take a look at some highlights from Weibo, see if they can get it going here today.
一波蛇皮走位是直接走掉了，但是头顶上张德生一波出枪，人麻了。什么时候的事情这么快？一雷要双响了吗？刚刚好。
2颗激火雷先扔过去。
来了，
就在脚边1颗雷，炸到了锅底，又打了1个。
是的。
正好是一个太硬的状态，雷又雷到了这波微博 gaming。
要小心，左边刚拉出来。哇，这波是按着shift出来的，开不了枪。听到声音反打，哇！
What struck me as interesting in that is how many of their big plays that we saw inside of those highlights come from clutch moments. That feels like whenever Weibo's under pressure, they just step up in a much bigger way.
Well, I mean, I think that's the thing about Weibo, at least when I look at their roster, is that there's a lot of mechanically talented players on that team, but their macro hasn't really been up to snuff. Like, we've seen them too often lose a player or two in split positions. They're not really always fighting as a team, and they're relying on those clutch moments a little bit too much. And so for Weibo, I'm curious to see like if there's going to be adjustments through the rest of today. They're doing okay, right? But another thing that was talked about on the desk that's very important here is how congested it is because of the point sponge that FaZe has been. And so therefore you still have a lot of opportunity, but is Weibo going to be able to get enough points throughout the rest of these last 3 maps to really make sure they're playing into tomorrow, get some confidence going? Again, I don't doubt the mechanics, especially when you have a player like Shen on your team. But, a fight here between 2 powerhouses, Cerberus and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and this has been brewing for pretty much since we last saw the highlights, and as Dekmai has been kind of hiding out. Twisted doesn't want to make too big of a push over here until they realized it was pretty isolated. They're just using the information that they've got right now. They don't know exactly where he is, but fishing with dynamite, sooner or later it'll connect in a way that will make them happy, finally getting some damage out. They don't know that quite yet. So Dekmai is just going to be kind of hiding out in the smoke. Reinforcements not really able to do too much for him. He's just kind of stuck here. I mean, Himas has got that position that we saw him playing around the mountain a little while ago, but that doesn't have the best sight line into this. As Dekmai does sneak away, but every time he maneuvers to a new smoke, that just means you know exactly where he is.
I mean, the good news is I think the trees are pretty well cutting off Lou's vantage point, but Tulans was trying to find a bit of an angle from that hillside, but Perfectix found a great timing there. They just continue to surround, and right as Salalzi was about to roll in to try to pick up Dekmai, he is cut down.
Bait now just sits out there. The rest of Cerberus just got to let it
got
go.
Stolen.
T1 looks like they saw some action and some fun with that one and are chasing a bit as they're vibing. They're feeling themselves today.
They are. T1 is just playing with reckless abandon. They're in the finals. They know it. They can.
Solzy, that was a jerk move, man.
Hey, look, that was his driving lane, and I don't know. That sometimes you're looking at the map or something, you know, and you don't really realize that you're just driving.
I saw him cut that wheel.
Oh.
I mean, he kind of bumped it.
He pit maneuvered him?
Yes, well, I wouldn't say pit maneuvered. He like hit him in the front. Oh no, Cerberus in some more trouble as it is going to be the Mad. Takes down Haisaki, and what do? Looks like Cerberus just goes, okay, time to commit. There was only one person shooting. We can handle one person, right? Nade's going to get lined up towards Sololzi, going to connect, and now that one person being the Mad is absolute problem. What do you even do? Oh, new friends approaching, hearing this firefight. EF going to go ahead, fully reinforce. They're like, nope, we got this. Everybody is now just going to collapse in. They said, Mad, you did your job. We're not going to leave you. We're going to go in full on support.
Now, you do have the final boss of Cerberus left, Himas, but I don't know. I mean, Kleppa, okay, takes some damage, but you couldn't find that knock. Himas trying to reposition inside to get upstairs, and they're just going to chase him down with stuns. Throws a stun of his own. I think a molly flew up in there as well, so going to slow down the fight momentarily. A lot of resources have to be committed. There's some smokes there for Himas. Try to use. Maybe he's going to try to find a player out in the open. Saw the grenade and thought better of it. It catches him anyway. Nice throw from Code Marco.
Cerberus presently in second, though, so not the worst, and yeah, okay, so this is not anywhere near where I thought we were going to end up. Luna Galaxy, though, they're absolutely ecstatic about this.
I've never seen a circle with that much of that river in it.
Same.
Because of the way it angles, that's crazy. Okay, okay, all right, Circles, show me something good today. I'm down for that. Weibo, oh, AZ driving in right behind Weibo's formation as they try to get through, and yeah, Mamu going to be taken out, so Shen, Spaceman, ZYY, all on their own, and they're going to have to peel back and find a plan B here.
And this screws up the timing for trying to approach the circle. All of these squads now kind of caught out. Mutually assured destruction moment potentially brewing for them as Weibo now has to still also deal with 17 that are going to be back behind them. Tiamba has called an emergency pickup. It's going to be crossing through. We did see Twisted Minds do an emergency pickup. It doesn't look like they took it at all. So instead, it's just going to be everybody now trying to cross over and find new priority positioning. BB was playing right along the coast for the river. They're going to go ahead and regroup. This is going to be the EF position we saw coming out a little while ago, right along this coastline, or I guess river line, beach line. I don't know. What do you call the sand around a beach? Or around a river?
I was going to say sand around water is usually a beach.
Look, I'm having a day today.
Yeah, it's okay. I still love you for what it's worth. I don't know where this circle's going to go. I think a lot of our teams are suspecting that this is going to go on that kind of peninsula that's in the crook of the river. But we'll have to wait and see as Twisted Minds is trying to harass this potential E pickup from EF. Oh my God, they're so close. Do they know?
Oh, they see the lines on.
Hello, FTF is also driving in this direction.
Waiting for it. It's going to be about another couple of seconds. Nade is prepped, getting cooked up, gonna go for the toss in. Here's the helicopter, bit short on it. One does get yoinked up into the sky, but now it's going to be a big problem. Where do you even go? Firmly surrounded off this point. T1 in one position around it. I mean, the Mad at least now, he has to break off of the helicopter. He's trying to return back to see if he can get an outside angle to support his teammates, but I don't even know what you can do. There's just so many people over here.
Well, yeah, the fact that FTF shows up in the middle of all of this just makes it even worse for EF. I mean, they're trying to figure out, trying to scramble into some kind of defensive position. FTF, though, isn't going to fully commit to this just yet. They're going to peel off of this fight. So maybe just let Twisted, and oh, of course, T1 loves the third party today, so they're going to show up and see if they can do some damage. Going to see that vehicle rolling away, but a couple members down for Eternal Fire. Not really much that Kletpa can do right now. He's stuck in this hut trying to find a way out. Grenades are ringing out in his face, and that's going to be the knock from END.
And with this, Lou has some supporting angle from Twisted really far in distance, but that's going to be about it. FTF with their rotation out, going to be a new problem for Eternal Fire, so Kletpa going to be essentially done. This fight is predominantly done. It's a matter of just who's going to pick up the last couple of kills, flush those out. It's going to go over to END. Now Twisted, who are kind of the start and the catalyst of all of this. You're just going to be kind of stuck in a position pretty close to T1, but not, I would say, in a problematic position.
Yeah, and I was wondering where the Mad was, and FTF has found him, flanked out pretty wide. Where, oh where is this circle going to go? Okay, this is kind of what I figured would be the case, is that it wanted to go towards this peninsula, towards Rinjiang, in between Hungshan and that mountain that's there. Daytrade trying to barricade the bridge from SGD, but getting across, there's a couple extra little mini bridges on that kind of city that lies spread across that peninsula. Happy has a shotgun, and the Mad, I think, is about done.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Wow, he stole that one. That should have been a complete catastrophe for Happy there.
I thought so too, and he missed those two shots. Fortunately, able to swap over to the AUG and get the job done. Trying to get the res on a trick. Twisted Minds, though, maybe eager to see if they can punish FTF from their backside. Smokes had to come out. Res does come through, but Twisted Minds taking their time, I think, trying to figure out exactly what they want to do in the circle. This is probably one that players don't see too often, no matter how much you scrim on this map.
I mean, Twisted's in an awkward spot. They're at the very northern section of the break where we see the river cut back over into the southeast. So they've got a traversal ahead of them that they have to deal with. And FTF, I think, could just be a juicy opportunity to go, okay, let's stabilize some of our points. But Twisted still sitting in 13th right now. They need to get something today.
For sure. I mean, I don't think Twisted is very thrilled with how today has been going for them so far. Ming Ming dead. Tian Tian going to cut him down. And SGD trying to find a way to get across that bridge. Again, it's day trade, gatekeeping from the other side. Maybe they try another angle of approach. I don't know.
This is big. A lot of our point sponges now finally down. Cerberus, New Happy, EF, 2, 3, 4, all respectively down and out. That means the fact that there's opportunity to pick up points for these guys that are so desperately needing to get away from that 12-point cut line. So let's see if we can see Twisted finally get the game rolling today, as Lou is going to spot out Run and take him down. So that's easily done. FTF now in more and more trouble the longer this chokehold goes on.
Yeah, this is just classic Twisted Minds. Patience pays off. Waiting for their opponents to make a mistake, and then they pounce. Happy stuck on the other side of this rock. Example trying to push through. Not sure if Simoy has a good angle to kind of back him up. The stuns not really going to fetter Example. He's just going to take Happy out. Now looking for the flank, and yeah, Lou finds it. Simoy down. Nice, efficient stuff from Twisted Minds.
The pathing has to continue, though, as they're still going to maneuver about another, 500-600 meters down, and that could put them into Na'Vi and Luna's sight lines. T1 trying to navigate in and find a path into the circle for them. But, I mean, a couple of shots could also open up into 17. 17 kind of are already on the inside of this, but this is aggressive, dude.
He got shot out!
Just runs down after it. Type goes for a flank position, and T1, these guys just do not care today, and I love it.
No, they're just running and gunning all day. That's the name of the game. And EN has been magnificent on this map, trying to continue his reign of terror, and he does. 5 kills for EN, 6 total for T1.
Okay, well, now Sonics, you've put yourself in a position you thought could be strong for a moment, but that just means you're near T1, which is a tragedy brewing in and of itself. Kickstart's trying to take some shots in, but he has to be careful, as now it is BB that's hearing this and moving to maybe gatekeep.
Kickstart in an awkward position there. He's in the water.
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on with that. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds is trying to break around the other side of the river end. Having a tough time of it. You know, they do find the knock, but there's a couple teams over there with Na'Vi and Luna. EN gonna stock up some extra gear. Twisted just harassing Na'Vi, trying to find a way through into this next circle. They're gonna have to rotate even further unless they can find some more knocks, find some more kills. Now Luna, they know that Na'Vi's weak. They're gonna let loose, and I think Diffix might not be long for this. Hakatori actually goes down to his own blue zone. Saucid gone as well, so just Varus left here for Na'Vi.
And so few options to deal with. He's just going to cut down. Twisted actually rotates right back into Luna Galaxy's positioning. Example, Perfectix going to be leading the charge. See if we can handle how this angle is going to go for them. But Tulans looks like he was trying to hold out inside the blue to open up something for him, but Luna Galaxy's not going to step into that. Instead, it's just going to be firefighting. That's the only thing that's going to buy you any position inside of this Twisted, and it's going to be Perfectix, seeing if maybe he can find an angle to keep Example alive.
Yep, trying to catch him as he falls, get that res as quickly as possible. Lou drives in, try to support. Sonics doing a good job, at least keeping T1 from making it to the other side. They do lose a player in there. It wasn't even Kickstart. He was out in the water. So good news for Sonics. You did lose Tiggleton, obviously a strong fragger, but they're going to be able to maintain their hold. The circle continues to shift away from the water. Type is he's just farming, man.
He's just a problem. Like, SGD was just minding their own business, trying to sneak into the circle, and suddenly Type from out in the middle of nowhere is like, sure, I'm just going to go ahead and ruin your day. Day trade now. Going to reinforce that. They spot out what's going on with SGD. Jervis is going to go down. Naren's going to continue through. And Type, finally, the problem is gone. Luna Galaxy, though, a problem in and of themselves, have to deal with BB, who's firm collapsing down onto Haven. The last member still alive.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an unfortunate loss there for BB. To lose one of your best fraggers in the middle of the game here. They're doing okay, 18 points, but nothing feels comfortable because of how tight it is in this lobby right now. Haven able to get a first aid going, trying to find some kind of purchase, but he is stuck between a lot of players of BB. Has the circle in his favor, at least momentarily. He has this kind of mini canyon to kind of surviving. Opts to go out into the blue, see if there's some more resources for him to scoop up. And yeah, there is. Oh my God, he just picked up a ton. Some frag grenades, some smokes, some heals. That's a nice pickup for Haven.
All right, so we've got Sonic's going to be collapsing in back behind BB. That's not going to go the best for him just quite yet. Tiantan also going to be falling in back behind the Sonics. So a lot of exchanges of firefighting that's going to be going on over here. H1 does get the knock onto a doozy. But Haven's on the opposing side of this one. Sonic's just going to go ahead and maneuver forward, saying, okay, we've got a weakened position. Let's go ahead and go for it. See if we can creep in right down underneath it. The Spyro knows that it's going on, but not much that he can do for it for the time being. Just going to try to get some throwables out. You can see Haven down on one side of it is kind of locked in. He's going to shift away, and that's going to allow a bit more of a reposition coming up from BB, but it's come so late that Sonics are already right on top of him.
Sonics, if they could find some good frags, they could have really done some serious damage to BB, but they weren't connecting enough to find an extra knock. H1 trying to push up with kickstart. Doesn't have any stuns, just a couple of smokes. No heals left for H1 either. Oh,
he wanted to try to get an angle on top of that rock, but that little jump is just not working out the way that he wanted to. So now Sonics at least alleviate the problem that's going to be back behind him. Luna Galaxy going to be cutting a path. Looks like they might be able to get some vision on how BB is going to be rotating. So going to be a bit of a setup that Sonics feels a bit hesitant on. Instead has to deal with the problems back behind him and Tiamba, but never mind. Tiamba is just going to go ahead and remove Sonics, deny them have to worry about that problem.
Yeah, and they're able to get the res there for Tiamba as well, so they're back up to 4 strong. BB now trying to make a push. Pow Pow keeping eyes on it, waits for them to get out of the vehicle. Can't quite track him down with that mini just yet. Haven trying to best his opponent over on the other side. Pow Pow turns his attention in different directions. A doozy gonna go down. Luna Galaxy falls. It's actually Perfectix from Twisted Minds who finds that kill. So now Twisted Minds, all eyes on Tiamba. They are just shooting everything they have at them. Perfectix finds the knock and the flush. Tiamba trying to get into this next circle.
And remember that it was Twisted that had to do that really long, weird rotate around.
Yep.
They find themselves a bit of an open territory to play. The hills are going to provide some cover for them to work with. The only other team in a comfortable position inside the circle, of course, is going to be FaZe.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Like, FaZe has been awfully quiet, but quiet is not the name of the game for Weibo. Shen already 2 kills, looking to add more. Here was ZYY, but James striking from behind, doing some serious damage. Shen had to prone down. Looks like he's going to be able to get that first aid off, I believe. Flash trying to hold an angle off of this cover. See if he can do it.
Oh, the moment they step around, he's going to try to make it, but does actually connect in, picks up both of them. So Day Trade's going to find some more in the end, but that's going to be enough for FaZe to step in, see if they can finally cement out this firefight. Tiamba also on the hunt. Flash is just in some trouble, man. He's got 2 different squads back up against the blue zone. There is nowhere to go, and it's going to be James that finally finds him.
Well, this could be a twisted game. Let's see if they can get into a favorable position with FaZe kind of distracted on the other side. Fex trying to keep him pinned down a little bit, but he takes some damage, has to pull off of that angle. Lin Shu 7-7 beginning their march forward, trying to do a bit of a double push around this corner. This is going to be tough, I think, for Tiamba, but they saw James cross.
And I don't know if FaZe expects this. Yeah, look, they're stepping away. They think that taking out that solo was enough to kind of finish out everything over here. So Tiamba with an opportunity going to be creeping in. Do get the shots onto Fex. Not enough, though, to get the knock. That means that James' position over here is going to be massive for him. Get some damage off. Not enough to get the knock just quite yet. And instead, it's just going to be an awkward position to have to play from. He has to step away, and Tiamba cannot finish out that knock. So instead, Twisted hears this. They're going to be rolling in right along a similar path. James is going to go down. Example is going to go ahead and get the knock onto him. But it's going to be a big problem for Tiamba, who's not yet inside the circle and has no option.
This is looking really nice for Twisted Minds. Tiamba trying to double back, go the other direction. Nice hold from FaZe. Getting the high ground on top of Twisted Minds. Is Twisted Minds going to be deep enough towards this edge that they're going to be okay? The grenades are going to start to ring out, though. Are they going to bounce? No, they come up just a bit short. Twisted Minds Good read on the angle that those grenades were going to come in. Able to dodge it a little bit. Patulin's taking some damage from the side.
Vex is creeping back behind Tiamba. He has an opportunity to backstab the backstab. So Tiamba, now with their attention firmly set on Twisted, thinks that they've handled enough of what's going to be going on FaZe. But Vex has had a massive amount of damage that he's put out today. It's a big day for him, so he has an opportunity. Tiamba holding up, trying to see if they can get a bit more of this high ground, get some control over it, but not going to be rewarded just quite yet. Corexy, Gustav look like they have some type of vision on what's going on with Lou, but can't quite get the knock into it. Vex goes for the spray, does get the knock on a Lenshu, and steps away. He's content with what he managed to do.
Yeah, took a lot of damage and was able to get away in time. Corexy is going to clean up CC. And now Twisted Minds on the push. They had a lot of smokes to work with, using it to cover this assault, and 7-7 is pinned.
And the squad that was in a troublesome position a little while ago, now presently in 5th place. Twisted Mind coming alive, 13 kills. Looks like they're going to make it, go ahead, 15 and pick it up. With this, Vex lined up is going to have a ton of vision and just drops Perfectix. That means that Lou's going to have to defend up as Gustav's going to make a shift at roughly the same time, vying for control of the center of the circle.
Vex has been flexing today with that AUG. Lou, though, shut down Gustav out in the open. Catches him trying to reposition to the rock. A good read there from Lou, expecting a player to try to create a flank. Meanwhile, Rez being attempted. Vex out in the open. 2 players left here for FaZe. Vex dealt with, 1 more to go, but Corexy hitting some bangers with the Dragunov.
Do at least get the flush out as example. Looks like he's got a couple smokes dropped on top of him, trying to keep him alive. Corexy, I mean, he's got vision on it. You can see that the tree's doing a good job on providing cover, but his back is right up against what's going to be the next safe zone, so he's in some trouble over here. Multiple members for Twisted already know exactly where he is. Keep in mind, Lou's already inside the circle as well, and is also going to have a crate dropped on top of him just to boot. So Corexy looks like he's going to shift back, see if he can get some vision in Lou. Not going to happen. Example, even getting rezzed. Full on coming in, firepower galore into this solo for FaZe, hiding out.
Absolutely. Now you can just kind of box him in, and maybe Lou even just be able to finish the job. Little peek battle. Oh, Corexy took a headshot or something there. That was a lot of damage. And grenade just in case, but Corexy repositioning to try to go for the heal. This one looks all but over. What does Corexy have to say about it?
I mean, he's not running out the blue. He doesn't want to surrender. He thinks that he can try to make something happen here. See if we see everybody step around, maybe provide a couple of 1v1 opportunities. But no, Example's not going to let that one happen. He picks up the last kill, and that's going to be Twisted Minds finding a victory.
That's an impressive game from Twisted Minds. It looked like it was going to be a tough slog for them to get into some of those mid to late game circles. So many teams they had to fight through, but efficient the whole way. 4 up in the end.
I mean, being at the tail end of that awkward shift just along that river was just massive for them. They managed to just kind of sneak in, backstab a couple of squads, pick up kills, and just start the ball rolling in their favor.
Now, that was classic Twisted Minds. What can you say? There's a reason they're the best in the world.
But FaZe.
Yes.
FaZe. All the way into the end again.
Very good.
I mean, these guys are on a roll, and can they continue? I think it's more of a mind of, can they get the most total points in one day for the year? Let's find out as we're going to go ahead and get everything set to make our way to Miramar.
It's EMEA wall to wall because we've got ourselves FaZe getting wins, and now Twisted Minds is on the board for day 1 of Circuit 3 here as we, well, had it down to the wire against FaZe once again in the final circles, and Tiamba here doing some link shot Missa over on the other side of things. So for Twisted Minds, a brilliant game. Absolutely huge kills here, Martin.
Yeah, also what a rough game, right? How everything kind of turned out and how the circles really went against some of the teams that had to move south. FaZe managed to get this compound here, and especially for Rondo, it feels like having the data that you have to have available kind of to know exactly how this map works out, and you have that, then by Circle 2 you have so much information kind of what's going to be happening here. And yeah, Twisted Minds, they're able to step up, and what an insane game they're able to have, right? This game and how they kind of operated around, both with cars, with vehicles, the terrain control that they're able to manage, it's just insane. 16, 17 kills they're able to take on, and they destroyed FaZe in that late game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it comes back to, I mean, their movement from... They hear the shots from Tiamba going against FaZe and things like that. As soon as they hear those shots, instantaneous movement from the north of that road to find themselves a position to be able to start exerting pressure, right? So for Twisted Minds, they understand exactly when they needed to move. It was pretty textbook. I'm not going to say that this was a huge brain play. It's down the wire. They know exactly what they needed to do, and they executed on it. So for the other teams, they were caught really, really harshly against these rocks.
Yeah. Perfectix also having a huge game there. Of course, I think 6 kills he's going to be ending on. Example is going to be ending on 6-2. That's just different level for them, right? Really stepping up here in this game here, and on a hard map like this to play. Impressive stuff. But FaZe, we have to remember, they were starting that game super far northeast, right? And then they're far south. So them being able to, like, the amount of travel time and also amount of time to get there, it's obviously such a huge difference. But yeah, that's circle 4, 5, 6-ish shift, right? Really favoring that compound, really holding on to it. And some teams were holding on to that high ground wrong, so it really didn't pay off for them. Tiamba, though, trying. They're getting a few points from kills, a few points from placements. Not sure if it's going to be enough, though.
It's very important. I mean, considering that they've had a bit of a rough time by getting into those circuit finals, and now here, not that many points on the board. A little bit, though, thanks to the fact that they do end up getting themselves a 3rd place here from the position that they were in. But it will, as you look on the screen here, be Twisted Minds showing and inserting their dominance for this one. 17 kills for Twisted Minds. Tiamba will take away 5. FaZe only 3. There wasn't really a whole lot for them to shoot at during this game. They did kind of disperse out. They were controlling just that compound. They wanted to try and cordon off Tiamba's approach from that west side.
Yeah, but with a 2nd place on top of that, that's 9 points, right? They're going to really be setting the tone here. Question for you, though. Do you think they make it? Do they break that 95 points that Freaks were able to have in Circuit 1?
Well, I was concerned that they were going to win this game as well.
Concerned? No, don't do it.
Which would have just been massive. Oof, I think 95
One smoke for Twisted, by the way.
95 is too hard to break.
It's hard, yeah, it is. It is, and at this point here, like, you slow down, or like, especially... I mean, once we get to Miramar, that is the map that you really kind of focus on, the teams that you kind of don't want to go in to that next stage, right? That's where you really start third-partying, start potentially hot-dropping. That's if we're going to see hot-drops, it's going to be in the last 2 maps. It's not really in the start of the day.
If you now know that teams are wounded and having a bit of a hard time, a potential hot-drop could be a thing. But also, Miramar, for me, is always... we've said it for years now. There's like channels of rotation where you could potentially punish people if they're going to have to go through them because they don't necessarily want to go over the mountains and things.
Yeah, just like we saw with on Erangel, right? They like the chain back-to-back crashing, the backfilling on some of these compounds here. It's going to make it extremely rough, and the teams know Miramar so well. After all that's really what's going to happen too here. But Twisted Minds, you're able to get 17 kills. That's just a different level here for them. 2 guys on 6, Lou on 4, and Batulin steering the charge for everyone here, really. And he was up front. He was up there. He was in there. It was actually not even him that was being in the anchor position. He was in there making sure that everyone did right. But the man on match here is going to be Perfectix for this one. 686 damage and 6 kills. Super efficient damage dealing coming in here from Perfectix. It's good to see him up to the level that we know he's capable of, right? It's been such a long time where it's just been the Example show, but for every time in before Example joined Twisted Minds and all the other teams that have been out throughout the years, right? It was just Perfectix. Like, he was such a standout player always, right? And 27 points going there. We're just only one other team to get double digits here, and it's just 10 for Tiamba.
Hey, you don't win 3 PGSs in a year without everybody being clutch.
And 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's
just unreal, right?
Yeah, it's sickening. So yeah, the 27 points go their way. As you say, Tiamba are the only other team to get themselves double digits from this one. Again, another, popping, I was about to say pop-off, but from Day Trade, get themselves 9 points in this one. It's still very, very good. They'll be able to find themselves in that 3rd place at the moment. 71 points with 2 games to go. If they get another win, then yeah, but...
FaZe is there, they're on the bus, man. They're putting everyone else in the gravel. No questions asked about that.
It's crazy. What a day. What a day for FaZe here. And then, of course, Twisted Minds follow it up with a 27-pointer. at the moment. Let's take a look down towards the bottom though, because of course we now enter danger zone as we head over to the Dusty Dunes of Miramar. 17 Gaming, Sonics, Trigadui, and From the Future. I'm gonna absolutely real talk. I think a lot of us probably expected Trigadui as well as From the Future to have a rough time, even getting out of today. They've already had rough times in the previous circuit days. Sonics and 17 Gaming though, in a scary spot here.
It is. This is not exactly what we expected when we were, like, before we started PGC, we were talking about potential favorites going into this, right? And even with Na'Vi in 14 only, that's a little bit scary because it's one of my teams that I have in that top 4.
Yeah. Yeah, tough stuff here. So, I mean, going on to Miramar and how all this is going to play out.
Yeah.
Do people start kind of barreling down on people like Sonics?
I mean, if you want to start it early, right? The hot drops is obviously something that can kind of sever them into a little bit of pieces where they're gonna have a rough time. If you lose 1 or 2 players, that's really, like, it's making your game so much harder. Like, you have to salvage from the very beginning. It's not just from when you're scouting and like you're losing 1 player in rotation. It's from the very beginning. Then you potentially could lose more players in rotation, right? So. Yeah, I'm not really expecting it. It's, again, I think this extreme focus on the third party, really aware of what's happening in the kill feed, and really third party those teams and focus on those teams that are on the bottom side.
All right, well, one more break here as we get ready for our 2 Miramars on the way. It is down to the wire here, just for day 1 of Circuit 3 alone. So join us right after this.
It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruiser Chaos. We've set the stage, and Sanhok stands ready. And now, it must be knocked down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rumble.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly! What the?
Two games left on the day and potentially 2 games left for a couple of teams because they might not even be able to qualify after this stage. So a lot riding on a couple of squads, one of them being a international notoriety team in the Sonics.
Yeah, they have to get through here or they're done. Their tournament's over. They're outside of the top 16 for the grand finals points. So can they do it? I don't know. I hope so in a way, but at the same time, you know, everybody else is playing really well today, so it's making it really hard for them to kind of get deeper into games. They're getting some kill points here and there, but it's often in the early part of the game, and they're finding these scrapes, they're finding these skirmishes, and they can kind of win one fight, but they can't really get any further than that.
This is pretty scary, and luckily we're on Miramar. We know a lot of the teams have a capability to really pop off on Miramar and with the opportunities that it does provide, but it's all coming down to the wire, and squads that were in desperation situations now are going to have to clutch even harder, and it just puts such a it's so mentally taxing at this stage to go, okay, 2 games left, I've got to have it happen. Yeah, one big game can get you there, but it gets scarier and scarier by the second.
Absolutely. It is nerve-wracking to say the least. I mean, a lot of these teams are just chilling. They're in cruise control. They've done what they need to do to get through to tomorrow, but the teams at the bottom, they have to, you know, make some moves, and it's tough because so many of the teams are in positions where they can third-party your fights. They can gatekeep you. They can say, we don't want you to get through. We know how good you can be in a grand finals. We're not interested in having you there. So if we see you in the kill feed, you know what? We're going to come make your life a little bit more miserable today.
Yeah, and this is going to be where we're going to see it, if we're going to see it today, because this is where we already saw it, right? We got a glimpse of it with T1 starting to mess with Tiamba a little bit with that little sneaky play, as we even saw the coaches giddy off the excitement of how
Yeah,
well that it managed to work. He was, I don't think I've ever seen him
was an
laugh
evil
so
laugh.
maniacally, and I loved it, as Miramar is ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. When you're in these positions where you have nothing but free money to play with, you're allowed to just do what you want.
And look, if you're going to set up a play and execute it and it comes off that clean and you manage to pick up a kill off of something for near on free and also just throw off the tempo of a team, you should, as a coach, giggle maniacally to see your plans to come to such great fruition.
Oh yeah,
So,
and look at the map right now. This is why they were doing it, folks. It's because they share a drop spot on Miramar, and Sonic wants this drop spot. He doesn't want Tiamba in the grand finals. He wants to take them out of the equation now, so they have a better chance of having Chumacera to themselves as the tournament moves into that end phase. So that's kind of why you saw that. Now Tiamba this go around isn't anywhere near that drop spot, so it looks like T1 has Chumacera. I mean, EF is in the vicinity, but their main drop spot uncontested. Let's see if Tiamba kind of spreading out around San Martin, which has been left open in this lobby, causes any maybe chaos in that part of the map. But other than that, I look towards, well, of course, you know, from
why
the
would
bell
it not
tower.
be?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
You know, Iron Sight AK at about 300 meters. Why not? But the only thing that I'm kind of curious about on the map is Weibo and Cerberus a little bit close to each other, but it is going to just center up right on top of Chumacera.
Okay, Sonics, Monte Nuevo is yours. You have an inside track to get a couple of good positionings off of it. Chumacera with T1. They've got the control point to play from, though, is they get to dictate a lot of rotation, specifically on a circle like this, with it being so centered. They've got high ground vantage points on a lot of what's going to be going on to the north and the east.
Absolutely. I mean, again, there's opportunity for the Sonics. It's just, can they make the right read on the lobby? I think that's part of the problem. Like you said earlier, and I agree with you, that their team fighting hasn't been clean, but they need a little bit of kind of better judgment sometimes on what positions they can take that are actually going to be safer.
Here's the best thing I can say about it. We know there's memes around TIG and, using mortars and the Sonics. And
yes.
When was the last time you saw them in a position to be able to do that?
Yeah, I don't think he's used them this event that I remember.
I mean, we
haven't seen the trigonometry.
Maybe on like day one we saw something coming out, but it just feels like they've been chasing themselves. Not necessarily chasing the circles, but the ghost of the Sonics that could be.
I like that. I like that, especially since we're getting to Christmas. That's a good
look at that. I didn't
good
even
reference there.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. You made up for some of the earlier.
Look, okay, I
love you.
I meant to look it up and find out what it's called, whatever. It's like a beach along a river. I don't know.
either,
It's
dude.
still a beach, but whatever. Okay, Cerberus gonna go ahead and shoo away some friends and SGD to the north, and that's about all she wrote. That's about the only thing that's happening right now.
Yeah, Cerberus was the only team I kind of was curious about, just because Weibo was relatively close initially, and SGD a little bit close, and Cerberus tried to punish that, but SGD able to get on out of there. SGD, another team whose tournament lives are absolutely on the line here. FTF, of course, as well. So some teams that need to make a splash. There's been opportunities for SGD in particular in one of those Erangel games. They had a compound for a long time, but really weren't able to make much of it. They made a mad dash and got just swatted away by FaZe. So let's see if the hometown team from Malaysia can make a splash and at least find themselves into the next day. Twisted Minds, you can see the damage breakdown there. Even though Batu's on the lower end, that's still close to 1,000, and the other three over 1,000. So they are in full form now, and that's to be expected from Twisted Minds. You cannot keep them out of that winner's circle for very long, game to game, map to map. So we're gonna see if they can do something in this next game. 17, another team that's in a bit of a worrisome spot on the leaderboard, starting to move away from Picado as Twisted Minds is backfilled into that position on the map. New Happy having a strong day. Finally going to see them moving on from a day one of a circuit. They have the western side of Los Leones under their control, as that is their drop spot. And you can see a little bit of harassment here. Going for the tires is Perfectix. He got one. Doesn't spin Suju out, though. So he should be okay, I think.
Yep, I'm playing with a bit more space, and okay, chat, I get it. You're hitting me up with a million messages that there isn't an official term, so I'm not a complete idiot. Really, it's
there isn't one.
There isn't one. It's referred to as
okay.
a sandbar or just a basic shoreline.
I feel so less dumb.
I know. I feel like my whole day has changed. I've been like, why am I so dumb? But apparently I am not. T1, though, you're finding yourselves with some new friends in FaZe as they're going to be encroaching right up next to you. Regrouping. Thex, who's just been, he's just been so good today, dude.
Oh,
he's
dude.
just been pumping out a ton of damage, making some sneaky plays. It has just been time and time again we've seen success come out of this man.
Those 3x AUG sprays, man. So good. Oh, Zenith, hello?
He needs to come up big as T1 has just got this one on lock already. James, the last one up.
Oh boy. Well, inconsequential for FaZe and T1, more or less, but still though, you'd like to, you know, do some damage to your opponent here. Punch back a little bit. Ian is going to confirm that point, but somehow, some way, a big grenade from Zenith really just kind of spelled disaster in that fight, and Fex was left out in the open. James trying to hold an angle around the edge, seeing if a T1 player will step out. He's going to see him. They haven't seen him yet, I don't think.
It's nerve-wracking here for that shot. Oh, that's a way sneakier angle, though. That's going to be typed down early. Wants to see if he can maybe get the flush. Not going to find it. Doesn't want to make the push in. Maybe a lucky bounce on this nade could work. That is a bit open. That's why he took a couple of shots to see if maybe he could open up the doorway and get the nade on the angle for it. Does at least force away the res, but this is such a well-defended resable position. Looks like finally a small falter coming out from Jeeves. Actually, yeah, I was going to say, is he making the cut over there? No. Even though this isn't going the way that FaZe wants to, they've already had such a phenomenal day. They're perfectly fine. They're just doing whatever they want. They're just having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, showing, in some ways, you could even think about it like, all right, we're good to go. Let's maybe show some things in this game that we normally wouldn't do, so teams have it in the back of their minds when they're doing VOD review. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So you're normally not going to make this play, maybe, or you wouldn't be this aggressive this early or something like that. But now teams have to account for it.
Type with an M249.
Let's go.
Yes, please. But shotgun for James. That's one down. Can he find some more? You saw it entirely stop off. Goes for a second. Closes the door. Can he get the spray? No! He's going to go down. Valiant attempt, but it is going to be T1 that comes out on top.
Let's see if anybody is going to crash this. I thought New Happy might make a go of it. They at least flirted with the idea, but didn't fully commit, so... it's okay.
Everybody's just clustered in trying to get a res, and he's like,
Let me over.
I got stuff I got to do, man.
Yeah, get out of here. I got to go loot, bro. That's me when I play games. Get out of the way. I'm going to go loot.
Just jumping over your downed friend, i.e. me or Porosaurus, so that way you can get to the loot before we can get back up.
That's correct.
I mean,
I need that loot. I don't know about you guys. Look, you're the ones who got knocked, not my problem.
I mean, that is true. It's what happens whenever you get knocked. You lose first dibs.
That's exactly it.
So the way the circle is set up right now, I mean, it's pretty much the same control that we were talking about beforehand. The reason we see a lot of jockeying for position around T1 with FaZe was just due to the strength of where they were going to be playing from. Na'Vi, one of the few teams that are not inside the circle just quite yet, so we'll have to see where they opt into going. FTF going to be playing in the western area, just north of Valdemar. They're going to find themselves a good stop-off point and be pretty okay. There is a 2-1-1 split coming up from Luna. They have Tiamba pretty close. That might be a bit of a problem for his Kraken, but he should have some overwatch by BB as they have a 2-2 split that looks like it's starting to set up pretty close to it.
I'm just really enthralled by Luna's split here. That is massive, the amount of space they're trying to cover.
I want everything.
Hey, yeah, well, you know what? Why not? There's nobody anywhere near them in the south where Vinny and Haven are. So, sure. Why not? Nobody's messing with you, so you might as well take that space. I mean, if you get a hard shift south, you're feeling great. Navi's trying to find some way in. I think they're going to be able to bypass BB and Day Trade. They're going to take some shots along the road, but I think they're okay. FTF is on the outside of Via de Mar, though. That might be something that they have to contend with as they make it through. Kind of a struggle for Na'Vi here today, but again, another team that's in a pretty okay position overall as far as the circuit standings go. So for them, they're just trying to have a good game here or there, trying to get warmed up a bit, I suspect. Actually, I know because I was talking to Diffix after that last game. They want to get some shots in. They want to play the game a little bit, try to get warmed up. James, man, you can't play it much better than James did in this situation. That's so well thought out. You know, with the door, closing the door and spraying through. I mean, if he has a pump shotgun there, probably a different result.
So the Juggernaut is unstoppable for at least two people. It's the third one. Where
yeah, that's why he's so good in solos, right? Like,
yeah.
Day Trade over towards the western edge as the circle does hard shift southwest. So towards Via del Mar, a lot of interesting terrain to work with here. A couple of those big trenches in between the mountains with the roads running down them. The high ground southwest at Chumacera in play. So, all right. I mean, the circles have been pretty nuts today. I'll say that, which has been a lot of fun to check out. As you do have Luna trying to still maintain a really wide split. I mean, sending Z Kraken down by himself right into the middle of FTF. Na'Vi as well in the mix.
So with the roads coming out of Valdemar just to the north means the fact that there's not a lot of easy bisections that you can make across the map. That's leading a lot more of a cluster over in the east. Chumacera getting a lot of love. T1 trying to defend it up, and it is going to be New Happy rolling on one side, but there's just too many targets. EF also coming up over here. T1 trying to focus up, but they don't know exactly who's on what, and it is going to be EN. Of course today it's going to be EN that managed to spot out one. Gets the knock onto him, but he's just, AZ is slowly creeping over next to EF, but EN is going to get it.
Nothing is making me happier than seeing EN pop off. And the reason being is he had a year where he was like the best player. Oh no, this is huge.
No.
This is huge. Sonic's trying to outlast 17. H-Win's gonna go down. Shrimzy and Kickstart still there. No kick taken out by example from the Twisted Mind squad. Just Shrimzy left. This is disaster.
This is a massive problem for them, and this is a rivalry that has gone back a long time since Hot Drops vying for position. So it is going to be 17 that comes up the beneficiary while running away. Sonic's trying to find somewhere to salvage, and they got to find points, man. They got to find points in a big way, presently sitting at 14.
Back over to this fight. T1, a little bit of a fadeaway grenade there from Type. And it's actually going to be Xiaozi's grenade that connects with him. Xiaozi able to find some safety underneath these crates. Hello, Cerberus. You are flying. No reason to shoot at them. Xiaozi knows better. He realizes he has no hope of really doing anything there. Zenith going to best him out in the open, though.
I mean, T1, I don't know what changed up between previous event coming into this one, but they are playing on a new ascended level that I just love to see.
Confidence.
But it's also so much smarter than the way they were playing before.
Yeah, they've tightened up a lot of the screws in their team fighting. The talent of this team has never been in doubt for me. I've had the pleasure of watching these players for oh so long. Many of them have been around for a really long time in PUBG Esports. You know, again, like 2021, EN, probably the best player in Korea during that time. There you go. Speak of the devil. He takes down Nan.
So now with this, New Happy in a ton of trouble, tries to make a hero play, but gonna go down as SGD, a new problem that dealing with day trade very, very close to them. But this is over in Brickyard, so it's a bit scattered across the hillsides. Day trade kind of separated out. Flash just trying to make something work in a pretty desperate situation here. Tiantan up on top of the hill, gonna at least feed the information over to Jervis. So Jervis should be able to get much closer in range to deny out those mini shots that were at least putting in some work on the Mings.
And Jervis at least keeping Thanadol from being rezzed. Flash under Tiantan's fire control. So he's just going to have to hide out there, and Day Trade not having a good start. I mean, the day's been fine. They're in third place overall. They are definitely playing tomorrow. Emergency pickup for Na'Vi. Potentially, Circle is going to go over to the east towards Chumacera. So I love these circles. There's so much awesome terrain south of Chumacera, or if it ends up going into Chumacera, even better.
Yeah, I love Chumacera firefights, but the hillsides like you're talking about are absolutely awesome in and of themselves. So continued firefight as Day Trade's going to make the switch over. They've got the shotgun. Is it going to come up big? Gets spotted out. Narrowly gets back around that corner. Jervis is just going to start dumping utility over here. Flash, though, make the switch back over to his assault rifle. See if maybe he can get a knock. Ooh, good Flash using the open side of that one. Steps in. Lots of damage exchange between the two. Shotgun's going to come out. Gets the knock on a one. Can Flash cling to life here, or can we see SGD pick up some much-needed points? Steps in, and yeah, Tiantan managed to pick it up.
That's huge. That moves them up in the 12th ahead of 17. Nice fight for SGD against a good Day Trade squad. I was watching Cerberus off screen just absolutely rain down fire on top of Tianba from the Chumacera Hills. So Tianba in a bad spot once again. Another team that's close to potentially going down. Ming Ming here almost does EF dirty. I mean, the drop shot, absolutely beautiful. And then if he had just gotten one more bullet to Keppa, that would have been a massive outplay. Ming Ming, we know how good he is with those rifles, but just comes up short.
17 and a problem in and of themselves, while they have taken out the threat right next to them on the leaderboard inside of the Sonics. Their Shrimzy's just the last one up. They now have to contend in with a hot Twisted Minds coming off of a victory, and these guys pushing in. See, blue zone nade's going to slow it down, but not enough.
I love this blue zone because it clears out a danger position that you can hide in right on the other side of that wall. Even though there's no one there, that's really, really smart. Plus, you have a Panzer to follow up on the back of this. I don't think 17 wants this fight, though. Oh my God, Perfectix!
Inside of the Sandstorm, no fear. Twisted shuts down 17, who are in a ton of trouble now.
That is unbelievably clean. They're so good today. Yeah, Lou got knocked, but goodness gracious, this Twisted Mind teams is coming alive as the day goes on. 17, one of those teams, they're in 11th going into our last circuit finals. So if they don't make it through here, there's a world where they don't get into the grand finals. They really need to get out of today, out of those bottom 4 spots, but they're going to be stuck there going into our last game.
Na'Vi in the pressure cooker position of 12th right now. They've got pretty much Weibo in front of them, but Mamu's already down, so opportunity for them to make their way inside the circle feeling pretty good. Luna Galaxy also kind of contending up against FTF, so that's a couple of shots being exchanged between them as Chamoy's going to go down, try to see if he can get a res, but I don't know. Haven looks like he's going to intersect in this. Is he trying to go for the flush? Chamoy's just going to roll in here, but Havens does make a stop off right in front of it. This nade, I don't think he has a bouncing angle that can make it work.
Yeah, he'd have to go through one of the top windows, and from this angle, pretty tricky to get it in there.
Oh, Chuma, please.
Oh, I think we're doing North Chuma at the end of this, maybe. That's the dream right now. That would be nice, but EF's position going to be really powerful to control that east and southern edge. Everybody else probably going to be forced either into the hillsides to the southwest of Chuma or into Chuma itself. And so trying to find some kind of space. Weibo has been struggling. They were cut down a little bit by Na'Vi, trying to drive around, find another position. Tianba trying to make their way into Chuma. Cerberus still harassing them, still finding damage. Himas going to take out Pao Pao.
Okay, well, now Tiamba, you're going to go ahead and make landfall right on the edge of the upper area of Chumacera, but Cerberus is still going to continue to rain in some more damage while you're trying to do so. BB kind of gate kept out now with the way that the hillside lines up. They can take a couple of paths, but most of that's going to be denied out by Cerberus. That little bit of a hill, though, does block out some vision, so I actually don't think that Cerberus can take shots at them until we see BB enter the circle.
Let's see. Yeah, BB's in a tough spot, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they're getting a little bit of help in a way from Cerberus, but Cerberus still has a powerful position above them. There's a hillside that Na'Vi can play underneath the noses of Eternal Fire there. However, they are kind of trading a little bit of damage there. Well, not trading, just taking down FTF. FTF just trying to get the hell out of here. And Simoy doing his best. Actually, Haven just stole that from Akatori. Rip my fantasy team.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, it do be like that sometimes. Tiamba now bumping into Twisted Minds. Lou gonna go down, but Perfectix got the sight lines on him to protect him. Meanwhile, it is a bit of a lineup as well between what we're talking about with Luna Galaxy, BB, and Cerberus, so expect that to pop off at any given second. Tiamba just slowly being herded more and more into that upper Chumacera area. Keep in mind that's also where Shrimzy is still trying to cling to life, as Hisaki from Cerberus has also moved in here.
This could be pretty explosive. Could be a good fight, but Tiamba just in a really awkward spot. Again, just trying to creep their way in, trying to survive, and everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at them by Twisted Minds. Of course, Cerberus has been harassing them from the get-go, and Himas, he is going to be prone. Okay, nope, he's leaving that spot. Now it's kind of up to Luna. As far as I can see, I mean, it seems like Cerberus isn't going to put a hard hold on BB coming up that hill. Maybe it's just more of a soft pressure that they're looking for. Of course, now they're going to know for sure with those shots ringing out what's going on, have a pretty good idea on the trajectory that BB is trying to take. And Luna should be okay enough to get into the circle. They have some work to do, most likely going into the next one. We'll see.
I mean, BB's doing the work that they need to do to get into the circle. You have to give them that. It's a pretty desperate situation for them, but they have managed to get in, creep their way into a decent point for now, but it's in a valley position that's going to be pretty vulnerable from potentially Luna as well as Cerberus. So with a new circle pop, it's going to line in. Oh, and Shrimzy finds 7-7, picks up at least a point.
That's a huge point for the Sonics. They need every single one of these. They need Shrimzy to snake like he's never snaked before. He is trying to get out of that position, trying to find somewhere else to rat. and he actually has quite a bit of open space. Like, he might not know it, but we do. He probably suspects because he hasn't heard much in that general vicinity. T1 is starting to come in behind him. BB now, I was talking about kind of a soft pinch here from Cerberus. Now they're starting to collapse. Now they're starting to find their opportunity. Oh, the grenade didn't bounce inside of the shack, so momentarily we have some safety for BB, but Vinny getting caught on the backside by Himas.
Miramar and Himas are starting to come together, is sitting on several kills already, about to get that third one in just a moment, but looks like a res might be coming out from Luna Galaxy. They're making a full committal in on that. Na'Vi does also hear a bit of this. Hakutori's not going to be going after it, but I'm going to go ahead and let that relent for now. So we've pretty much got the Chumasera upper area firefights that's going to be brewing, and then we've got the hillside firefights that are all going to be happening as it's kind of the lay of the land for the present situation. EF also pretty comfortable, as well as the remnants of Weibo kind of hunkering down inside the circle. So with this, BB back up against the wall has to deal with Cerberus firmly surrounding them. This entirely gate kept out, but Posa creeping up slowly and steadily, might be able to make a backstep. Nope, he decides that he doesn't want anything to do with that. He's going to creep away.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that that fight would kick off right as he was pulling up. And the good patience from Cerberus is going to net them a kill. Oh, a jump attempt. Oh, the sod off. Did not work.
Yeah, but that's going to cost him quite a bit. But Cerberus also potentially going to lose one there. So Spyro now the last one up. The problem is you've just got so much attention on this position, man. So he's inside the circle for now, but how much does Cerberus want to retaliate? Looks like they might be sending one back, but instead just going to wait and have him step into their sideline.
Well, now Na'Vi backstabs Luna, who's trying to backstab Cerberus. So the snake of teams just eating each other out on the edge continues as you do still have Samoy from FPF with a role to play. Hisaki, nice shooting there, but Posa's got a way better angle, and he's got Vinny on the flank. Able to find that extra support there to at least keep Cerberus at bay. Na'Vi, though, committing 2 members to this fight. Maybe even Diffix starting to shift over, but Na'Vi with Hakutori and Ferris just really doing a great job here. And there you go. That is going to be Luna knocked out.
And if anything, the knock on Hisaki just kind of opens up more space for Na'Vi to start creeping in down over here, shifting into new positions, starting to get some control, but it is an uphill battle, and while they do have a lot of territory and vision that they can work around, they don't necessarily have the capabilities to cement in control the way these teams that are moving in from Cerberus' position might.
There's 3 solo snakes inside of Chumasera, and then you still have Simoy in the circle itself, out in the open. Trying to do more damage here, Na'Vi, but smokes have come down for Cerberus. Na'Vi committing 3 players to this, using Soset to cover off their eastern flank to try to keep EF from pushing up that hill, or anybody else who might dare to encroach on their southern territory. And Samoy just chilling, so he currently isn't seemingly going to play a role in this, just wants to try to get as many placement points as possible. The problem for a lot of these solos is there's a whole bunch of other players and teams with the exact same mindset. Just try to survive as late as they can. We still have 10 teams up. Only 22 players, though.
Na'Vi finding all of these kills is putting them in a much better position on the leaderboard. A lot more comfortable than they were coming into this, to say the least. So, also, finding the fact that they've got a good crossfire onto Cerberus. It's been kind of locked down. While this is going on, we also do see it is going to be the Tulin's Twisted Mind taking down Tiamba. Finish this out. Hakutori kind of holding the angle off right now. Not going to be able to get the drop on Himas just yet, but him and Ferris do have good sight lines in. Look at all the smoke that's already down for Cerberus. There's just nowhere to really go. Solozzi's just trying to bend in, but Diffex is going to be the one that gets the knock. Now it's going to be Twisted that gets some vision in, and Batulins gets the knock on Hakutori.
Yeah, great shooting there from Batu. That's going to make life a little bit more difficult for Na'Vi. Solozzi did manage to escape this attempted hold, and he's even getting a knock. Batulins out on the edge, taken down. Example trying to bail him out. Diffix going for the steal, is going to get it. Now looking towards Solozzi. Solozzi, one more bullet will do it, but no, it's actually Himas. He, with a long-range spray, gets a ton of damage and a knock.
This is fighting for desperation right now, just trying to buy whatever points you can get. Hakutori is just going to go ahead and spin back around, take down Himas. So with this, also it should be noted in that exchange, Sonics did go down. FTF is still alive with 1 member up. Still sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. Can they make something happen? Can they out-survive all of these other things that are going to be going on? While EF has finally left their compound over into the east and stepping in, trying to get more control over the circle that presently Na'Vi is buying more and more of.
Yeah, Na'Vi just really in control with this high ground. Has so much room behind it as well. keep a vehicle safe, maybe 2 back there. I see at least 1 Bronco available for them. The Mad EF just been chilling in that compound out on the eastern edge of things. Now they're starting to try to flex out a little bit. Weibo did manage to get into the center of the circle. Those 2 players who early on had to make a mad dash away from the southern edge have found themselves in a spot where, who knows, maybe they can really get deeper into this. Sonics is going to go down, by the way, so they are stuck at 15 points with 3 teams at 15 points. Tiamba at 16 is unbelievably close.
This last game is going to be absolutely insane with that setup. Example still alive for Twisted Minds, going to be creeping in back behind T1 as Weibo's hunkered down, I guess, full-on camping position that they've got set up, at least going to be center of the circle yet again. I don't know if EF saw them maneuver in because they keep looking up this hillside and look at the way that they're kind of separated out. They're playing along this. I'm assuming that they're figuring that there's somebody that is at least over here if they don't know exactly and saw the rotation come in. But with this now, T1 has got to be careful because that simple backstab could be big.
For sure. T1's just kind of sweeping around this fence line, looking for any more rats that might be hiding. Example makes his way out of the blue. No more first aids, only 5 bandages to speak of, so he's pretty low on the healing utility. Has 3 frags, a couple stuns, so can still do some damage. So Lalzi has managed to survive.
Code Marco, though. Code Marco is going to hear this. Exactly knows where to go. Spots out raining, goes for the spray, doesn't get the knock. That's absolutely massive. That is such a detriment. Finally gets it, but it took way too long. Ian can shift back in. Weibo gonna love that. They're gonna step up, see maybe they can get a spray of their own. Na'Vi trying to make a desperation send along this line. Doesn't have too many things that they can work with. Already 2 members down. FTF also just trying to hunker down, hold down this position while they can. Slowzy is still up and alive. He gets stopped off. He wanted to join the firefight. It's gonna be Weibo taking shots into this. That pumped the brakes on everything.
Yeah, this all of a sudden got really dicey for Na'Vi. It looked like they might be in cruise control to take the win, but Samoy springs to life and maybe have dashed the hopes of Na'Vi winning this game. They're going to throw some stuns out. Salalzi gets the first aid to go, but he's got Example behind him. Weibo knows he's up there. They were the ones shooting at him. Samoy's going to find 2 of those kills onto Na'Vi for himself. Desperately needed points for FTF.
Okay, now what can we do? EF still navigating that low ground position, but there's just nades raining down the hillside on top of them. Krepa still playing pretty far back. It's just going to be Ruin leaning in right up against the hillside itself, denying out easy sight lines down on top of him, but it's just kind of navigation between 2. Remember that we're still at phase number 7, so we still have another shift to come in after this one. So with Sololzi up, Example still up, a lot of backstabs happening, but it is a 2v2, v2, v1, v1.
This is a huge game for Weibo. Just surviving this long has put them into 10th place, likely giving them a little bit of buffer, a little bit of comfort going into that last game that they're at least going to make it to tomorrow. Sololzi vibing. Example may still have a role to play in this as well. See how it all shakes out. EF could end up just winning this just based on kind of having some cover to work with underneath that hill. It just depends on Weibo with these sheer rocks. I mean, you have to go up that side angle, but with Ruin already there, maybe they can come up through, kind of wait this out. It's phase 8. Center of the circle is going to be right near, kind of closest to Fairest, it looks like.
This is an interesting situation because you have EF that are on the low ground position, right? Pretty close to the center of the circle. Yeah, Na'Vi do have control over, I guess, a more centralized position, but a lot of attention is going to be drawn to them. So we have a couple of med battle potentials, or at least a nade being dropped one side or the other in this that could absolutely turn the entirety of the tide of this battle, as the solos also have some very interesting sightlines into this.
You can see Kutpa eyeing that car there. Set up the smokes like he was maybe going to make a run for it.
Oh, he is?
He's got in the car. He's okay. Backpack off, it looks like, to make sure you're trying to hide as much as possible there. Nice maneuver there by Kutpa to get into the circle to join his teammate. Example's done. ZYY's got him caught.
I was going to say that was almost a problem. Taking those shots revealed their position. Example wanted to try to see if he could backstab in. Doesn't quite manage to pick up the shots that he wanted to, though. So now Sololzi creeping in right up next to Soset. Fairest is still holding down pretty close to the center of the circle. Weibo, what are you going to do? Oh, they know where Sololzi is.
Yeah, so he's in trouble. But the good news is for Sololzi is that is exposing Na'Vi to the firing lines of Weibo. There you go. Spaceman actually gets Fairest. Now Soset, the only one left, almost flushed, but it's going to be tough for him to get back down that hill. Yeah, going to sacrifice that central position. Looking really nice for Weibo or EF. Potentially, Grenade is going to get the job done. Slowsy gone. 12 kills for Na'Vi in this one. No matter how you slice it, this is going to be a nice game for them.
So Sosid managed to, with that nade, buy himself a position inside the circle. He was still on the outside of it. So we've got a 2v2v1 now, as Sosid's going to be the odd man out. EF, though, has kind of usurped the center of the circle positioning. Weibo playing from cover, though, feels pretty strong.
It's going to really be interesting how EF makes this push. They have 3 frags. They have a stun. Couple smokes. Weibo, though, has 5 frags of their own. So if they kind of figure out that EF is on the bad side of this circle, they might be able to just use their frags to their advantage and just kind of knock EF out, having a slightly better position to throw some of those in. But Sosid, he's heading in EF's direction.
It's creeping forward, and he's going to have vision on the EF side of this one. Shots already coming out. Weibo's getting more information by the second, and they're loving it. Eternal Fire back up, has to be careful. Not the best, cleanest sight lines into it. There you go, Weibo realizing, okay, we already know where the smokes are. Let's see if we can drop that on top of Sosid. Don't manage to get him just yet. He still just wants to finish out, see if maybe he can get a kill. It's going to be Spaceman, though, that drops a nade right on top of Quetpa. That allows a reposition coming up from Sosid, but it's going to be ZYY. Already getting vision, gets the knock-in. So now it's Weibo. They've got the high ground, they've got the man advantage, but nades are raining down on top of him. ZYY creeping forward by the second, but it's so hard to cook those nades perfectly to land on top of that down member. As everything for Weibo is starting to come up, the res does come out. EF, can you get the arc on that? That looks pretty good. How's the balance going to go? Right up in front of Spaceman, but doesn't take him down.
Yeah, these are decent grenades now from Eternal Fire. They have a chance to break out. That is a good blue zone, though. Cut them off momentarily. Now they're going to be able to make their breakout, try to push forward.
Creeping by these rock sides. It's a forced angle of approach. Weibo knows exactly where they're going to be coming from. Now braving the outer sections of the smoke, seeing if he can peek it out. Spots out Quetpa, goes for some damage. Has to now make the committal in. He's just going to step up right on top of him. Does get the knock. Weibo's got the authority. Spaceman's going to go down. Quick exchange between it. Ruin just trying to cling to life, but he's right up against the blue zone. There's not a lot of options for him to work with. ZYY, crest back up the hillside, goes for the but it's going to be Ruin. He picks it up.
Oh, no way! He had to go out into the phase 9 blue. Oh my god. And he won that.
That is the chillest clutch I've ever seen. These guys are not even hype about it.
I'm hype as heck. That was crazy good from Ruin. That looked like it was going to be Weibo's game. I mean, still, Weibo did enough in that game. They should be fine going into tomorrow. They've made it that far. But certainly that's got to be a bit of a gut punch to not clutch out that win.
I mean, that was just a hard game for them in general. They got that position pretty early, but they were having to deal with a lot of harassment, the angles that were coming in. I mean, kudos to everybody that managed to make it into the later stages of that game, because that was nigh on impossible, because it was just so well defended on the outer edges of that circle from Chubasera.
Yeah, no kidding. That was a fun finish there. A really cool ending that we got to see with a lot of teams fighting tooth and nail. All right, we got one more game on Miramar. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to get us ready.
Eternal Fire down to the wire gets themselves the victory against Weibo, as I thought all Weibo had to do was hold the angle, I felt, but in the end, Eternal Fire is able to clutch it out here, Martin.
Yeah, such an interesting inning, right? Only three teams had 2 players alive towards the end. No kind of majority, no 3 or 4 man team to really take that down, but yeah, they couldn't just hold that high ground and then wait for Eternal Fire to come out. Ruined huge clutch for them. Eternal Fire with this win here, massive for them to go through. Already a team that I would say at this point practically safe to be in the grand final, right? But more practice days, even better for them, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well,
look, and it almost ended there. It almost ended.
Almost here. New Happy trying to rack up the points wherever they can. Even
that was crazy.
Kills in the sandstorm going on throughout this game. That was a Panzer. That was a Panzer of all time.
The shock and show as well. It's like, oh,
whoa.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, but Twisted Minds, they made it their business to clean up in Chuma. And, that was a crazy one there. For the, especially how it kind of ends up with being that southwestern ending where you have so much terrain around it. You have this kind of rocks, this high ground, and it shifts so far away from Chuma. It's like there's just nothing to do. All the teams trying to kind of take a chance that is going to be in there. They just completely destroyed and closed out. Example, I think the last guy to kind of exit that corner, he got a 5th place, some good placement points, but yeah, it was more so about the cleaning up in Tumor. The janitors came in.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. And oh boy, did they clean up. But taking a look at some of the final moments of this as well, you can see as there were even some moments where, you know, from the future was able to get some important kills on towards RV. I mean, they are languish on around single-digit points right now, so it's looking like they're probably going to miss out on another extra day of circuit. But they said the last moments as Weibo was going up against Eternal Fire, and Eternal Fire wins it in the end. It bears repeating. I do think that Weibo, all they had to do, it felt like the circle was up on the high ground, the center point, so you just hold that angle, wait for them to try and make a move, and then they're kind of dead to rights on that angle, no?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, that they had the advantage. The circle was coming their way. They had a smoke down. Like, you could have been in any position, like kind of off position, and you would have had the advantage there. But yeah, there was a wide peak, and yeah, Ruin managed to clutch them out, get both kills towards the end. That's huge. It's just massive clutch for them to come in. And yeah, sure, they had a bit of some rough games today so far, but still, they look good for in terms of Eternal Fire. This game, the points so far, yeah, I'm not too worried about them.
Yeah, very, very important as all of the slate will be tallying up a lot of points as time goes on. And do bear in mind, we'll be talking about the danger zone in a moment. But let's take a look at the numbers here for these teams. Na'Vi with 12 kills up at the very top. Eternal Fire does get the win with just the 6 kills to bear. And actually, now that I'm looking all the way down here, Cerberus with 7, T1 with 10 means that Weibo, despite getting 2nd place in this, not that many kills under their belt.
No, exactly. That's really the scary part, right?
Yeah.
If you have placement points coming your way, yeah, you need to back that up with kills overall. And yeah, if that doesn't happen, you get pushed down out of this top 4. You don't get a feature in that one. But yeah, really impressive with what T1 was able to do, 10 kills, and how they're able to do it. But yeah, it is Eternal Fire that's going to be able to get this clutch here. Ruin in the end, 6 kills overall for the guys, and yeah, that was a huge one, honestly. In this situation where they were not an advantage, they had multiple teams pressuring them, and also all the utility coming their way, the smoke on the corner kind of closing them off as well. Yeah, that's a good one here. 16 points rolling in.
Yeah, winning that set is going to be a good feeling for them, as we will have our man of the match, Mr. Ruin, taking that number 1 spot. In terms of the overall star graph, usually actually you see it being much bigger, kind of encompassing a lot of that, but it's a small win for them here, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's situated them nice into tomorrow, I think.
Still bigger than all the other player average. That's the good thing.
Bigger than all the other player areas. Yeah, doing all right, So now we have to address what is going on here. I mean, yes, these are the points coming in from this game.
5 teams on double digits. Twisted Minds on 9.
Yes.
It's so linear today in terms of like where the points are coming out, and yeah, it's really going out. Bottom team though, not so many bottom teams, not so many points.
Yeah.
From 9th and down, only 2, and this is really, just saying here, the danger zone is really encroaching in on them with just 1 game to go.
All right, so the overall leaderboard, this is important. Obviously, all of those teams are 1 through 12th right now. Well, I say that. 1 through wherever we're at, let's say 11, kind of safe. However, 12 through 16th. Now, do bear in mind here, as a lot of people are aware watching at home, that Tiamba and 17 Gaming have incurred penalty points due to what was going on in the prior day. Those -2 points on either side are not tallied into this yet. So that means, at present, from the future, 17, Sonics, and Tiamba are the ones that are currently in those spots. However, I mean, we still have 1 game, Martin, still all to play for. Trigadui is still kind of also in that danger zone. So this upcoming game could see big names falling out of Circuit 3 and then maybe even the entire tournament here at PGC 2024.
Yeah, that could be insane. Of course, with 17 Gaming, they are currently in 12th in the overall leaderboard with 45 points in terms of our circuit finals. So if they don't get in and defend their spot, there could be teams pushing them down. It could be very tight with that. And of course, with Sonics in 15, like, they have an opportunity. It's not done for them. Even they have actually had a terrible day so far. They could, with a few points on the board and some other teams going out early, it could mean huge numbers for them. And of course, that comes in with, you have so many targets in the back. Sonics is not just a team that is completely direct, like, they're not competing directly with the teams that are in the bottom 5 right now. There's also other teams that are thinking, okay, Sonics is actually a contender, a potential favorite to win this once they get into a more comfortable situation with a best of 18 in the finals.
Let's be real, 17 Gaming is as well, right?
Oh, yeah,
I mean, of course, they are a bit more better situated when it comes to the overall grand final points from those circuits. I think they have 45 or something like that.
Yeah.
But that is technically not 100% safe. If everything lines up, if we go into that third circuit final and everybody's able to get points. So 17 Gaming, of course, wants to get there as well. But it is very, very dicey for some big names here in day number 1 of circuit 3. And I mean, as you say, I don't see a reason why some of these teams wouldn't want to try and pressure that scenario. But
yeah,
could occur, might not.
There are multiple teams obviously here looking at and acknowledging the fact that these teams are star-studded rosters. They are rosters that have, you know, PGS wins under their belt, big tournament wins under their belt, and once they get comfortable in a grand final situation with a best of 18, which is a completely different setting, both in terms of meta and how everything works out, it could be a smart move, tactical, strategic move to really focus on some of these teams here.
And as we were mentioning before, okay, those -2s against 17 Gaming and Tiamba. I think a lot of people felt that maybe they weren't going to be that impactful coming into today, but there is a world where that might knock them out on day 1 of Circuit 3 here. So without further ado, we are getting to it. This is the final game of the day. The final opportunity to keep yourself alive in Circuit 3. If you're down there, you've got to do it on the Dusty Dunes. You've got to do it on Miramar. Let's go.
It is go time. We've got from the future Shwagadui, Tiamba, and Sonics all right on the cusp of destruction. They need to make sure that they qualify. They need to make it to the Circuit 3 Grand Final, all of them, and they're all in such a dangerous position.
You're absolutely right, Matt. This is Scary Town, population them, so it's gonna be interesting coming into this last game. I mean, it is just rough and tumble because everybody above you knows that they can just mess with you if they see you in the kill feed, and there's no love lost. You know, nobody wants a lot of those teams anywhere near the finals. They know how good the potential is for some of those squads for sure. Obviously, the Sonics and Tiamba, definitely teams that you don't want to mess with because when they start to pop off, they could hit hard. So curious to see what this one's going to look like. Obviously, T1 going to be relatively close to the Sonics if they are going to be going all the way down to Chumasera, looking for some of those vehicles. EF as well in that vicinity. So could be kind of interesting. Luna is going to be going all the way down to Valle de Mar. It looks like both of their drop spots pretty far off of this plane path, so a little bit tricky for them as a northern shifted plane path makes things a little bit more difficult for some of the teams to get to their loot spots.
Yeah, we also should point out we've got Tiamba doing a drop just to the east of Venus Duralis. The circle pops pretty much centered around EF's positioning at the time. So Tiamba just on a bit of a salvage run right now. It looks like that's about all they're going to get. They've got a 2-2 split that they're going to be playing from. Sonics, again, Monte popping in their backyard. Should be an opportunity for them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not too dissimilar from the first circle of the last game, actually. Obviously, it did hard shift southwest in phase 2, but here could do something very, very different. A lot of times these circles will end up kind of in between like Picado and Los Leones, or Los Leones and Chumacera, or maybe Picado and Monte Nuevo. So we'll just have to wait and see. Not a lot that you can glean out of this first circle in terms of where things are likely to end up as the game rolls on. Pretty tough to judge for the teams exactly, you know, how the land ratio or anything like that is going to play into this one until we see a few more circles. And obviously, our eyes are going to be very keenly on 12th to 16th. It is extremely close there, and that's kind of where the demarcation line will be for this match, and who is going to move on in this tournament and who is going to find themselves going home.
So a reminder to everybody, while 17 Gaming has managed to make it into a position, well, actually, we'll handle that in just 1 second. We've got a Fex interview that we want to hear what's going on.
I'm joined by FaZe Clan's Fex. You guys got 2 back-to-back chickens, and you also won 2 Man of the Match in a row. So I want to ask you, how does these early wins and pop-offs affect how you approach the rest of the day?
It gives us a lot of confidence, so it makes the day so much easier, you know. you start off with good games and you're just rolling. So it just makes everything so much easier.
Yeah, all right. And what we're going to see for the rest of the Miramars is just phase up, right?
Yeah, hopefully. We should.
Right. Bye, guys.
I mean, it was kind of true, right? Carried it through the entirety of the way. But going back real quick to what I was wanting to mention before we jump onto that is, remember, the way that this haul works is you've got to be not in the bottom 4 for the first 2 days, so that way you can manage to make it into the circuit final. Then you take the points that you've accumulated off of that and combine them together. Whenever we're looking, as the desk was talking about, 17 Gaming is presently in 12th place at 45 points combined between the 2 days. Last place is FaZe, that's at 33 points right now. So that is not that big of a gap. Just, what, a little bit less than, or a little bit over 10 points, 12 points, which is easily usurpable in 1 day of grand finals. So 17 is not out of the oven either.
Exactly, Matt. 17 really needs to get out of this and get into another circuit finals, but let's take a look at some highlights from the future.
Up close, and FW have 16 kills, 7 of which are on Raze.
Tries to open up the angles for the rest of Bleed to play this one out. This is who they bounce to eventually catch.
Or Bleed deny the 20-kill win. It looks like they will deny it. Tonke down low. It is a matter of time. If it's not the bullets, it's going to be the grenade. Bleed.
FTF, their livelihood essentially doomed at this stage unless they have the best game of their life, and they so desperately need it. No points on the board at all. So if they want to have any shot to continue to play, this has got to be the game that they've been dreaming about the entirety of their existence.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see if they've got it in the tank for us. Jeems on his own in that emergency pickup. The rest of FaZe kind of still looting, still driving. So it looks like old Jimbo just going for a little bit of a scouting journey. This is Twisted Minds.
Next to 17.
Again. Yep. We saw this in the previous game where they were harassing the back end of 17 on this circle. They're trying to do it once again, you know, doing a good job of keeping their eyes on him. Again, obviously, look, people, like 17 got second in a couple of those PGSs. Twisted Minds does not want them in the finals because they want to reduce the number of teams that can compete with them as best as they can, so they should be harassing the 17.
That is the way that the system of this entire circuit process works, is it provides you an opportunity with money in the bank to try to influence more of what's going to be happening on the overall leaderboard, give you opportunities that can carry over into the next stages. So if an opportunity presents itself, you're damn right. You exploit it, you take it, you get what you can. We've seen T1 try to do the same thing up against Tiamba earlier today.
Yep.
Even if it's just a kill here or there, throwing somebody off of their game, denying them the ability to generate points is going to be big.
Yeah. Removing one player from the equation of a team significantly impacts their ability to get chicken dinners, to get more points. It is extremely devastating to lose, especially if it's like phase 1, phase 2 circles. It makes it way harder because you're not able to control as much space. If you get knocked, it brings you down to one gun if you're trying to go for the res, right? Like all these things come into play. So 100% something to keep our eyes on. New Happy just driving around, just seeing what's up. As they're got a 2-2 split essentially towards the crossroads to the south of Picado. And they're just vibing right now. Ian has been...
That's a lot of nades.
It's a lot of frags.
With not a lot of damage.
No, but he's been killing people regardless, so...
He throws the nade to force them to leave their cover to then kill them with guns.
That's it. That's got to be it. He's just darn good, man. He is such a tremendous player. Has to do a little bit of a different role for T1, but been stepping up and trying to... Well, he got a little bit of damage in on that glider, and that's going to cause a little bit of a redirect for, I assume that's Ferris up there. And Na'Vi kind of fell apart there at the end of that game, but got pretty deep into it. Got to be feeling a little bit better about their day overall. Yeah, 6th place, going to be moving on to tomorrow, no doubt. I'm just hoping to have a strong finish. Again, trying to build some confidence, trying to build some momentum.
Shredder is not having the best life that they could potentially have, as they are kind of getting collapsed on by Day Trade one side, FaZe on the other. One member already down to Mings. And the Vultures are starting to circle this position. Jeems already with a lot of information, going to feed that back over. They're just going to roll through this one pretty easy, finish that one off. But SGD, I don't even know where they go. Even if they shift away to the west, they're just going to bump right into day trade waiting.
Yeah, this is... Hopefully they have some more vehicles so they can make an exit. Oh, Salalzi. Oh, no. Not like that. Just drove right into 17.
I mean, that's just a hidden defended position, hoping the fact that they could pick that one up, right? They've got their cars parked around the side of it, and pays off. At least buying 1 point for right now is this is in such a quiet circle. Usually there's like some type of conversation that we can hear that's happening, but this is, everybody right now is just hardcore focused up.
Yeah. It is pretty interesting. This one's shaping up quite a bit different than some of our games have today. Teams aren't so far super keen on messing with each other just yet. BB team is outside of the circle. They're way over on the west, so they're the only team that really hasn't made their way in just yet. Looking to play it a little bit slow and steady on this one. SGD, 13th place, right in that bubble position, needs points any way they can find them. They did get off that hillside. They did get into Picado, but you're on the north side of Picado. Unless you get a bunch of hard shifts, this is a difficult situation to be in, because there's usually going to be a couple teams on the outside of Picado itself, and trying to get out of there can be relatively tricky. Even making wide wraps, you're going to have to expect that somebody could be out on those craters. Oh, Code Marco going to take down Rating from T1 out towards Chumacera, so not the end of the world there for T1. They are just playing with the free money, so be it.
BB team with not a care in the world over here right now. Stress mounting, yes, but I mean, they're sitting in 10th place, but there's no team that's even close to them on their rotation, so they should be fine for the time being. Circle does shift back over into Chumacera. We've had first Chumacera, but what about second Chumacera?
Well, we're getting it. I mean, let's see if it ends up in the same spot, but this is madness. I mean, it's kind of fun in a way because you get to see teams kind of change what they did from the previous game. You know, things that didn't work, try something a little bit different. You know, but I'm sure a lot of teams aren't anticipating. You know, you kind of have that gambler's fallacy. It's like, well, certainly the Circle can't do the exact same thing 2 games in a row. That just wouldn't happen. But guess what? Sometimes it does, because it is random. And Lil Ghost taking some damage. Famas for Keppa.
Oh man, 17 just sending it right into Chumacera itself. Just trying to get away from everybody and just narrowly dodges out EF. Day Trade looks like they've already got an inside track on positioning as well. Navi already holding down the upper area. 17 just going to try to send it up into that upper area, bring their cars in as well. They are going to kind of sneak through this one while Day Trade is trying to regroup. So buys themselves at least some safety, some position for now, and this is overall a pretty good position for them to potentially buy some points off of.
I agree. I really like this. I mean, gambling a little bit driving through the middle of the city like that, but it worked. It paid off. Took some damage from Navi there, but that's a-okay. You have a really powerful position up there, and should get you a little bit further into this game. You always want to be on the side of cities that are closest to the center of the circle, and that's certainly where they will most likely find themselves as this game rolls along. Weibo did enough in that previous game that they are a-okay, so they can play a little bit more loose in this one. CC sees Ming Ming.
Oh, Nade's gonna go out right as they're trying to cross around narrowly. Man, just straight by that one. New Happy gonna start now reinforcing their lines. Ming Ming under all of the pressure, but it's gonna be support at range. He's got it all. He's got the angles locked down, information being fed. He knows exactly where to peek. Assistance coming up from so many different angles. It's gonna be T1 also finding something in this. So they're gonna be happy about that. AZ now looking like he's going to find some angles to work with in and of himself. Cerberus here's this firefight. Looks like they're going to use the opportunity to try to creep their way into it. The rest of New Happy not really able to come down and support the way that they wanted to, so it's back down to just Ming Ming.
Yeah, 7-7 trying to buy some more time, some more points here for Tianba. They're just going to drive right in at him. Only gets a knock, and he's taken out. Tianba currently in 12th. Is that going to be good enough to hang on?
Oh, 1 point back behind them is SGD 17. Sonics just 2 points. Lots of now opportunities as that 12th place position has opened up. You've just got to squeeze out a bit more. There is a jump up into Luna Galaxy at 21 after that, so that's going to be the easiest position that you can grab out of anything that's presently available on the leaderboard in this last round.
I think it might be over for Tianba based on the -2, but have to wait and see. Sonics, another team that is in a position where they could get themselves into another day, survive, cling to life. And they are going to be settling up just to the southwest of Chumasera. Going to try to keep those vehicles as safe as possible, try to maintain some level of maneuverability, some level of flexibility. As this game goes on, it's going to be oh so important for them. Try to take some clean fights, try to find some good opportunities. Really, you would think, you would hope that you just need maybe 3 or 4 points. It just kind of depends on what 17 does. Maybe Luna could fall out of that place if both 17 and Sonics have a good game, but just have to wait and see.
Luna's got a lot of control over the circle for now, but with the new shift, they're going to have to regroup pretty quickly. FaZe already got themselves an emergency pickup, so a couple options to work with, but we are definitely going Chumasera yet again. It's going to be T1 holding down the eastern front, while up in the north, it's going to be FaZe for the time being until they shift away. Twisted Mind's going to be right up on top of them. Meanwhile, into the west, it looks like it's going to be FTF with an opportunity to find some kills, depending on how many people are going to be roaming by. Sonics, a couple of good pathing options as Chumasera is just getting all the love. We've got Navi, 17, Day Trade, EF already over there, Weibo already looking like they're going to make a rotation as well.
Yeah, Weibo trying to get a little bit ahead of the Twisted Mind squad there. Looks like they will be able to do so. Twisted Mind's happy to play edge, happy to watch, see what falls into their laps, but as we can see, not really going to be the case. Oh, SGD right underneath the church, right towards Type and T1.
Man, and that's a squad that is just hungry to have fun. Type's going to make that one look easy. Picks up 2 already. Knows where the other one is right down below him. Reinforcements already on the way. Zenith coming up right down on this. Jervis just rushing up the hillside. Molotov's going to connect on top of it. Jervis in a ton of trouble. SGD presently in 13th, and Jervis is going to go down. Shragadui is done.
That's tough. That's tough. Type just had an easy double there and was able to find a nice molly, pick himself up a 3-piece, well held from the bell tower. And T1 didn't even need to come to help him. He just did it all himself. Back over to 17. Really important position for them to be in. I mean, nobody, I would think, is going to challenge this anytime soon. Probably not within at least a couple of circles, depending on the shifts, but you have Navi close.
That camera is hurting me right now. Those guys, they are the first officially confirmed removed squad from PGC, and it's hitting them in the heart right now. So, I mean, good showing and coming out and trying to make something happen, but this is just a hellacious lobby to try to navigate.
No doubt. I mean, you know, I was happy to see these guys here and represent their country, but definitely felt like it was a kind of a outmatched event for them. Could never really find their footing too often. Saw them get into a few late games, but definitely was not the event they wanted. As Luna still, once again, pretty well spread out, similar to how they played the last game. Cerberus on the other side of the circle this time, though. They're east of Luna instead of west. This time it's going to be Sonics kind of over in that vicinity. I won't say it's not exactly the same position, but that's what Posa has to deal with, and just has to be careful not to get knocked as he's on his own, so don't want to give up any freebies over to the Sonics for sure, as that's a team that could potentially do something, and oh my god.
Okay, so I want to point out while we see the map for a second that Luna is in 11th place, but look at how little fear they have due to that. They're running a 2-1-1 this wide and out of control, while Chumasera is the focus again, Paper.
This is deja vu. This is
been in this place before.
This is this is a glitch in the Matrix. This is like the same game.
Yeah, very similar to say the least, as 17 is actually pretty much on an inside track for positioning where the last game ended at. T1 continuing their reign of terror over here as they're going to be lined up against Twisted Minds. Both of these teams feeling pretty safe in position, so nothing too much for them to worry about. They're just going to have fun. FaZe Clan on track to make their way inside the circle, or specifically in that northern area of Chumasera. BB going to have to make a pretty desperate rotation right next to FTF. FTF needing just anything, man. Anything that they can find.
Yeah, for sure. They have a lot of work to do, though, with BB cutting ahead of them. Could be pretty tricky. Twisted Minds. Ooh, pops the end. Gonna have to back off of that. Example, so good with those DMRs. Really tough fight, even with that nice position advantage that EN has. BBB is just going to turn. BB is going to turn their sights onto FTF.
Okay, FTF. This is your tournament life on the table right now. Can you make something happen when you need to? Twisted Also, they're just trying to stay alive. All their tires pop pretty much except for one as they just slide into position. Example's going to go down. It's going to be Fex that looking like he's just going to try to finish that one off. Not a lot of good options to try to res as Sonics are starting to find some kills as well.
They lost one. Posa struck from up on top of the hill and took down Kickstart. Things getting pretty dicey over there. FaZe fighting over here with Twisted Minds. Not really an impactful fight in terms of the leaderboards.
Okay, so FTF now creeping up. FaZe maneuvering into a similar line. A Phil first down in front. You can see no kills just quite yet for FTF. They want to see if they can at least secure one of these knocks, but it's going to be Gustav that crests the top of it. Akira does manage to get the knock in retaliation on that peak, but now it's going to be more and more problematic. Blue Zone up on top of him, FaZe with the high ground, but FTF now starting to fight, backs up against the wall, just one up, but can you make anything happen out of this? I don't even know where you can go from here.
Trick is just looking around, trying to find any kind of options. Doesn't have many. In fact, James is hunting him down. James, oh my God, Trick!
Trick gonna try to make something happen at the very tail end of it. Goes for the spray up, but does go down. It is gonna be Fex, of course, with the way the day is going. It's gonna find him.
And that's gonna send FTF out of the event. Kind of curious how all this is gonna shake out. Of course, I'm fairly certain that Tianba still has the -2 looming, so they may actually just be done. Sonics could get themselves out of this pit that they've fallen into, but they have Posa on top of them. They're trying to make their way, trying to go for the hike up the hill. And Posa's just kind of trying to mirror their movements as best as he can. Already struck once, already took down Kickstart. So it's going to be down to H-Win, Shrimsy, and Tig to see if they can get some more points in this one.
And they've got to make themselves into Chumacera. That is going to be hard. Day Trade already holding out. Spyro did manage to actually creep his way in there, so he can kind of keep as well. 17 still clinging to life. That early rotation, just kind of sending it up here with those cars, paying up big for them as they're going to be pretty close to center and buying some more time and potentially more placement points. Nobody even eyeing their position right now. All the potential firefights are going to be brewing a bit more to the north.
They're going to try to make a dash, and Posa still gets Tiggleton.
Oh, Sonics trying to run. They're going to get eliminated. It's going to be Spyro that drops a nade on him, and Sonics, you are out.
Unbelievable. Absolutely devastating. Luna there holding them, just Posa, and then it's BB who strikes, and the Sonics left reeling. Absolutely incredible. All right, T1, E-End, trying to do some more damage. CYY is just tucked in over there on the stairs and waiting. E-End's trying to clear angles. They step out. No damage really done either way. Now a grenade being cooked on. Well, no, E-End's going to put it back. Oh, that grenade go off, explodes in his face. Back up the stairs you go. This is kind of a tough one. A lot of rooms you can work with in these buildings.
I mean, that's why Chumacera is so fun to fight around, but it's also so complicated because there's so many different little, like, sneaky jukes that you can make to bounce around. Is, I guess, the Sonics going out in day one. Pretty much, this is the most unexpected thing at PGC so far, to say the least.
For sure. That's pretty brutal. Assuming that 17 get a little bit further, because remember, they have -2 as well.
True. It's true.
So, but I think it's done no matter what. I think SGD has the position on them, at least if our leaderboard shows us correctly. The bike's blocking the door. You'll love to see it. But let's look over towards Na'Vi and 17. As Na'Vi's been kind of harassing them. I've been seeing them pick off players here and there in the kill feed. Now Luna's making a dash to those rocks again, trying to hide underneath their noses. Should be A-OK. T1 is going to be swept out of this one. See 17 back up to 4, so they're okay. Their destiny is in their own hands, seemingly.
I mean, they've been playing with so much confidence today. I mean, yes, they're not just massive on the leaderboard by any means, but Luna has just been taking control over huge sections over the circle and doing it in, as you say, a confident style position. They have had to make a couple of sacrifices to get into the stage, but this is a very strong point to be playing from as 5 seconds before the new circle is going to pop, and this is all right here. Lines in, and Spyro just rolls the nade right on top of it.
Perfectly cooked. Perfect.
Now look, EAC feels so bad because he knows. He's like, did I just knock out the Sonics?
Yeah, that's devastating. What a throw, though. Gotta appreciate the skill shown on that one. As Weibo trying to fight their way in. Ketpa alive, has the FAMAS, has the level 3 gear. And smokes are going out, trying to get Spaceman rezzed. Shen thinking about a grenade. I think that's going to miss Keppa there. Yeah, indeed. More smokes. They really want to get this player back up. Weibo wanted to end on a strong note.
Okay, well, I mean, they've got the numbers, they've got the advantage. They've also got themselves the circle to work around for the time being. Daytrade still navigating the upper area. Chumasera just trying to creep in. So this is pretty much contained for now, but it's just Keppa. I mean, we saw last game, don't count out Eternal Fire just because they got one player up. They'll find a way to ruin your day.
Dude, this guy's, he's already shown us today that he's an expert snake. Actually, when I went out after one of the games, the Eternal Fire coaches were out there. Keppa walks out and they made snake noises at him because he was doing such a good job of it. So pretty funny. Oh no.
New Happy, this is not the way you want to enter this circle. Hopped up inside of a vehicle, just going to be rolling through. Haisaki has to step away from the angle, so not going to have the best vision into it, so do manage to make landfall. Luna Galaxy also kind of mirroring this to the south. Looks like they're starting to all group together, have some opportunities. BB team does get eliminated. Spyro does go down, but I mean, they're feeling pretty good off the amount of points that they've got. There's a pretty big break around them as 17 Gaming now touching 12th place on the leaderboard.
I think that is probably good enough here for 17, even with the -2. So surely they probably make it a little bit further in this game. Maybe we'll have to wait and see, but I think that they'll have the position advantage over SGD. Wait and see. Cerberus just keeping track of whatever's going on with New Happy. Able to survive with that clown car to make it there. Xiao Wu is going to find a knock on the Nurens. Looks like they're going to get the res.
Yeah. Well, they're going to pick him up. They're going to run him over. Find some spacing to work around for the time being. It's going to be a bit dangerous, but hey, drop it.
There you go. That's fine. There's a smoke. No problems. Yeah.
I mean, it's just the blue zone coming in back behind you. Nothing to worry
about. It's not a big deal.
It'll be okay. He's very far ahead in spring. Are there a couple of shots?
It's only phase 6 blue.
Yeah, and it's.
I mean, just ask Beamy. Not a big deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, just bring yourself about 40 to 50, maybe even 60 med kits. It'll be perfect.
Exactly. All right. 8 teams alive, 24 players, and a Chumasera finish. We wanted it in the last game. Now we're really getting it. We're going to be right in the thick of things. So smoke grenades in the end game, if you can get there, become worth their weight in gold in situations like this. See what part of this we have to go to. Just kind of center right towards Cerberus and Navi. So 17 going to have to make a move. Still have Luna on their wings. Daytrade as well to their north. New Happy might have enough room on that eastern edge that they can squeeze in over there and still kind of keep themselves safe from Cerberus. It kind of depends. Keppa, of course. I expect him to make a few. Well, the only problem is Weibo's really hunting him.
This is where it gets dicey. 17's finally having to make their first big move. And so with this, they do have the Luna just to the south of them. They're going to have to move out of their safe position that they've been hiding in for quite a while and step out into the danger zone of position. They have a couple of good pathing options in front of them, but it's going to be vulnerabilities galore once they start to step out. And it's going to be a nice nade that drops on top of Benny, provides some type of safety, but Daytrade, here's this. They're swooping in right back behind 17. They're stepping out. They're coming for the kills, and 17 Gaming has got to be careful. They're about to find themselves in a very vicious situation, as even New Happy could be positioning in a way to pick up and maybe take out 17 on their approach.
Oh, they're looking for Luna, and they've got some good grenades bouncing in to take down Haven. Xiaobei on the outside can't win the battle against Posa. He's going to get knocked. Here comes Daytrade.
Right up back behind this one, Posa trying to step away from that 17 line to see if he can find some moment of reprieve to right what's going to be going on. Ming Ming's going to be finding a way, does step in, take down Posa. Now 17 Gaming have to deal with Daytrade. That's going to be good shots coming out from Suju. Gets knocked out, Belmont drops a Molotov right on top of him, and he's down.
Lil Ghost and Xiao Wu, the last two alive for 17. Daytrade up on the roof. Maybe seeing if they can get a res, a prayer molly to see if they can finish that kill. Lil Ghost, he's gonna flash right in front of him. He's got him down, looking for the flush, can't get it, has to reload.
Wants it so bad. Now running out here, does manage to fight, pick up the flush there. Now on multiple members down, 17 Gaming starting to creep around this angle. Looks like actually Navi, here's this. The remnants of Daytrade, Thanadol gonna be creeping around. Looks like with the angle that we can see, Thanadol shouldn't be able to see too much more from this, so it's just going to be this external fight going on between New Happy as well as Cerberus.
Haisaki letting loose with some explosives. Saw a molly in his hand a second ago. He did throw it right at that rock. Thanadol take down AZ. Last member alive here for Day Trade as Belmoth is going to bleed out. He's looking for that first aid, looking to do some damage. Cerberus bearing down on top of New Happy.
Xanadol just getting a bit more spray in. Sosa just waiting. Day Trade's going to get eliminated. So that shifts us into our top 4. Cerberus up with 3, Weibo with 3, Navi with 1, New Happy with 1. Up on top of it all is going to be Weibo with some compound to play from. Sosa's going to be trying to survive for the time being. Shin's going to finally spot him out and now buying some more space. Himas just going to run out, chase down the other solo. And so it's a 3v3, kind of. I mean, there's a res that needs to come out on Haisaki, but that should be fine.
Yeah, and now Weibo starting to fan out, starting to take control of the center of the circle. It's phase 8, so it's going to end right in the middle of them as they have one player flanking way out there. Mamu going to be taking that northeastern edge, trying to lock that down. 2-1 split for Weibo. Gets on top of this. I love this from Mamu.
Yeah, this is a good read. Steps in, now getting a lot more verticality in the firefight to come, specifically over a lot of the smokes that are going to come down. So as you can get any type of vision up above those, that'll be so beneficial. 2-1 lineup with Mamu up on top in that high ground. Cerberus fighting from the low ground, coming in a bit more blind, and not a lot of ways that they can navigate through this one. The 2 coming up from Weibo, they're going to crest the side. They spot out, steps back for a second, goes for a bit of damage on it. Now going to start drawing a lot more attention into this angle. Mamu doesn't have the cleanest sight line in what's going to be happening here, but Duckmai also going to be positioning a bit further north inside the circle, finally getting himself inside the safe zone.
Yeah, some grenades exchanged, a little bit of damage to both sides, but nothing catastrophic. ZYY going to heal right up. Still, it's all about Mamu here. He's going to hear this. Did they see him? Do they know? That's the real question.
It's creeping in. It's a chase. Weibo already shifted back in. Shin trying to go for a bit more of a center control position to play from. It looks like Cerberus might be having a similar idea. He's trying to shift back over, use these oil derricks to themselves. They've got the stairwell back behind them.
Oh my God.
If they opt into going up here, they are going to have absolutely no idea. They're making the commitment in. They think that this is the game-winning position, but little do they realize this could spell their doom. Himas slow creeping up, spots out, doesn't want to go all the way up there. That hold angle over there coming up from Weibo actually denied any form of entrance up on top.
That was so freaking smart from Shen. That leaves Mamu completely up there, unidentified. That was a great position. As long as he can stay alive. Haisaki trying to use that 3x to spray Shen down. Shen just going to reposition. Knows that he didn't really have a good angle, whereas it was already being held nicely. Himas going to try to take this position again.
This is the game-turning moment right here. Himas creeping up and forward. Mamu starting to hear more. Has to be careful about this.
Oh my God.
Going for a peek on
Not
the
like
side
this.
of it.
Not like this.
Got the nade prepped up. Himas focused on one side of it. Mamu already got a read in. Nade's going to drop him down back behind him. Himas does get knocked. Shin holds the angle on one of them. Mamu finds the other, and now there is just one. Haisaki goes for the shots up. Back behind. Does get the knock. Gets a read on the other side of it as well. Trying to cling to life. Goes for a couple of taps. He's going to go down, but it is going to be Weibo that picks up our last game of Circuit Day 1.
Almost won the previous game. Able to find the chicken dinner. Going into Day 2 of Circuit 3 with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence for Weibo.
Oh, man. Mamu's position. When we saw it, I thought it was like, oh, that's going to be great high ground advantage for the firefight. And then Cerberus was like, no, that's a great position. Let's go play from it. That just turned everything so much more dynamic.
Great minds think alike, but Shen on the spot to prevent Himas from getting up those stairs easily. That was the moment. That was the reposition that bought Weibo that win.
Okay, there is a ton to break down inside of this as we're going to figure out who has been eliminated from PGC. Des, take it away.
I was made for this. I was made for this. Tell them I was made for this. I was made for this. Tell them I was made for this. I was made for this. Tell the people I was made for this. I was made for this. Couldn't have picked a better man for the job. It's my time and I ain't nothing. So if you and your homies ready for the show, there's nothing left to be said. Just get ready and let's go.
Yeah, that was cool. We've got Weibo getting themselves the redemption from our last Miramar and finding the victory here at the very end. Good stuff by them, especially going up against Cerberus, who really showed up today, did Cerberus, but I mean, we can talk about that in a few moments' time. It's Weibo looking brilliant on Miramar across the board here, Martin.
Yeah, it's good to see these teams that needs to do well, that needs to get in to that circuit final and actually get points to defend that position or even try to get into the top 16. Obviously, some teams here are not currently that, so that's gonna shuffle some things around here. And yeah, overall, a really hard map to kind of play, right? We had a very similar ending to kind of where the area was compared to last game too. So a lot of teams could kind of learn from what they saw last game and improve on that. Some fights kind of, you know, some situations where you might not want to be seeing some fights early on, right? But you can see teams are taking it slow. They're taking it some calculated moves here and trying to play on that edge side there. So yeah, there was some big impact coming into this, and yeah, overall, what a fantastic game to end day number 1 in Circuit 3.
Very dicey game, though.
It was.
We were watching it. There is the moment right there that spells Sonic's doom.
Boom.
As what a nade, what a finish. And unfortunately here, a catastrophe for the Sonics boys. You can see it in their faces as well. Obviously, we can kind of fully confirm that when we take a look at the overall leaderboards a little later on, but it was, I mean, tensions were running high in this game, Martin.
Yeah, overall in the, there are some moments where it's like, okay, some teams are where like some knocks are coming out, some focuses are coming in to some of the teams that are looking into being in some of these bottom 4 positions here. And yeah, there's obviously some teams that are straight up eliminated, and that's unfortunate for them. But yeah, it's been some super tight games today, and our bottom 4 is actually really low. They did not manage to get that many points on the board today.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, it is so close, actually.
It is.
We'll take a look at it when we look at the overalls, and we can talk about it there as well. But for Weibo, I think this is a success. Obviously, they've got themselves 40-some points or above during the day, which is a great position for them. Likewise, Cerberus as well, who we came in ridiculously having question marks around. Imagine us saying halfway through the year or the start of the year, we have question marks around if Cerberus can even move on. That would be a ridiculous notion, but it has had some precedence here through Circuit 1 and 2, and now they've looked pretty good here in Circuit 3 to start things.
Yeah, and it's also because they had 2 fantastic games to begin with, right? They put them in such a good amount of points that they could actually not worry about the rest of the day and just focus on fragging out, focus on what they do well, and him has actually turned on quite a lot here for the entire day, so that's really good to see.
Definitely so, definitely. So good stuff to see Weibo Gaming get themselves that victory. That keeps them alive. They only have how many points? 19 points when it comes to the circuit finals so far, but they still have to survive tomorrow. As you were mentioning. So, and then of course we have another 4 teams coming into tomorrow, which aren't any pushovers to say the least.
Yeah, and on top of that, right, there's everything that we saw kind of unfold today in some of the focuses, some of the teams that are kind of being third-partied a little bit more, some of the teams that are struggling a little bit, that comes in, and it gets even harder for tomorrow, right? Because we have these 4 teams, as I said, coming in, and they're looking pretty safe, most of them. So it's kind of scary to go up against these teams that are either already grand final qualified or already in the top 16, just looking to come in and defend their position.
Yeah, maybe some ramifications if some of the teams that are already in the danger zone in that circuit, in the finals, do not qualify onto the 3rd circuit final. Because, I mean, there's still a lot of teams in that danger zone, right? Like, down from New Happy, Weibo, Luna Galaxy, Cerberus is still one of them that needs to be able to put up.
They're currently outside the top 16, right? They need to get in there to actually get into that top 16. So that's really scary for them.
For sure, for sure. We are... well, we are going to head to an interview, and then we can break down everything that is going on with that leaderboard in just a few moments. So, without further ado, let's head on over to the stage with Bella.
Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage with FaZe Clan's Gustav. Congratulations, Gustav. It was a FaZe day for you. What is your take of the day?
My take of today is by far best day here. But it's pretty easy to play this format when you have a good start. Like, we had a very good first game, we got second, we knew you were qualified. Just full confidence from there.
Yeah, it definitely was a great way to open up Circuit 3 for FaZe. And, you know, you guys got over 10 kills in half of the matches we played today. So what do you think is the game plan that enabled such a great day for you?
I don't know if there was any specific game plan. We've just been putting in a lot of time here in between because we need to make this last final. So just good start, bunch of confidence, and we killed everyone we ran into.
Just to shoot. You definitely did ride the momentum out. And I wanted to... Okay. I know that you wanted to talk about this, so I'm going to give it to you. So, what is your take of the format?
Take on the format is that it's not very good. But it's fun when you get points and get ahead of everyone. Then it's fun. But I know the position that Sonic's were in today. We have also been there. It is hell. It is not fun.
Yeah, you definitely need a lock-in at the right time. Oh, hey, Shrimsy. Okay. All right. Best of luck to you for tomorrow as well. I hope you keep doing it the phase way. Phase up, right? Aspect
Phase up, phase up.
Phase up. All right. Thank you, Gustav. Off you go. That was a great day for you. And next, I'll be joined by Luna Galaxy's Vinny, who made it just in time. And I'll be joined by our translator on the stage as well. Do you want to stand right here? Hi, Vinny.
Hi.
Oh, hello. All right. You made it just in time as 12th place, and you are taking off into tomorrow. What was your take of the day?
Então, vocês ficaram na 12ª posição hoje. Como você está se sentindo para o dia de hoje?
Fiquei feliz no final, que a gente conseguiu classificar, né, para amanhã. Mas foi um dia duro pra gente, que a gente teve muitos erros bobos, que era pra gente ter classificado bem antes.
So at the end, I'm very happy, like for me and my team, to qualify for tomorrow's. But of course, like we had a bit of like a half day today.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I did want to ask you, what was the most challenging part of playing through such a stressful day? You had so much on the line to play for.
Então, no dia de hoje, o que foi mais difícil para vocês, sabendo que foi um dia bem complicado assim?
Eu acho que no jogo em si não foi tão complicado. Foi mais a questão mental mesmo, que a gente estava um pouco acelerado em momentos que tinha que jogar mais calmo. E é focar nisso para amanhã, a gente não cometer esses mesmos erros.
So it's like basically for the game, we played good. It was just like most like for the psychological part of the team, we are like very anxious in the first part of the few matches. So we just have like to work it out for tomorrow.
You kept on sweeping it at the right time, and you did make it in tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow as well, Vinny. All right, that is all from us on the stage here, and we're going to go back to Kilaris and Avenger to get a final wrap of the day. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, well, thank you very much for those interviews. Yeah, it seems like Luna Galaxy in high spirits as well. Obviously, Gustav in high spirits because, I mean, he is right. Once you, in this format, once you get that first game really rolling, the confidence is high. We've seen it in pretty much every single circuit, day one at least.
Yeah, we have 9 days of best of 6s, right? And that's really the scary thing. Well, except for the circuit finally, of course, you accrue points to that. But still, it is extremely tough when you kind of look at how everything is playing out. If you have 3 bad games to begin with, other teams that are direct competitor, either, you know, you talking loot spots, you're talking something that you feel like is a favorite, that is where you can start getting focused. And not just by hot dropping or by kind of like directly, it'll be indirect, it'll be the pressure. Okay, we know that we've seen recently in the kill feed, it's a team over there that's been knocked. It's a team that we want to get out. Then you start kind of focusing your efforts towards that direction, put on some pressure, shoot your DMR towards them, and that's going to have a huge impact. That's really what the scary thing is. And as he said himself today, like having a strong start, it is such a huge benefit here in day 1 and day 2 of our circuits.
Well, Weibo has a strong finish overall, and they prove that they can hang with the rest of the lobby once again, so 9 kills go their way. Cerberus with 6, New Happy with 6, Day Trade with 6. A bit of a rough ending, right? Like this tumor, this kind of industrial complex that exists on the south side of it. If you don't have one of the higher ground positions into that, it's so tough to get things going.
Yeah, it is really. It's I mean, even with having these kind of 2 similar circles with how everything went off and not directly on top of each other, but still they're close to each other. It really benefits the same teams, right? It really benefits the teams that are looting in that area. You have a huge priority to get into some of these really, really good positions, and you can lock that down from really early on. And yeah, Weibo, they're able to really turn that around here, and Shen is able to get the man of the match for 5 kills and 659 damage. Good to see from him. And yeah, he does almost max out every single part of that pentagon.
Feels like it's been a while since we've seen a Shen MVP, so that's nice to see after all of this time, because last time obviously we saw Weibo internationally aside from here, it was a while ago, and everyone was scared of Shen, singing Shen's praises and stuff like that. I would say especially before PGS 3 and 4. But anyway, these are the numbers that have occurred all the way through the day. We have FaZe topping the leaderboards when it comes to kills, topping the damage. I mean, come game 3, it was 4 FaZe players in the top 5 when it came to damage. So they had a huge leg up going into the latter part of the day.
Yeah, it was really insane to see how, they had a huge impact on it. And also we had some other players and teams that had some better impacts once we were later in the day. But those four games was just insane for them. And you can see how confident are, as Gustav mentioned, super much confidence coming in from 1 or 2 really good games. So much confidence coming in. But yeah, 19 points for Cerberus, 12, 11, and so far down here. Very, very skinny in the very bottom here. Not that many points coming in for the teams on that half.
And now what is all important is our overall leaderboards. Who is eliminated today? Of course, as we will have, unfortunately, from the future, eliminated. Tiamba will be going out. Sonics goes out as well. And Shragadui is gone too. All 4 of these teams eliminated.
Currently not in the top 16 in circuit points and cannot get more circuit final points. Therefore, bye-bye.
Yes, they are our 4 teams eliminated straight away now from PGS 2024. Commiserations to them.
PGS. Did I say? You said PGS.
I knew I was going to get it wrong one time this tournament. PGC, of course.
2020.
We have a lot of acronyms. But what is important here is 17 Gaming scrapes by, of course, here. Yep. Very, very important for them to be able to live, survive, get into tomorrow, try and get towards that circuit
Let's talk a little bit about that, right? Do you think the other teams made a mistake here letting such a strong team go through? Because they were actually on their back foot. Somebody could have gone in and eliminated. We could have seen a hot drop. We didn't see it. So we could have seen more focus on the third parties. Is that a mistake, you think?
I think yes. However, on these desks, we always theorize that kind of thing. And a lot of times internationally, it does not happen, right? They do not attack them. But a 17 Gaming that's got second place, World Championship, the potential of being able to hurt them today, I feel yes.
Yeah.
Do you concur?
Yeah, I completely agree. Winners of PGS1 here in Malaysia, here in Kuala Lumpur previously, right? They are confident here. They are comfortable here. And that's definitely a team that you don't want to see coming into this. And as you see here in the total leaderboard for our circuit stage, they are currently the top 16. They are going into tomorrow. We could still see tomorrow the teams that are coming in and the teams that have kind of survived until tomorrow. They could be focusing them. They could be denying that circuit final spot. It could be happening. But yes, unfortunately, as you see here, Sonics from the future, Tianba and Shragadui, they are going to be going out. And that's going to be a rough one. Big things coming in for, of course, New Hub Esports. They're able to survive. They need to make it to the circuit final. And currently, they would need to break, I would say, around the 50-point mark for a day, right?
It's going to be a big day for them.
FaZe Clan is looking pretty confident. Right now, the cutoff is, of course, 33 points, but looks like FaZe Clan should be able to make it through to tomorrow and then make it into that circuit final. So they will therefore move that bar of that top 16 even further up. So yeah, tomorrow's going to be an insane day. It's going to be so crazy. There's going to be so many things decided.
Yeah, definitely. For some of the teams that are already down there, and say, for example, as you say, New Happy, or some of them that are currently not in the top 16 as well, there is still an opportunity for some of the teams that are already still in the top 16, just on that cusp, to not qualify in. As you can see here, we will have now like the likes of Genji, Virtus.pro, 4 Angry Men joining the fray, and those 3 teams are anything but safe. So, yes, they come into tomorrow, and obviously if they have a rough day, that could leave everything open going into that top 16.
And once we get into tomorrow, we have Cerberus, Luna, Nuevo, that is coming in and actually playing, and they are currently outside the top 16.
Correct.
And we could definitely see that kind of a little bit targeted focus, focus on third party, not maybe directly hot drops from the very start, but if you don't shut them down early on here, like we saw with Cerberus today, it could be too late. And if you leave a Cerberus that is ignited, that is ready for a circuit final to get points, that means that they're also going to be making it into the grand final. They could potentially push you, if you're close to that cutoff line, out of that top 16.
It's another championship challenger.
It is.
It is another championship challenger. And tomorrow, of course, we start things on Miramar, and we will end things on Erangel to finish it off. I'm exhausted because today we've been really honing down on these teams that potentially have got a either a wealth of opportunity to punish some teams that could have gone out because they're big contenders like Sonics, or watching as Sonics unfortunately just fell at hurdle after hurdle, and to lose a team like this that is a contender is obviously, it's rough to see here at the World Championship.
And you can see it, how they're playing, how they're moving around, how they're moving with the terrain ahead. They were playing different styles of what the championship Sonics that we know and love have played previously in the year. And yeah, they have changed slightly towards that. You can see they were making some smart moves. They saw from the future at one point a potential fight with them, and they actually kind of capitalized that on a little bit. But yeah, unfortunately they will be going out. But yeah, it's interesting to see tomorrow what's going to be happening in terms of who's going to get focused. Are we going to see any hot drops? Because obviously right now it's only Sonics that's went out. Yep. That's an actually championship contender.
We've lost our Esports World Cup champions, but we shall see what brings in the future. Of course, thank you very much to our partners joining us around the world as well. We have OP.GG, our official main esports partner for PUBG, so you can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG. Next up, we've got Tropicana Gardens Mall, which we are currently residing in right now. The arena is here. Everything is going on, as well as all the lovely shops downstairs that we get to have a little bit of a snack at before we get things rolling for the show, which is always lovely to do. So actually, if you want to be able to come down here for the grand finals, you can do so as well. Next up, we have ourselves TT Racing, our official gaming furniture partner as well here for the PGC 2024. Not only providing the chairs, but also the awesome desks that go up and down. I like pressing the buttons because it entertains my brain, at least. I'm simple. And then finally, we have ourselves Okupa, the esports hand warmer partner as well, keeping everyone toasty and roasty to get into them games and be fresh and clean, which is very lovely as well. And they light up.
Yeah.
RGB.
I like it. Honestly, I'm excited to go in some cold winter walks with these in my big pockets and then just put my hands and turn them on.
All of us are so ready for Christmas and just holding these wherever we go. It's going to be great. And finally, of course, you've got the Neo Media icon lights as well that you can pick up if you have a little scan of that QR code down there. So lovely, lovely times. Obviously, the Pick'em Challenge is still going on. That's going to be concluding on the 20th. You can get that in before the finals starts proceeding. And that does it for today, Martin. It's been wild, and I imagine tomorrow's also going to be wild.
Yeah, honestly, I cannot wait to get tomorrow started, obviously, but also there's going to be so many things happening in between, you know, drops, some might be changing a little bit, some contests, but yeah, we'll see if there's going to be hot drops, we'll see if it's going to be targeted, focused third parties. It's going to be a while tomorrow, no matter what.
All right, we're done. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place for more PGC action, because we are getting right down to the wire here before we get into that grand final. So you better tune in to see who's able to make it to the circuit final.